Chapter 488. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoduo stood tall and straight. His face was handsome, and his demeanor was elegant. He stood on the podium with his hands behind his back. His face was cold and arrogant. Wretch! Yu Yan'er and Zhang Piapiao both made disgusted sounds at the same time. He was quite handsome, but what are you trying to do by acting like? I'm going to start acting cool. What are you trying to do? Who wouldn't be disgusted by it? Especially when everyone already knew the class monitor's character. Why was he pretending? The two small white thunder tigers in the arms of the two girls actually let out two growls to show their disdain for this King of Swords. So Xiaoduo didn't mind at all. With a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, he walked up to the podium with his hands behind his back. At this moment, when Xingtian, who was already standing at the door, was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this class monitor standing on the podium that belonged to the teacher and saying a few words every day? Was he planning to usurp the throne? Was he going to rebel? Students, I have a very good news for you today. So Xiaoduo said happily. Maybe you can make a guess? The 20 people below were speechless. Guess my ass. Forget it. I'll tell you directly. I've broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. So Xiaoduo announced loudly. His words were full of pride and arrogance. I've broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. Did you all hear that? When Xingtian, who was at the door, was very excited when he heard that. This guy, I even told him to let me know when he was about to break through. He actually broke through silently by himself. It was indeed great news. With my breakthrough, I only need one hand to deal with all of you in the future. So Xiaoduo laughed maniacally. Haha, are you surprised? Are you surprised? The 20 people below had black lines on their foreheads, and their faces changed from that of an old-fashioned society. Xiaoduo picked up a black pen and started to write on the whiteboard behind him. With one hand behind his back, he wrote smoothly. He said reservedly, after breaking through, I'm overwhelmed with emotions. I'm writing a poem here. A poem was written on the whiteboard with a wave of his hand. Invincible in the innate realm, a legend in the embryonic breathing realm. Who is the most beautiful in the Hidden Dragon Class 1? There is only Xiaoduo in the world. After Xiaoduo finished writing, he threw the pen to the ground and laughed heartily. He walked down the podium, his whole body brimming with joy. That wildness was truly carefree and uninhibited. It had the feeling of I'm going out laughing at the sky. We're not ordinary people. Behind him, a voice suddenly. When Xingtian said, Where are you going? Quickly come up and clean the whiteboard. Pick up the black pen. Who are you to throw my black pen? Why are you arrogant? Are you itching for a beating again? Hearing this, Xiaoduo felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stiffly turned around and looked at the door. He saw when Xingtian's cold and murderous face. Xiaoduo rushed up to the podium without a word. He wiped the whiteboard clean at lightning speed. Then, he picked up the black pen and handed it to one Xingtian with a flattering face. Teacher Wen, I didn't realize you were here just now. I was just imparting some cultivation experience to my classmates so that they won't be bullied by others when they go out. When Xingtian snorted, You really have good intentions. Why aren't you scramming? Hey! Xiaoduo immediately went to his seat. The 20 people's shoulders trembled. A few girls lowered their heads. Their long hair covered their faces. They laughed so hard that their bodies trembled. It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. This bastard deserved to be punished like this. Who asked him to be pretentious? After he was done, he got slapped in the face. Did he act like an idiot? It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. In the morning, everyone fought as usual. Although there were fewer people, the battles were more intense than before. Everyone fought until the ground rumbled and thunder rumbled. 3 teachers in black, and when Xingtian watched from the side, there was a sword grandmaster, a knife grandmaster, and a spear grandmaster. The 3 of them were on duty today. Of course, there were other teachers on duty in other classes. There were quite a number of teachers in the Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that there was only one form teacher in each class. There were many teachers on duty who taught according to the students' aptitude. Why isn't that student participating in the battle? The sword grandmaster in black asked Wen Xingtian curiously. Wen Xingtian sighed. His current ability is too high. It's way beyond his peers. It's meaningless for him to participate in the battle. It's even more disadvantageous for the other students. I've been teaching all my life, and this is the first time I've encountered such a weirdo. He can't practice with people of the same level. This was too fucking depressing. Before he broke through to the embryonic breathing realm, it was still okay. If everyone attacked together without fear of death, there was still a possibility of exhaustion. But now, it had become an impossible thing. This brat had broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. The increase in his ability was rather terrifying. Way beyond his peers, disadvantageous for the other students. It seems that I haven't encountered such a thing for a long time. The sword grandmaster was suddenly interested. What weapon does he use? When Xingtian thought for a while and said, sword. Sword. The sword grandmaster was even more interested when he heard that. What a coincidence. When Xingtian coughed and said, why don't you practice with him, Teacher Zhang? Mr. Zhang, Wen Sheng immediately became excited. Okay, that's right. You have to take it easy. How could I not know that? When Xingtian waved his hand and called Zhou Xiaoduo over. Teacher Zhang wants to test your ability. As he said that, he threw out two swords. One was a regular alloy longsword, and the other was a lighter longsword. Naturally, they couldn't use their personal weapons in this contest. Zhou Xiaoduo's weapon was a rare divine weapon. If Teacher Zhang's sword was broken, it would be terrible. Teacher Zhang obviously misunderstood. He laughed softly. Old one, you are so attentive. You are afraid that I will break his sword. When Xingtian rolled his eyes and didn't comment, Zhou Xiaoduo picked up the light sword and bowed. Thank you for your teaching, teacher. Teacher Zhang chuckled and said, you can just use your best sword moves. You don't have to worry about attacking me. I heard from teacher when that you have just entered the embryonic breathing realm. Have you consolidated your foundation? Yes, teacher. Zhou Xiaoduo straightened his long sword. His left hand held the scabbard and his right hand held the sword hilt. He gathered the sword well in his heart and activated the heart of the sword. His back straightened. His long sword hadn't been unsheathed, but his whole person was like an unsheathed long sword, standing between heaven and earth. This was the heart of the sword that originally belonged to Qin Fangyang. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo had assimilated it into his own understanding and formed his own style. Seeing this, Zhang Wenqing's eyes lit up. What a good seedling. Clang! Zhou Xiaoduo unsheathed his long sword. It was clear and melodious like a dragon's roar, but with a faint sound like thunder. At this moment, it made people feel that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Although it hadn't started to rain yet, there was already a humid air between heaven and earth. This is water attribute. Teacher Zhang Wenqing's expression became more and more surprised. This was because he cultivated water attribute martial arts. In the next moment, Zhou Xiaoduo brandished his long sword and executed a series of wonderful moves. In an instant, the heaven and earth began to drizzle, and the rain mist gradually spread out. Seeing this, when Xingtian and the other two teachers retreated 15 feet away, Teacher Zhang Wenqing's long sword flashed. He forcefully broke into the rain mist. His sword slanted and accurately aimed at Zhou Xiaoduo's throat. Zhou Xiaoduo's body moved and swayed. He continued to activate the sword will of the drizzle sword. Together with his sword, he blended into the rain mist. The surroundings became foggy, and one's vision couldn't be seen clearly. Ding, 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 that the sound of swords clashing could be heard constantly. It was the sound of two swords clashing. Teacher Zhang's aura kept changing. In less than 5 seconds, it had already changed 3 times. Only then did it stabilize. The other two teachers widened their eyes. Department Head One, this student of yours is really monstrous. Old Zhang's cultivation isn't at the top in Hidden Dragon Academy. However, his comprehension of sword art is one of the best in Hidden Dragon Academy. In less than 5 seconds, he was forced to use an Origin Core Realm sword will that is 1 tier higher than his. This level of attainment in the way of the sword is truly frightening. The younger generation will surpass us in time. When Xing Tian didn't even look at him. Instead, he stared at the other 20 people fighting and said calmly, "This is only the beginning. Just an Origin Core Realm sword is not enough." Duh. The two teachers were speechless. Wasn't this a little too much? Even if this student's swordsmanship was extraordinary or even bizarre. It was continuous and dense, and it covered the heavens and the earth. It seemed soft and powerless, but it was actually filled with killing intent. The two teachers could tell that if it was a fight to the death with an opponent of the same cultivation realm, Teacher Zhang would have already died under his sword. Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship became sharper and sharper. The jinqi flowing from his body was endless. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he had already unleashed his full strength. His might was much stronger than before. It was as if it was drizzling. As the might of Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship increased, Zhang Wenqing's aura also increased by a notch. The pinnacle of the Origin Core Realm. Teacher Zhang Wenqing also felt like he had seen a ghost in his heart. This was simply inconceivable. Ordinary new students who had just entered the academy would be able to teach them sword techniques with ease. They would be able to do it without using any strength at all. Even if they were in the realm of martial masters, they would still be able to easily defeat their enemies. Even if he was a student in the embryonic breathing realm, with his experience, understanding of the way of the sword, and self-control of the sword technique, he would still be able to handle it with his martial master realm. However, when he faced Zhuo Xiaoduo, he realized that he was at an absolute disadvantage when he used his martial master realm power at the start. He could lose at any time. Then, he raised his sword to the innate realm, but the situation didn't improve at all. He was still completely restrained. The other two teachers were even more speechless. "Old Zhang, you are teaching a student's sword technique. Why are you the one who raised his realm 4 times? The teacher is relying on his high cultivation, and the student's swordsmanship is extraordinary. This is the opposite. What happened to lifting something heavy as if it was light?" Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Give me a few more recommendation votes. Chapter 489. Teacher Zhang Wenqing was getting impatient. In the beginning, they had only exchanged 2 swords, but he had already fallen into a complete disadvantage within these 2 swords. Then he raised his realm to the embryonic breathing realm, increasing his power by 10 times. The situation improved slightly, but he was still restrained. Even now, he had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial elixir realm, but he still felt a little shaky. This was simply incomprehensible and unbelievable. Didn't they say that he had just broken through to the embryonic breathing realm? But what was the meaning of the sword breaking through the void, and the sword was soaring to the sky? What was the meaning of the heart integrated into sword? Could it be that he had been practicing swordsmanship since he was in his mother's womb? Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Suddenly, he let out a long howl and performed 7 to 8 different sword techniques in succession. He used them interchangeably and randomly. The first one was grand and imposing, the second one was treacherous and sinister, and the last one was tricky and weird. Then, it was a surprise attack. Zhang Wenqing, who was caught by surprise, was flustered. Helpless, he suddenly roared and raised his power to the nascent soul realm. Then, he raised it to the intermediate stage of the nascent soul realm, and then to the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. Only then did he suppress Zhuo Xiaoduo. But it was only a suppression on the level of power. In terms of sword techniques, it was no longer a suppression. Zhuo Xiaoduo's swordsmanship didn't only have a variety of styles and endless transformations, it had already reached an extremely high level. If Zhang Laoshe were to use his swordsmanship to counter a single move, he would have to use at least 3 moves in order to deal with it. However, he still wouldn't be able to stop the other party's continuous swordsmanship. What the hell? What the hell? The sound of the 2 swords clashing became more and more frequent. The 2 teachers who were watching from the side had already changed from speechless to dumbfounded and speechless. 15 to 16 collisions in a moment. Is this really old Zhang's teaching battle with a student? Is this the nascent soul realm? He has long been at the advanced stage of the nascent soul realm. I didn't expect the difference in their swordsmanship to be so great. Zhang Wenqing's voice was full of excitement and joy. Do you know how to control the sword? Zhou Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment. I can't control it for now. Use it, Zhang Wenqing shouted. Let me see your attainments in the imperial sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance suddenly lit up in the air. All the rain and fog around them were absorbed by the brilliance like rivers flowing into the sea. Zhou Xiaoduo's figure appeared. His sword shook continuously, and with a humming sound, he and his sword turned into a huge beam of light that soared into the sky and shot down. On the other side, Zhang Wenqing quickly drew circles with his long sword. Circles of sword energy condensed and shot towards Zhou Xiaoduo's beam of light. Obviously, he intended to form layers of sword net with continuous sword chi to eliminate Zhou Xiaoduo's abundant attacks. Unfortunately, the fierce attack of the sword chi dragon far exceeded Zhang Wenqing's expectations. It instantly broke through the layers of defensive sword chi and rushed over. Zhang Wenqing shouted loudly, and the brilliance of his long sword suddenly flashed, and the aura around his body was unprecedentedly majestic. He brazenly slashed out with his sword. With a loud bang, Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body rolled like a gourd on the ground. He was directly pushed back more than 30 meters, plowing a trench in the ground. The sword in his hand was directly broken into 2 pieces. On the other side, Zhang Wenqing stood with his sword in hand. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhou Xiaoduo. Just now, Zhou Xiaoduo used the imperial sword technique of becoming one with the sword and almost killed him on the spot. It forced him to raise his cultivation to the cloud transformation realm and use his tyrannical cultivation to repel Zhou Xiaoduo. The muscles on his face were still twitching, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. I've taught for so many years, and I've never seen such a demon. As for the other 2 teachers, they were completely dumbfounded. Was this a teacher teaching a student? Looking at old Zhang's body, there were actually so many small holes that it shouldn't be that the student attacked with all his might, using his embryonic breathing realm strength, or even higher. Then the teacher would use his innate realm or embryonic breathing realm strength to defuse them one by one. Then, he would casually point out inadequacies so that the student would be convinced and benefit a lot. Shouldn't it be like this? Why was it completely reversed now? When Xingtian also turned around and asked with a smile, Old Zhang, how is it? Is it all right? Zhang Wenqing's face was flushed red. He coughed and said, Very good. This student's swordsmanship has already reached a higher level. He has also condensed the heart of the sword. It's hard for external forces to shake him, no matter if it's the technique, habit, execution, or continuation. They're all the most orthodox and impeccable techniques. Also, the swordsmanship is very. He looked at Wen Xingtian and gave him a look. Then he said, In short, in terms of the details of the swordsmanship, I have nothing left to teach him. I can only give him very little pointers. What he needs to do is to combine the proficiency of the swordsmanship with his soaring cultivation after his cultivation has increased again. Only then will he be able to show his brilliance. He smiled guiltily and said, You also know that people who practice swordsmanship always have some small flaws. Some like to pretend to be cool, some like to be cool, some like to be elegant, some like to be elegant, some like to be divine. In short, everyone more or less has some flaws. The purpose of the existence of us teachers is to correct these flaws. But Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't have any of these flaws. His execution of a sword can only be described as practical. What's more than 90% of his swordsmanship is aimed to kill. His previous swordsmanship teacher is really admirable. Zhang Wenqing said from the bottom of his heart. For example, if this is a small tree, then his previous teacher has already removed all the branches that would affect his growth. Now he only needs to absorb the maximum amount of nutrients and grow quickly. There's no need to do anything else. At this point, he added, I'm specifically referring to his swordsmanship. When Xing Tian made a sound of acknowledgement, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. This kid's swordsmanship is already at its peak, but this child should also practice other weapons, and his attainments in them are even stronger than his swordsmanship. Zhang Wenshang took a deep breath. If it's an ordinary student, we should advise him to specialize in one skill. But this Sui Xiaoduo doesn't need to worry about that. He has the aptitude and qualifications to practice multiple martial arts simultaneously. What's the specific direction of his next step? When Xing Tian asked humbly. Obviously, he wanted to verify his opinion and see if it was the same as Zhang Wenqing's. Zhang Wenshang pondered for a long time and said, "What's left is to continue nurturing the sword intent and sharpen the heart of the sword. You can only rely on your own grinding skills for these." In terms of skills, other than speed and precision, you can only lift heavy as if it's light, lift light as if it's heavy. You need to control these skills over a long period of time. It's not something that can be taught with words. When Xing Tian's face immediately warmed up, Zhang Wenqing's insight was indeed sharp. What he said was exactly the same as what he had expected, without the slightest difference. Do you have a specific training plan? Enter the gravity room. Zhang Wenshang didn't hesitate. Enter the gravity room directly. Oh, so extreme? His swordsmanship is complex and exquisite. In fact, he is already heading in this direction. It also shows that he often entered the gravity room to cultivate in his original school, which is why he could achieve this effect. Now that the direction is clear, he only needs to maintain the same progression as his original path. Then, entering the gravity room directly won't cause too much of a burden. Of course, if he can carry weights, the effect will be even better. When Xing Tian nodded slowly, Teacher Zhang's thinking was exactly the same as his. There was really no difference. He was indeed an experienced teacher for many years. He has already broken through. He can indeed enter the gravity room directly. When Xing Tian nodded silently, "But this student, how did you train him?" Zhang Wenshang was very impressed. He has just entered the embryonic breathing realm. How can he have such powerful strength? Such a deep foundation. It's as if it's endless. After saying this, he quickly shut his mouth. He wanted to say that he almost killed him, but thinking about it, this sentence was too embarrassing, so he couldn't say it out loud. When Xing Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm, he thought to himself, "If I say that this has nothing to do with me, that would be really embarrassing. Moreover, if I remember correctly, this brat should have been suppressed 34 times in the thorny road. But how can I tell you such a terrifying truth?" So Xiaoduo dragged half of his sword and his cracked thumb and thumb. He asked humbly, "Teacher Zhang is really brilliant. Please give me some pointers on my shortcomings." He was speaking from the bottom of his heart and didn't discount anything. Since he started practicing swordsmanship, he had encountered many enemies and sparred many times. But to be able to directly hit him with a sword and send him flying, and he was still in the state of sword manipulation at that time. Zhang Wenshang was the first. Sui Xiaoduo, may I ask who was your previous swordsmanship teacher? Zhang Wenshang was very impressed by Sui Xiaoduo's previous teacher, Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin. After saying this name, which he hadn't heard for a long time, Sui Xiaoduo couldn't help but miss him. What is Teacher Qin doing now? Where'd he go? Is he okay? This Teacher Qin is really amazing. Zhang Wenshang praised sincerely, to be able to fix the student's shortcomings and send him over. This foundation is impeccable and extremely stable. Sui Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled subconsciously. Thinking of the days when he was dominated by Qin Fangyang in Phoenix City, he couldn't help but feel a burning pain in his buttocks. Then his whole body reacted. Right? Proper, right? No shortcomings. Those were all created by being beaten up. After all, you just broke through. After 3 days of self-adjustment, use your credits to enter the gravity room to cultivate. You don't have to participate in the class's collective training anymore. When Xing Tian instructed in a deep voice. Yes, Gao residence. Chapter 490. Vice Principal Gao had already fully awakened. Once he regained his consciousness, he would be able to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Using the autonomous mode to resist and heal his injuries, his recovery speed would naturally be much faster. Currently, he had already exited the nourishment cabin and was lying on his bed to recuperate. He held a few pieces of high-grade star soul jade in his hand and circulated his energy to absorb them, replenishing the energy he had expended during this period. Mrs. Gao, on the other hand, was keeping watch outside. During this period of time, the bad news about the Gao family had never stopped. All of them were accidents, and all of them brought trouble upon themselves. Then, there was an 80% chance that they would be killed on the spot. Mrs. Gao blocked all the bad news from the outside so that they wouldn't disturb Vice Principal Gao. Mrs. Gao only had one way to deal with all the bad news. She only accepted it and didn't give any orders to deal with it. She especially didn't allow anyone in the family to go out and seek revenge. She suppressed all the bad news one by one. From the days where Xiao Duo came for fortune-telling until now, there have been a total of 45 accidents and disputes in the past 10 days. 8 companies went bankrupt, 32 people died, and 5 or 6 people were seriously injured and in a coma. The bad news was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, each higher than the last. Almost all the members of the Gao family who were outside were affected. The married daughters of the Gao family hadn't died yet, but there were still some bad things happening. But today, it seemed that the bad luck had come to an end. There was no news since morning. Mrs. Gao finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the sun set. When she entered the room, Vice Principal Gao had already finished his meditation. He asked with a gloomy face, "Any more bad news?" "Not today," Mrs. Gao said lightly. "Could it be that I've really been cheated all these years?" Vice Principal Gao paced back and forth. "Gao Zhiyun, don't you know what you've done all these years? God is watching. When the time comes, retribution will come. How can it be false?" Mrs. Gao said bluntly, "You damage the interests of the Hidden Dragon School for your own power. Do you really think there's no retribution? It's fine if you want a position, but why do you have to damage the school?" Vice Principal Gao said in a low voice, "The family arranged for me to come here. What can I do? Do you want me to give up the family mission and betray the family?" "Family mission? The clan arranged for you to come here so that you could occupy a position. When did we ever allow you to stir up trouble? As long as you work diligently as a teacher, you will naturally have students all over the world. When the time comes, you will naturally be rewarded." Mrs. Gao said bluntly, "But what have you done? Other than fighting for fame and profit, what have you contributed to the Hidden Dragon High School?" The fact that you've continued to help the Gao family is probably the greatest contribution you've made over the years." Vice Principal Gao remained silent for a long time as regret flashed across his face. "Now that you've been sold and used, do you feel good now?" Mrs. Gao snorted. "You almost lost your life. Do you feel good now? Happy now?" Gao Zhiyun's face darkened. "You still have to ask if I was really tricked. Someone set up a feng shui scheme for 18 years. I didn't see it coming. You're really something. Someone is willing to spend 18 years to scheme against you." Mrs. Gao snorted. "And I didn't see it coming. There was no trap at home, but you went out to find someone to dig a hole for you and then jumped into it yourself. You're really promising." Gao Zhiyun's face darkened even more. It was as black as the bottom of a black pot. "As for what Xiao Duo said, you've also seen the video of that day. What do you think? Does it make sense? Is that what happened?" Mrs. Gao asked discontentedly. "You don't have to tell me your answer. After watching it, you were like a taciturn gourd and didn't say a word. That's equivalent to giving me a clear answer. The only thing I want to hear now is who exactly you found back then. I'm really interested to know who was so awesome as to set up such a feng shui scheme to end the family line." Vice Principal Gao sighed deeply and said, "It's hard to explain in a few words." His face was gloomy. After a long time, he muttered, "Xiao Duo is always right." "Sigh," Mrs. Gao said angrily. "Then what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for death?" Vice Principal Gao was silent. He didn't move for a long time. "I can tell you that the continent is now in a battle that concerns the survival of the astral souls. There's no retreat. and Hidden Dragon, Yun Yun, and Ancestral Dragon are the top martial arts schools. Many years ago, I heard from my family that this is a battle of fate between 2 or even 3 continents. Since it's a battle of fate, these top martial arts schools and the cradle of talents are the origin of fate. Do you think that no one is watching you while you're jumping around here? Mrs. Gao sneered and said, "You're dreaming. Let's not talk about others. There's the Department of Martial Arts, the Military Department, the Star Shield Department, the Shadow Department, and the Supervision Department. Which one of these departments isn't watching? Why didn't they do anything to you? Don't you know in your heart? Do you really want to wait until the day your family is exterminated? Of course, we're waiting for the big fish behind you. How many times have I reminded you? You're still stubborn. You only care about climbing up the ranks according to your family's request. Can you climb up the ranks? Do you think the power you have in your hands is real?" To use a phrase that's been used too many times, it's a dream that can turn into a bubble at any time. If you cause serious consequences when the big fish behind you really pops up with your involvement with them, no matter whether it's good or bad, do you think you can still stay out of it? Everyone in our family is guilty of treason. Executing the whole family and exterminating the 3 generations is the lightest punishment. Carrying the infamy forever is the ultimate disgrace. I don't want to be punished like you," Mrs. Gao said angrily. "The jumping around, jumping up and down. Do you really think no one is paying attention to you? It's just that you really don't have those people behind you. That's why we can't find out. That's why we're keeping you alive and waiting for you to continue. Do you really think that you've done it flawlessly without any loopholes? Do you know what groundless means? A groundless can take you down. Do you think you're like Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, and Wen Xingtian, who can't be touched or don't dare to? Who do you think you are?" Vice Principal Gao didn't say a word. He lowered his head and took the reprimand. Mrs. Gao had said these words countless times before, but each time, her words fell on one ear and fell on the other. He was soft-hearted, dismissive, or simply impatient and left for work. But now, when he heard these words again, he broke out in a cold sweat. There were also waves of lingering fear. His hair stood on end, and he shuddered. It made too much sense. After watching the video that day, every word that Xiaoduo said really pierced straight into his heart. Bit by bit, he uncovered the mystery of the feng shui pond. Then, the family's successive incidents in the past few days. One by one, the facts were laid out before his eyes. Vice Principal Gao had no choice but to believe it. He completely believed it. He really did something wrong. Thinking about his injuries this time, he was indeed tricked, schemed, and set up by someone. Gao Zhiyun, as the person directly involved, was well aware of this point. He was very clear. After connecting all the dots, Gao Zhiyun realized that he had unknowingly become a knife in someone else's hand. Or perhaps his existence had long become a knife for someone or some force. He could not even be considered a pawn. He could be abandoned at any time, discarded at any time, because he did not conspire with anyone at all. But what he did was more precise than what he was instructed to do. "What should we do now?" Gao Zhiyun whispered. "Now, I don't know," Mrs. Gao said lightly. "Ever since I gave birth to 3rd child, I accidentally bled and almost died, so I could not have children. All these years, I did not care if you had many wives or concubines. But don't forget that your surname is always Gao. My surname is Shiman. We've already used up all the glory of our ancestors. This is our own good fortune, and there's nothing to say about it. But if we're accused of treason at the end, even if we die, we won't be able to face our ancestors. Well, maybe you have been shameless for a long time, but I don't have the face to face our ancestors. I really don't know how to explain this to them. My great-grandfather is still the commander of the West, leading tens of millions of soldiers to protect the astral souls. My granddaughter was executed in the country for treason," Mrs. Gao said coldly. "I can't afford to lose face like this." Principal Gao's face darkened. "Don't say any more. You can't afford to lose face like this, but can I? Our Gao family is also a family of generals for generations." Mrs. Gao sneered. "Your Gao family is a family of generals for generations? How can you be so shameless as to say this?" Look at your more than 20 sons, more than 200 grandsons, and even more great-grandsons. How many of them are on the battlefield? Is there even one? Your Gao family has more than 4,000 people now. How many of them are on the battlefield? Family of generals for generations? Is this the family of generals that your Gao family knows? Gao Jian, please don't insult the words family of generals for generations. Mrs. Gao sighed and said sadly, Gao Jian, back then, I took a fancy to you because of your family of generals and your pride. That's why I entrusted my life to you. Now you have fallen step by step into this state. It's my fault for being blind and wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with anyone. Everyone in your Gao family has long given up on the honor of being a family of generals. No one will follow the teachings of your ancestors anymore. I have nothing to say about this. This is the choice of everyone in your Gao family. Mrs. Gao said, and stood up with a sorrowful face. She said softly, Gao Jiun, if you still don't repent sincerely, then, when you recover, let's divorce. I am the daughter of the Shiman family of generals. Even if the family doesn't care about me and doesn't care about me anymore, I can't bring shame to the family. Mrs. Gao didn't wait for Vice Principal Gao to reply. She stood up and left. Behind him, Gao Jiun had a face full of shame as he lowered his head deeply. Chapter 491. The Gao Family of Generals. It was a title from a long time ago. What was the Gao family's ancestral teachings? Again, Gao Jian used all his strength to get up from the bed and slowly walked out of the door. He walked west. There was a newly erected ancestral teachings tablet. Before he got close, he heard complaints. Why are you kneeling here? What's the use? You've been looking at these words all day. No matter how great your ancestors are, they can't jump out from this tablet, right? What's the point of these ceremonies? Besides, our ancestors fought bloody battles to conquer the world. As the descendants, shouldn't we enjoy the glory of our ancestors? We can't let our ancestors' blood be shed for nothing. That's right. If we don't enjoy it, who will? Are we going to let those whose ancestors have never been on the battlefield enjoy it? That's right, that's right. The ancestors planted the tree so that the descendants can enjoy the shade. What a wise saying. I really don't want to kneel. What era is this? What ancestral teachings, really? You have to kneel even if you don't want to. That person emphasized it again and again. It's all because our ancestors haven't woken up yet. It's her turn to use a chicken feather as a token of authority. Gao Jiyun's face was as calm as water as he walked in. When the descendants of the Gao family saw Gao Jiyun, they all knelt with their backs straight. No one said a word. The entire place was silent. No one dared to say anything else. Gao Jiyun walked to the tablet and slowly knelt down. He looked up and stared at the words on the tablet. He sighed softly and read aloud. Blood irrigates the sun and moon bridge for the sake of Yinwu. Death on the battlefield should be with a smile. Death on the battlefield should be with a man's blade. Descendants of the future must remember that killing witch bandits is a hero. Their lives are for the country and the people. Only then can they be worthy of the surname Gao. From today onwards, no matter who it is, anyone who doesn't remember the ancestral teachings of the Gao family will be expelled from the family. From today onwards, all adult males of the Gao family will begin to cultivate the art of killing. When the hidden dragon goes to the front lines for training, they will go together and enlist in the army. Those who don't contribute will never return home. Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the confused gazes of the descendants. He knelt for a full hour before he stood up and bowed deeply. My surname is Gao. I am a descendant of the Gao family of generals. 2 days later, late at night, Vice Principal Gao quietly walked into Yi Chongqing's house alone. No one else knew what the two of them were talking about. However, there was a secret operation in Shangjing that eliminated a stronghold. It was said to be the lair of a famous Qi gazer in the Yinwu Empire. After that, there was a series of actions, but I won't go into detail about them. For an entire week, Zhou Xiaoduo went to school during the day and entered the gravity room without asking for permission. He only came out after school in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon High School's 100 times gravity room was not only much more effective than the 50 times gravity room in Phoenix City's second high school, it was also much sturdier. In the beginning, Xiaoduo could barely move his feet when he entered with 3,000 kilograms of weight. If he had not been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, the gravity alone would have been enough to crush Xiaoduo. With no other choice, Xiaoduo changed to wearing 500 kilograms of weight and entering the 100 times gravity room. Only then could he barely cultivate. Even in the Hidden Dragon High School, which was known as a gathering of geniuses, there were not many people who cultivated in the 100 times gravity room. Most of them cultivated in the 10 times, 20 times, and 50 times gravity rooms with weights. As a result, there weren't many of the 50 rooms that were 100 times the gravity were fully occupied. As for the 5,500 times gravity rooms, there were even fewer people who cultivated there. There were only 10 1,000 times gravity rooms, which were one level higher. Ever since the school bought them, no student had ever entered them. Almost all of them were brand new. Currently, in the entire Astral Souls, the gravitational room with the highest multiplier was the 1,000 times gravity room. Every day, Xiaoduo would cultivate until he was completely exhausted. He would only come out when his whole body was like noodles. Firstly, Xiaoduo's original intention to become stronger was still the same. Secondly, it was because his credits were spent like water. The 100 times gravity room cost 50 credits for an hour. This price was like robbery. Xiaoduo spent at least 10 hours a day in the room. That was 500 credits a day. In just a week, he had used up 3,500 credits. This situation made Xiaoduo's heart ache. I only have so many credits, and I've used up 3,500 credits in a week. Now, I have less than 20,000 credits left. How miserable. I'm so poor. I can't live anymore. The 20,000 credits he had obtained during his first training was definitely not enough. He had to think of a way to earn more credits. There were many times when Xiaoduo had planned to look for Wen Xingtian, Teacher 1, and Yi Changqing to give a lecture. Why? Why did I get so many praise, but I can only stand side by side with Li Qinglong, Meng Zhongjun, and only get 20,000 credits? What can I do with that? With the amount of praise I got, I can't even get 200,000 or 300,000 credits. This is obviously a shady deal, a huge shady deal, especially Yi Changqing, that old man. I gave him so many black stones, and this is how he repaid me. But he didn't dare to go even after he had gathered his courage several times. The reason was simple. The praise he turned in were all defective. If the school wanted to investigate, they could say that none of his praise were qualified, and all of them were invalid. What could he do? Now, though what was done could not be undone, he could only swallow his pride. Besides, Xiaoduo understood that the school was worried that he had too many credits and only cared about cultivating instead of going out to fight. Cultivating and going out to fight were two different paths of martial arts. Neither could be omitted. The richer the combat experience, the stronger the combat power. It was the same for cultivation. But a person who cultivated his whole life to become an expert was far inferior to an expert who polished himself on the battlefield. The gap was so big that it couldn't be measured. This week, Xiao Long came again and again after Xiaoduo fell asleep, but Xiaoduo didn't pay any attention to him. Xiaoduo could tell that this guy was pretending to be young. He was an old scoundrel in his bones. He actually wanted to gain something without risking anything. How could the greedy Xiaoduo tolerate this? Every time he came, he would chase him away immediately. When he had nothing to do, he would play with his Providence points. He would put 7 or 8 drops in his hand and turn them in his palm in front of Xiao Long. When Xiao Long was drooling, he would keep it and chase him away. You want it? No way. Wait until I'm in a better mood. Xiao Long was crying and wiping his tears. He was so pitiful that he wanted to die. But Xiaoduo wouldn't budge. Don't come if you dare. But how could Xiao Long not come? The dragon vein in Fenghai City was really empty. If it wanted to grow, it had to rely on Xiaoduo's Providence points. But the owner of the Providence points was such a guy. What could he do? Xiao Long was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. But of course, Xiaoduo kept Xiao Long hanging because he didn't have a lot of Providence points on hand. When he set foot on the thorny road before, except for the ones used to help with his cultivation and pain control, even if he added the 4 points he just earned from Vice Principal Gao's house, he only had a total of 24 points. Not to mention that Xiao Long couldn't give him any benefits now. Even if he could, Xiaoduo would definitely not trade. With such a small stock, Xiaoduo felt a great sense of crisis. He needed to have some income. But now, he couldn't find time to do other things. He was too busy every day. After cultivating in the 100-fold gravity room for an entire day, his progress was far less than before. The weight he carried had only increased from 250 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms. This kind of progress made Xiaoduo feel that it was too slow. He was unprecedentedly dissatisfied. In addition, they had to collect Star Soul Jade powder every day. In the past week, they had already collected 100 carts of it. That boss son was still very efficient in doing things. He managed to convince more than 10 other shops that collected waste. The amount of Astral Soul's Jade powder that others had was naturally not as much as the hidden Dragonheim Martial School. But the amount of powder collected every day was also not little. There were at least 10 carts. Those shops transferred the Astral Soul's Jade powder to Boss Sunday. They didn't have to go out of the city. Not only did they save a lot of costs, but they could also get a profit of 10 star yuan per cart. It was like money falling from the sky. Naturally, it was amazing. However, Xiaoduo also had a request. Once the Astral Soul's Jade powder was mixed with other things, they couldn't be collected. Only pure Astral Soul's Jade powder was worth collecting. But for these shops, this was not a problem at all. They just had to pay attention when collecting and ensure the original taste. In this week, in the space of Xiaoduo's Annihilation Tower, a boundary a little further away had been laid out layer after layer. Although there weren't many changes for the time being, all the Astral Soul's Jade powder that was sent in were all absorbed by the Annihilation Tower within an hour after being spread out. It was just that no one knew where it was absorbed to. The most direct change in the Annihilation Tower, or rather, the only change, was that more and more places had the same green spots that appeared before. They were ordinary grass that had just sprouted and were slightly green. Soon after, they withered and died. They couldn't survive for long, but Xiaoduo didn't care about this. Anyway, there were plenty of these things every day. He just collected little by little. After a long time, there would be profits. Fang Yinhua called a few times during this period, but it wasn't anything important. He just wanted to report that there were fresh star beasts in the farmstead outside. Xiaoduo also took some time out one night to use the vitality of the star beasts in the farmstead outside the city to charge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Now, the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was in a bright red state. It was very pleasing. Hidden Dragon High School was very peaceful. Nothing happened at all. After Vice Principal Gao woke up, he didn't come to work. He stayed at home to recuperate. If there was a change, it was that the price of the high-grade Astral Soul's Jade powder had increased. Chapter 492. Originally, 10 credits could be exchanged for 1 piece. But now, it was 100 credits for 1 piece. After asking for the reason, it turned out that the price of high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the entire Fenghai City had increased. Supply exceeding demand, the price increase was the law of the market. This was not surprising. What was really surprising was that there was basically no high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market anymore. Well, although it was not completely gone compared to before, it was much, much less. And the main culprit that caused this result was a certain someone who was still unaware, Xiaoduo. First, he used Fang Yinhua to collect high-grade jade of Astral Souls, which had already caused a certain impact on the market. Then, during the student's experiential learning, he sold the Lightning White Tiger and a large number of Astral Souls. It could be said that he had obtained all the high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market. One must know that for these martial arts families, the jade of Astral Souls that they paid for would definitely not be from their own storage. They would all be purchased from the market. This also led to a shortage of high-grade jade of Astral Souls in the market. As long as there was a little bit of it, it would be swept clean. It could be seen that Masters' was casual actions had actually caused inflation. In an extremely secretive place in Fenghai City, 3 or 4 people were secretly negotiating. Have you investigated clearly? Is this kid really so difficult to deal with? One of them asked. It's not that he's difficult to deal with. It's just that he doesn't go out at all. What can we do? This is really troublesome. During this period of time, he's been doing 2 things. Either he goes to school, or he goes back to the villa, or he goes to see Headmaster Sher's wife. All right, I don't know if that kid has been quiet for too long. A few days ago, he went out of the city and then returned to his original path. It's really without any warning. We were completely caught off guard and had no time to react. Depressing. Doesn't he know how to come out and play? Is he just cultivating, eating, and cultivating? Someone frowned. How can there be such a fucking youngster? We can't touch the villa. We don't dare to touch it. Since Yi Chongqing arranged for him to stay there, he must have the intention of protecting him. With Yi Chongqing there, attacking the villa is no different from walking right into a trap and seeking death. We can't go to Principal Sher's house either. With that old lady there, we won't be any better than Yi Chongqing. That's right. But in Hidden Dragon, it's even more impossible. Right now, the only time I can make a move is when I'm on the road. However, it's still difficult on the road to and from school. The distance is too close. There's only a wall separating him from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. On the way to Principal Sher's house, I can give it a try. But as long as I let out a long whistle, the old lady will be there in 2 or 3 seconds at most. Although this amount of time is enough for us to kill that brat, the person who did it is destined not to return. Is it worth it to go to such extremes? Who would be willing to do it? After discussing for a long time, the 4 of them realized that they had no idea where to start. Realizing this, the 4 of them pointed at the sky and cursed wildly. Didn't they hear that this Xiaoduo was very good at causing trouble? Why don't you come out and cause some trouble? Why are you so obedient every day? How can we ambush you? You're simply a bastard. You don't live up to your name. The freshman arena is in a few days. Should we? What's the use of that? The freshman arena. This brat entered the school as the champion of the freshmen. Now that his cultivation has increased greatly, who can kill him? Besides, there aren't any chess pieces that are that strong among the students. Should we wait for the next trial? No. After the incident with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, if we want to make a move during the trial, we'll only be walking into a trap. That damn Dao League, why do they do this? This is so fucking depressing. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Union is dead. Who knows what they were thinking back then? Mo Wuji sighed. Let's take it slow and wait for an opportunity. A person who seemed to be the leader's side. This is the current situation. It's so fucking depressing. When they first received this mission, everyone thought it was very simple. Zhou Xiaoduo used his fortune-telling ability to solve 2 major problems in the Hidden Dragon High School and martial arts tournament, although only the latter one was on their side. However, the higher-ups felt that with such a person in the Hidden Dragon High School, as long as they wanted to take action in the future, they might be obstructed and interfered with. Therefore, killing Zhou Xiaoduo became the top priority. A few of them had seen the target of this mission. He was just a small character at the peak of the innate stage. They didn't take it to heart and accepted it excitedly. However, when they arrived at Fenghai City, they realized that this small character was not simple. They couldn't make a move on him at all. Again and again, they came up with a countermeasure. Time and time again, they defended themselves strictly and closely monitored Zhou Xiaoduo's movements. However, the conclusion they came up with was that most of the time, they would not be able to make a move. Even when there was an opening to make a move, it would attract the most extreme counterattack. Whoever made a move would die. Moreover, there was the premise that they might not be able to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. This was because, according to the information, the pinnacle of the innate realm had already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. Even though the strength of the embryonic breathing realm was still nothing in these people's eyes, when it came to instant killing, succeeding in one strike, and escaping 1,000 miles away, these people knew that they might not be able to do it. The few people who came to this conclusion felt even more depressed than a dog. Now, it was them who were trapped in Fenghai City and couldn't get out. They were really at a loss. Previously, we killed the 3 dandy sons of the Gao clan. Why didn't the Gao clan do anything? Such a big clan. Why didn't they take revenge? This doesn't seem like Gao Zhiyun's character. It's good to create some chaos. It's probably because Gao Zhiyun hasn't recovered for his injuries. He hasn't come to work yet. That means he hasn't recovered yet. The higher-ups told us to keep an eye on Gao Zhiyun. This time, we made use of him. I'm afraid it will be difficult for our relationship to be the same as before. Tisk, who was the one who pretended to be Xiang Quangren to kill Gao Zhiyun? Why? Didn't he kill this old man directly? If he didn't leave a tail, would we be in so much trouble today? Do you think he didn't want to kill him? Gao Zhiyun is quite a capable person. He managed to avoid being hit at the critical moment. He's really lucky that he didn't die. The most important thing is that the guy surnamed Wu went there too early. Otherwise, Gao Zhiyun would have been dead by now if he had even a second to spare. You can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Fisk, watch your words. His realm is much higher than ours. Let's continue to play the game. If it really doesn't work, we can only try it when Zhuo is on his way to old Mistress Shi's place, or when he's on his way home. If there's really no other way, we can only take the risk. Zhuo could clearly feel that his cultivation progress had slowed down. It was unprecedentedly slow. Previously, when he was in the Martial Master and Xiantian realm, he could fill his Dantian with spiritual energy in a few days. But now, even if he had countless high-grade jade of astral souls to help him cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth outside could be obtained as he wished, and the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand was constantly charging that, but his Dantian was still empty. It didn't feel as full as it used to be. He could clearly feel a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians like a tide. But the spiritual energy that surged into his Dantian was first absorbed by the golden pearl. Then it spun at high speed. After one round, it turned into a faint cloud and stayed in his Dantian, but the huge amount of spiritual energy that could fill his Dantian had turned into a wisp of cloud at this moment. The difference was not just huge, it was like heaven and earth. Even if the power had increased and there was a breakthrough in quality, what kind of temper did Zhuo have? If it wasn't filled, it meant that it wasn't safe. It was best to be in the state of being on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. Only then would he be more at ease. It was best to prepare and compress for a breakthrough every day. Although it was painful and bitter, the sense of satisfaction and security was real. He started to cultivate even more recklessly, draining the pond to catch the fish. It was an extremely extravagant way to cultivate. He used the high-grade jade of astral souls as a mattress. He laid on it layer by layer. Below his head and stomach were high-grade jade of astral souls. In his right hand, he held a few pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. The only thing that wasn't holding a high-grade jade of astral souls was the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand. In just a week, 500 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls had turned into nothing. Well, it couldn't be said that they had all turned into nothing. After all, there is still some powder of the jade of astral souls left. However, now that the Star Soul Jade was in Zhuo's hands, it would only take less than a minute for it to be sucked into a pile of powder. It was that powerful. No wonder Teacher Wen doesn't use the jade of astral souls to cultivate anymore. So this is the truth. Zhuo muttered to himself. She probably couldn't withstand such consumption, right? Not only when Xingtian's level, but even Qin Fangyang, Mu Yinyan, Sister Lan, and the rest rarely used the jade of astral souls to cultivate. Well, that's not right. Zhuo suddenly remembered something. When he was at home, Zhuo was at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. When she absorbed the medium gray jade of astral souls, she didn't seem to be as fast as he was now, right? Although he had forgotten how long it had been, it definitely wasn't as fast as him. It was far from it. So what was going on? Zhuo was a little confused. Could it be that he was now stronger than Yin Yin Cat? Could it be counted like that? It couldn't be, right? He was a little confused. Yin Yin Cat was blowing dust all over the sky. It couldn't be him, right? That night, Duo entered the space of the empty extermination pagoda again. He scattered the 7 carriages of jade, of astral soul's powder that he had collected today, as usual. Then, he randomly chose a place to start practicing his hammer and hidden weapon. After working tirelessly for more than 3 hours, he finally exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion. He lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. During this period of time, he had left Xiaolong hanging for 8 to 9 days. It should be about time, right? It was time to talk to this guy. Maybe this guy really had a clue about the top-grade jade of astral souls. Duo fell asleep and soon entered the dreamland. It was still Xiaolong. He blinked his eyes cutely and appeared with a fawning face. Good friend, you are here. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription votes. Chapter 493. Duo frowned and looked unhappy. How can you enter my dreams so easily every time? Because we're friends. This means that we're fated to be together. Xiaolong circled Duo happily. Good guy, do you still have those drops? Duo casually grabbed a dozen drops and turned them around in his palm. You mean this? Xiaolong's eyes immediately widened and he muttered subconsciously, Good guy, give it to me, I want it. His saliva immediately formed a long arc Duo had already collected all the providence points with a flip of his hand. Friend, Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were glowing green as he looked at Duo. He couldn't wait to pounce on him and snatch them away. Did you find a few plants I asked you to look at a few days ago? In order to gain some glory from Xiaolong, Duo went to the school history library a few days ago and searched for a comprehensive collection of heaven and earth treasures. Then, he asked Li Chenglong to steal a copy and put it next to his head. In his dreams, he let Xiaolong see the top 10 heaven and earth treasures, spirit herbs, and spirit herbs. Any one of these was a super treasure that ordinary martial artists would rarely see in their lifetime. Xiaolong's eyes flickered and his tail swayed involuntarily as if he regretted it. I've been lazy these few days and didn't look for them. I've been thinking about the providence points here and really don't have the mood to look for other things. Duo sighed dejectedly. He knew it was hopeless when he saw this guy's expression. For a moment, the two stingy guys stared at each other, speechless for a long time. The current situation was, if Xiaolong was willing, he would be able to find good things for Duo. He would be able to find ore veins and elixirs. These were all good things that money couldn't get. If Duo was willing, he could also give Xiaolong a drop of providence to give him some benefits. But the problem now was that these two misers didn't want to lose out. They both had their own defenses. What if I give it to you first, but you don't give it to me? Then wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? In particular, Duo still had concerns. He couldn't get out now, and he didn't dare to go outside at all. There are probably people out there waiting to kill me, and I don't want anyone else to know about this kind of hidden treasure. I just want to keep it all to myself. Ahem. This made the difficulty of the mission much higher. Now, even if Xiaolong was willing to concede and was willing to offer the treasure, Duo might not be able to get it. In other words, Duo's sense of urgency was no longer as strong as before, especially about the astral soul's jade mine. Duo didn't doubt Xiaolong's words. That guy said that he was sleeping inside, and he made it sound so real that Duo would rather be true about this. After all, only he had providence points, and no one else had them. So, Duo wasn't in a hurry at all now. I still have a lot of the top-grade Astral Soul's jade mine. Old man, you can still hold on for 3 to 5 years. He won't die no matter what. Even if I dig it out now, I'll just put it in the space ring and idle it. Why should I be in a hurry? Duo wasn't in a hurry, but Xiaolong was still very anxious. Tell me, what will it take for you to be willing to give it to me? Xiaolong was very depressed and finally began to give in. I've already helped you transform this tower. This is a practical action. You can choose not to thank me, but you can't not appreciate it. Why should I appreciate it? Did I let you transform it? Your actions have destroyed the tranquility of my pagoda. I haven't settled the score with you yet. If we really want to talk about it, you should compensate me. Destroyed the peace? I'll compensate you? Xiaolong's eyes widened. He even suspected that he had heard wrongly. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. Yes, but I'm a generous person. I won't be calculative. Anyway, you've already transformed it. Even if I blame you, it's useless. With your stinginess, will you compensate me? So Xiaoduo said magnanimously. Xiaolong blinked. You could be even more shameless. Once I get all of your deity, I'll empty your tower and return you to your original state. I'll let you completely return to peace. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Little guy, do you think I don't know what you're thinking just because you're a dragon? You're still too inexperienced to play mind games with me. Let's talk about the conditions. Xiaolong was listless. I'll take a step back first. Otherwise, I'm afraid this human won't play with me anymore. People these days are really difficult to deal with. They're not generous at all. Conditions. How about this? As long as you find one of the top 10 herbs, I'll give you a drop of it. Of course, it'll only count when I get my hands on it. I'll give you a drop for every type of spirit medicine I get. Fair and reasonable. Fair and square, right? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a cunning light. No, absolutely not. Xiaolong shook his head and rejected without hesitation. I'm at a huge disadvantage. The herbs you've given me are all of the best quality. Such good stuff may not be seen even once in 10,000 years. You're actually talking about species with me. If I find hundreds of them at once, you'll only give me a drop? How can there be such logic in this world? So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, this guy isn't stupid. We can't talk about one type. Xiaolong directly demanded an exorbitant price. 1 herb, 10 drops. Bullshit. Do you think my luck points are cabbages? So Xiaoduo directly started to mumble, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming. Wait. Xiaolong's voice became sharp. We can still negotiate. But it was too late. Once again, he was kicked out of the dream by his good friend. Xiaolong was extremely depressed. If I had known earlier that this guy is a miser like me, and like me, he won't act unless there's an incentive, I wouldn't have asked for so much. Looks like I have to lower the price. It seems like this good friend of mine doesn't have a lot of those beeps. However, the ones he took out and played with today were already quite a lot. Xiaolong flipped through the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had copied with his own method. Looking at the first 10 types, he sighed. This time, he really studied it seriously. After studying for a long time, he hurried out. I have to go and look for it. Otherwise, it'll be hard to negotiate. Xiaolong disappeared in a flash. Obviously, he really put it into action and went to look for good things. So the Xiaoduo woke up from the dream and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation slowly. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Humph. So Xiaoduo shook his head. Don't you know who Master Zhuo is? I'm just collecting money for fun. From the time Xiaolong came to find him until now, the man and the dragon had already fought more than 10 times. Xiaolong was stingy at the beginning, but now he started to take the initiative to look for the elixirs. He retreated step by step, and he was about to be defeated like a collapsing mountain. However, Xiaoduo felt that it was not enough. He still needed to suppress it. Otherwise, this stingy little devil would definitely play tricks again. Because if it were him, he would definitely play tricks. So Xiaoduo put himself in Xiaolong's shoes and felt that this Xiaolong was as despicable and shameless as himself. How could he be at ease? At least for now, he was still far from being at ease. During this period of time, whenever Xiaoduo had free time, he would do his best to collect records related to the dragon vein, including some unofficial historical materials. He even let Swollen Black search Yanwu's National Library. However, the theory of the dragon vein was always limited to the terrain. No one had ever said that the dragon vein could actually condense into a dragon. Even if it was a dragon with form, but no substance, there were no legends related to it, let alone any records. It was just a kind of terrain that condensed a kind of super strong luck, and it was called the dragon vein. Actually, it was more appropriate to call it the vein of luck, This was the accepted explanation of the dragon vein. However, what was up with this Xiaolong? Not only did it condense into a form, but it could also speak. It was extremely intelligent, knew how to be petty, and liked to take advantage of others. This was already beyond everyone's understanding. It had probably never appeared since ancient times. However, it kept coming to his dreams to harass him every day. He didn't know whether it was fate, opportunity, or misfortune. This was Xiao Duo's side. He was too handsome, and even a dragon came to harass him. It was really troublesome. It was Monday of a new week again. There was a commotion in the Hidden Dragon High School again. An unusual aura surged endlessly. Someone saw that Vice Principal Gao had come to work. Xiang Kuangren and Wen Xingtian were all on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. The one surnamed Gao had returned with serious injuries. He was definitely going to do something. As usual, Vice Principal Gao attended the meeting on Monday. However, Vice Principal Gao completely ignored the hostility of Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others. Instead, he made a request. In December, the students of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades of the Hidden Dragon High School will go to the Sun Moon Pass battlefield training once a year. I hope that the descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. I've already asked someone to inform the front line. Once they arrive, they will immediately be integrated into the army and be disbanded for training. From then on, they will be considered as part of the army. However, they didn't join the army through the formal procedures, so the army won't send anyone to pick them up. They need to go there themselves. Therefore, I want to borrow the team of the Hidden Dragon High School to go together. Vice Principal Gao's words directly stunned everyone. Xiang Kuangren and Wen Xingtian were even more confused. After being seriously injured, their brains were damaged. Were they sending their descendants to the front line to die? Don't you have any idea of the quality of the Gao family's people? If one went, one would die. If two went, two would die. Even if the whole family went, they would all die. Okay. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chongqing agreed without the slightest hesitation or surprise. In December, the Hidden Dragon High School will go to war. The students will train for 2 months. The descendants of the Gao family can accompany them. Thank you, Principal. Vice Principal Gao slowly sat down. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said in a low voice, "Old Gao, what are you doing?" Vice Principal Gao said indifferently, "There are too many people in the family. We can't afford to raise them. We'll send them to the battlefield and let them earn their own food. They're all adults. Don't tell me that they'll blindly rely on us old people." Chapter 494. Vice Principal Wu frowned and said, "But a place like Sun Moon Pass is too dangerous. Old Gao, why do you let your descendants do this? They can't make a living doing something." Vice Principal Gao let out a sigh of relief and said, "My Gao clan is also a family of generals. If our descendants don't go to the battlefield, wouldn't it be a waste of the name of a family of generals?" Family of generals. Ha ha. Xiang Kuangren laughed loudly. In the past 100 years, has your Gao clan ever produced a general? How dare you say that your clan is a family of generals? You have no sense of shame. Vice Principal Wu slammed the table. Old Xiang, what do you mean by that? Vice Principal Wei said indifferently. Xiang Kuangren, are you trying to stir up trouble again? Vice Principal Gao stood up and stared straight at Xiang Kuangren. He said indifferently, "Old Xiang, we've always disliked each other. Today is no exception. Today, I'll make a bet with you. This time, 300 of my Gao clan's descendants will follow the students to the Sun Moon Pass. The bet is that these people will either die within 3 years, or someone will become a general. Since you hate my Gao clan so much, I wonder if you dare to make the bet. Do you dare to accept this bet?" Vice Principal Gao's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were bloodshot. For a moment, Xiang Kuangren, who had always been a hero, was intimidated by his aura. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Are you going to let me off so easily? What do you want to bet? Let's bet that we'll have all the best seats in the 3 continents." Xiang Kuangren's pupils suddenly shrank. He slammed the table and said, "I'll bet." At this moment, More than 80% of the people present felt that they were like two monks scratching their heads in confusion. Could it be that they were dreaming? Otherwise, how could they have heard about such an explosive bet? The bet was already explosive enough, but the bet after that was even more shocking. All the best seats in the 3 continents. This table was the best table in the entire world. It was extremely rare to see one. It was said that no one would be able to eat it even once in 10 years. In fact, it was more than a rare occurrence. The last time this table appeared was more than 50 years ago. The so-called 3 continents best feast was a gathering of the best delicacies from the Umno Alliance, the Astral Souls, and the Tao League. The ingredients used were at least cloud transformation, realm, astral beast meat. 9 precious astral beasts from each continent were used as the main ingredients, and half a kilogram of each astral beast essence was used. There were 9 types of top-notch edible treasures in each continent, and 1 plate for each continent. There were also the sea star beasts from the 3 continents. There were still 9 species on each continent, and the essence of each species was taken. There were 9 types of edible heavenly treasures in each of the 3 continents and oceans, and 1 plate of each type. There were 9 types of star beasts flying in the skies of the 3 continents, and 1 caddy of each type of star beast was taken. Finally, there was also the spirit wine brewed from the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 3 continents. Each continent had 9 types of wine, but only this was unlimited. An ordinary ancient martial arts clan might not be able to afford such a feast, even if they had 1,000 years of history. These 2 people were actually using it for a bet. No matter who won this round, based on the wealth of these 2 clans, after the feast, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would not be able to recover from the setback. What are we betting on? How do we win? When Xing Tian added, laughing, I'll be the judge. When it's time to eat, just count me in. Everyone rolled their eyes. Fuck, I was just about to say it, but this guy beat me to it. The judge's identity was really worth it. He did not need to pay anything to be able to attend the feast. If he won or lost, he would definitely be able to bask in the glory. However, no one could tell that when Xing Tian was actually helping Xiang Quangren. Although Vice Principal Gao's words were full of emotion, it was not impossible for him to set a trap. Now that he was going to talk about the details of the bet, he wanted to expose all the hidden secrets in front of everyone. Moreover, he had snatched the position of judge to intervene and not cause the situation to be unbalanced. At the end of the day, when Xing Tian still did not trust Vice Principal Gao, let's bet. Vice Principal Gao took a deep breath, and his voice sounded like it was going to explode. Whether or not there is a general among my descendants. Xiang Quangren, you can choose to bet or not. Xiang Quangren rolled his eyes and said, I'll bet. Vice Principal Gao was stunned and said angrily, then I'll have to not bet. If you don't bet, you'll pay. If you bet, I'll pay. All right, it's a deal. Xiang Quangren laughed heartily. Throughout the whole process, Yi Changqing did not say anything. He just watched with a smile on his face. He did not say a word and did not comment. However, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Liu, and the rest all looked gloomy. Gao Zhiyun's behavior today was a little abnormal. What was going on? Why did this guy suddenly show signs of betrayal after a single battle? Usually, they would never be on the same side. Why was there such a change today? Xiang Quangren laughed maniacally. Gao Zhiyun, I still look down on you. But since you dared to say that you're going to send your children and grandchildren to the battlefield, and even dare to make such a bet, then you're still a man. You have guts. Therefore, I agree to bet with you. However, your descendants have been spoiled for many years. It will be difficult for them to withstand the wind and rain. I'm afraid there will be a lot of losses this time. Even if you're ruthless, I can't stand it. Later, I will send them to Hidden Dragon City for recruit training. They will train until December to increase their life-saving ability. Even if they are not sharpening their spears at the last minute, it will still be good. Thank you. Vice Principal Gao stood up. Thank you for your kindness. Vice Principal Xiang. I'm not doing this for you. Anyone who dares to go to the battlefield is a man of Yanwu. If they do their best and are still killed because they are not as strong as others, we have nothing to say. However, directly throwing delicate flowers into the battlefield and sending them to their deaths is not something I would do, because that is framing, not sacrificing. Xiang Kuangren snorted. Come and report tomorrow. I have to get rid of all the bad habits of those brats and pull out all the thorns on their bodies. Otherwise, just their bad habits alone will make the soldiers at the border laugh at our Fenghai country for not having enough people, sending these good-for-nothings to make up the numbers. What a laughingstock. Okay, who has more? Send them over now. Xiang Kuangren slammed the table. Every December, from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, was the time when the soldiers of Sun Moon Pass went home for the new year and reunited with their families. This was also the military's tradition. These soldiers who had been guarding the border for a whole year were allowed to go home. Go home and see the families they protected, the country they protected, and the prosperous era they protected. However, during this period, there would be a certain period of emptiness. During this period, there would be senior students from various high martial arts organizations, as well as the descendants of various families who wanted to join the army, going to the trial. They would use this force to fill up the emptiness. This trial would last for 2 months. During this period, the UMNO Alliance would also celebrate the new year. After all, they were also separated from the continent of astral souls. Everyone's customs and habits were similar. Therefore, during this period, even if there were battles, there would not be many. No one wanted to be tainted with too much blood during this period. During these 2 months, there were even many years where the troops did not fight a single battle. They just came back to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield at the border. Most of the high martial arts students spent most of their time listening to the martial artists and old women at the front line bragging for 2 months. Therefore, it was not very dangerous. However, for the students who participated in the trial, they still had to prepare for the battle with all their might. Otherwise, if there was a battle, this group of students and martial artists who went up later would definitely die in large batches. Many of the descendants of the families who had already graduated also joined the army at this time after being influenced by their families for a few years. This group of new recruits was united with the students of the high martial arts universities. It was almost a routine, and for a period of time before they left, everyone would be training together. And Xiang Kuangren of Hidden Dragon High School was the vice principal in charge of this year. But these were not important, or rather, they were not the main point. Because at this moment, Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Wei, and the others were puzzled by one thing. This matter, for Vice Principal Gao, was abnormal. No matter how they looked at it, there was a sense of abnormality. What was the reason for this? The bet with Xiang Kuangren was to eat and drink a lot. Although the bet was very high, but was betting on food and drink something that would happen between Vice Principal Gao and Xiang Kuangren? Shouldn't the two of them be fighting each other to the death the moment they see each other? What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such an abnormal thing to happen? Yi Changqing knocked on the table and said indifferently, "As for the details of this matter, you two can study it yourselves after the meeting. A school is a school, not a casino." Vice Principal Gao said, "There's one more thing. Speak. I came to Hidden Dragon High School to fulfill my duties as a vice principal. I don't have any other responsibilities, so I have a lot of free time. From this year onwards, I want to take on a part-time role and arrange some time to teach in the lower levels." Vice Principal Gao said, "I can teach staff techniques. I'm quite confident in this aspect." The Gao family staff technique was also famous on the battlefield. However, it had not appeared on the battlefield for many years. Hearing this, Yi Changqing immediately fell silent. Vice Principal Gao waited quietly. Subconsciously, Xiang Kuangren wanted to stand up and curse. You can't even teach your own son well, yet you still want to teach students? If you teach students, saying that you're leading them astray would be an understatement. You're just casually poisoning them and harming them. But when Xingtian stopped him with a look, Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu also sat up straight and waited for the next development. Gao Zhiyun wanted to directly interfere with the teaching. Was he planning to seize power from here? Gao Zhiyun was so scheming. Yi Changqing was silent for a long time. Just when everyone thought that he would not agree, he finally said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Vice Principal Gao to teach the second grade. As a new student, you don't have enough experience. I'm afraid that you'll make mistakes. The third grade and above are basically set in stone. There's no benefit in going. You can train in the second grade for a while and see the results." "Thank you, Vice Principal." Gao Zhiyun was overjoyed. In just a few words, Gao Zhiyun had successfully seized power. Was it that easy? Vice Principal Wei and Vice Principal Wu were shocked. They could not sit still anymore and stood up at the same time. "Vice Principal, I also want to. Today's 2 chapters. I haven't rested for 4 months. My heart is in a mess. I'll rest for half the afternoon. I'll go fishing by the river." Chapter 495. You two want it too? Yi Changqing rolled his eyes in his mind. Then, he slapped the table and put on a straight face. "No way. If all of you leave, who will do the work? We could talk about it later. Especially you, Vice Principal Gao. You can't make any mistakes in your work. If you don't do your job well, you should go back to doing what you're supposed to do." Then, he didn't allow the two to speak and said directly, "Now, let's get back to business. The next important thing is the freshman competition. We have to hurry." Martial Arts Department. The 2 vice principals sat down awkwardly and cursed in their minds. What did he mean by now? Let's get back to business. This sentence was simply disgraceful. Was what we were going to talk about, not business. Yi Changqing was too much. Hearing Yi Changqing call his name, when Xing Qian of the Martial Arts Department stood up, "We've started to build the arena. It should be finished by tomorrow afternoon. But there's one thing. Well, will Zhou Xiaoduo participate in the freshman competition?" Zhou Xiaoduo's strength was now far beyond his peers. If he participated in the freshman competition, he wouldn't even need to fight. He could just stand in the arena and sleep and be the champion. Because everyone who went up would only say one word: surrender. Yi Changqing said firmly, "Zhou Xiaoduo can't participate in the freshman competition." He rejected it directly without any hesitation. When Xing Tian's face twitched. "Okay, I understand. It was within his expectations." "Li Chenglong," Yi Changqing said. When Xing Tian stood up hurriedly. "Li Chenglong can participate." Yi Changqing glanced at him. When Xing Tian coughed and sat down awkwardly. "If Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't participate, you have already taken away the absolute trump card of my class. However, considering that Zhou Xiaoduo's strength is even worse than that of an animal, it is indeed unfair to the other students to have him participate. So be it. It is a good opportunity to polish his state of mind. But you actually want to get rid of Li Chenglong as well? If the other classes were to take the championship, where would I put my face? Those who know that my 2 trump cards were forcefully expelled by the evil forces. But those who don't know will think that there is a problem with my teaching standards." When Xing Tian. "Am I, when Xing Tian, shameless? I'm in class 1. All right. The competition will be held in a week's time. Everyone, go back and prepare yourselves," Yi Changqing said. "All right. 4-year deans, you must look after the students." "Yes. Also, before the grand competition, organize another freshman's training. Go and earn some credits." Yi Changqing sighed. "I'm afraid that many children won't have enough credits." "Yes. Open missions to students at the Origin Core realm and above. Not only school missions, but also Star Shield missions, military missions, and even missions from society, the Department of Investigation Services, and so on. All of them are open to students." "Yes. Hidden Dragon High School instructors, after the mission begins, cancel all leave and return to their posts." "Yes." Yi Changqing was silent for a while, as if he was thinking. Then he said, "After the Spring Festival, when the people who have undergone the baptism of the battlefield return, the challenges of the various high schools in the country will begin again. I don't know if this year's Hidden Dragon High School. There will be people who will kick down the mountain gate. Regarding this matter, make some arrangements and see who will go. No matter what, I only have one request, and that is, our Hidden Dragon High School's own mountain gate cannot be kicked down by others." Yi Changqing's eyes flashed like thunder and lightning. If there is someone who comes to kick down the mountain gate, you all will make your own arrangements to meet them. The school's higher-ups will not participate. However, if any of the classes are defeated, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Cough, cough, cough. The second and third year deans all happened to coincidentally cough. Their two faces were like two wrinkled old eggplants that had no water in them. They started to distort. The first years did not have the qualifications to challenge, so there would not be any first years coming to challenge them. As for the fourth years, they were basically out doing missions all year round, polishing themselves. They rarely stayed in the school, so naturally, there were not many people who came to challenge them. Therefore, if they were to challenge them, it would basically be the second or third year students. In addition to Yi Changqing's explicit order, the 2-year deans suddenly felt that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Principal. The second-year deans were a little bald. They stood up with a bitter face and said, if ancestral Gragon and Yun Duan come, the victory and defeat. In other words, they naturally had confidence in winning against the other schools, but against ancestral Gragon and Yun Duan, they did not have that much confidence. Don't you know that Hidden Dragon has been going downhill all these years? Don't you have any self-awareness? You don't care about mercy? What the hell do you want us to do? Seeing this, Yi Changqing could not help but sigh. For 10 consecutive years, Hidden Dragon had always been suppressed by Yun Duan and Ancestral Gragon's second and third year students. No wonder the two deans' faces were ugly, as if they had eaten shit. But this problem was also difficult for Yi Changqing. Can't force them to lose? That's impossible. But at this juncture, do you want me, the principal, to say, Yun Duan and Ancestral Gragon are here, so it's okay to lose? You 2-year deans know how to be shameless, but do you think I, the principal of the school, don't know how to be shameless? Yi Changqing looked at the second-year deans in annoyance and said angrily, fight with your life on the line. If you lose, you have to lead the second-year teachers to dance in the plaza. Just do a plaza dance. The second-year dean's bald head was sweating profusely. Fuck, I'll be beaten to death. The third-year deans could not help but wipe their cold sweat. Fortunately, I did not open my mouth to ask. Otherwise, I would be the one dancing. I'd already opened my mouth just now, but this baldy beat me to it. That was close, that was close. Is there anything else? Yi Changqing waited for 2 seconds and then said, meeting dismissed. After the meeting, Vice Principal Gao was pulled away by Vice Principal Wu. No one knew what the two of them were talking about. Xiang Quangren came to Yi Changqing and said, Boss, did this Gao Zhiyun eat the wrong medicine? Yi Changqing said indifferently, be more polite. He's also a vice principal, the same rank as you. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xiang Quangren rubbed his head. A strange feeling that he could not figure out what was going on spontaneously arose. Idiot! When Xingtian scolded disdainfully and also left. Who are you scolding? Xiang Quangren was furious. But when Xingtian was already far away, Xiang Quangren frowned and pondered. Finally, he came to a realization. You're saying that Gao Zhiyun is an idiot. That must be it. He nodded, thinking that he understood and left with a carefree heart. That the school was in full swing, building various arenas and arenas. The students, on the other hand, were training at a higher intensity. Even Zhou Xiaoduo, who had not received the bad news that he was not allowed to participate in the competition, still went into the gravity room to train every day. He trained himself half to death every day. He had just reached the 500 kilograms weight limit and was still in the adaptation period. And this situation made Zhou Xiaoduo feel very frustrated. I originally had a 30,000 kilograms weight limit record, but now I can only train with a 500 kilograms weight every day. I haven't even officially passed the adaptation period. Failure. According to the time in Phoenix City, he should have changed by now. Of course, the main reason was that no one cared and no one set the standards. But now, when Xingtian threw him a list, you have to carry a 500 kilograms weight and complete all the tasks on this list before you are allowed to change to the next level. All of them had to be done to the standard, preferably 3 times. and the standards of these tasks were all beyond the level of difficulty. None of them could be done easily, but Xiaoduo did not care. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. It's just reaching the standard. Why would I be afraid? Back when I was practicing hidden weapons with Sister Nien, there were so many strange and unreasonable requirements. I gradually adapted and completed them better and better, more and more perfect. It's enough. And so, he began to train day and night. Isn't it just reaching the standard? Isn't it just reaching the standard? As Xiaoduo entered the gravity room for a long time and rarely appeared in front of others, Li Chenglong began to dominate the class. Every day, he would grab his classmates and beat them up. It was like an elephant grabbing a white rabbit and ravaging it crazily. And there was no end to it. Reality proved that when a person who was often bullied suddenly had a chance to bully others, that kind of feeling was simply incurable. Once it was started, it could not be stopped. It was much more ruthless and crazy than when others bullied him. Li Chenglong beat his classmates crazily. Of course, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong bore the brunt of his attacks. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Hanjin, Piao Piao, Yin and the others in the military shop were also the main targets. Every day, every hour, every moment, these people were beaten black and blue by Li Chenglong until their faces were swollen beyond recognition. The sect leader never discriminated between men and women when he beat people. Once he caught them, he would hammer them. In the end, the class complained incessantly. When Xingtian finally could not stand it anymore, he grabbed Li Chenglong and threw him into the 50x gravity room. Can't you do it? Go there and train. After Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong left, the class immediately returned to the state of dragons fighting for supremacy. No one was willing to submit to the other. Usually, you and I are the ones who get beaten up. Now, you want to be the boss? I want to be the boss too. If you don't submit, come and fight me. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? As a result, the Warring States era was completely opened when Xingtian finally flew into a rage. The reason was that during a martial arts theory class, when Xingtian was teaching, when there was a sudden boom from below, Xiang Chong and Hao Hanjin had already started fighting. Then, Xiang Bing grabbed Zhen Piao Piao and started to hammer her. Xiang Bing had wanted to beat her for a long time. She wanted to buy a white lightning tiger from this girl, but Zhen Piao Piao did not sell it. Xiang Bing was furious. Who told you not to give me a white lightning tiger? I'll beat you to death. For a moment, the whole class was in chaos. They were quickly divided into two groups of people who fought together. When Xingtian's face turned purple with anger. This was a martial arts theory class, not a combat class. You bastards are simply looking down on the teachers. Then, when Xingtian made his move, he attacked in all directions and sent the whole class into the nutrition cabin in the blink of an eye, until the next combat class. When the teachers on duty arrived at the field, they only saw an empty field. There was not a single student, only when Xingtian stood under a tree outside the field with a dark face. The teaching assistant stood behind when Xingtian, trembling as he recorded. Where are they? Minister Wen? I killed them all. When Xingtian's anger had not subsided, his words were full of killing intent. Chapter 496. The three teachers looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. You're really something. If you're really willing to kill one of them, then we'll admire you. On the other hand, the Gao family had also officially joined the training team. On the other side of the wall, they were drilled to the point where they wished they were dead. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The host in charge of the training, Xiang Quangren, hit them hard and ruthlessly. Every day, there were people crying for their mothers. This performance made Xiang Quangren so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. What kind of fucking thing is Gao Zhiyun throwing at me? So he went to find trouble with Gao Zhiyun. Vice Principal Gao was even angrier than Xiang Quangren when he found out. He directly rushed over, grabbed his grandchildren, and beat them to death. In a few seconds, he broke more than a dozen of their legs. Whoever embarrasses me again will be expelled from the family immediately. Get the fuck out of here. Vice Principal Gao, who was scolded by his wife at home, finally dared to scold here. This fuck your grandmother curse was truly grand and imposing. After Gao Jiyun left, the Gao family's grandchildren were all well-behaved. At least no one wanted to find their mother anymore. A few days later, Hidden Dragon High School started this year's freshman competition. With the start of the freshman competition, Li Qinglong was finally able to come out of the gravity room. As soon as he appeared, he occupied an arena. He fought with great joy every day, with an aura of exultation and extreme satisfaction. He had the aura of someone who could compete with him. As for the main character, Zhua Xiaoduo was still locked in the gravity room to cultivate. Let me out. I want to fight. So Xiaoduo, who found out the truth from Li Qinglong, screamed in his heart every day. Of course, he only screamed in his heart. He could never say it out loud. A certain handsome leader of the Feng family was waiting for him to go out and fight. He still wanted to use this freshman competition to write more than 100,000 words. If he went out, he would succeed. I won't go out. I'll give you water. Use other water. Shangjing. 9 Heavens Pavilion. Turn in the mission. The civet team came to turn in their mission again. This is the second level's mission, right? Yes, they couldn't complete it. Our leader thought it was quite simple, so he brought us to complete it. We've also completed this mission. This. We've completed it. This is the quest item. There's also this mission. This should be on the 3rd floor, right? Our captain said that he didn't do it on purpose. He just happened to pass by and encountered it. He only found out that it was a mission on the 3rd floor after killing it. There should be a reward for this, right? Can we hand it in here? And this is a mission from the military. It was on the way, so we completed it together. Do you want to receive the reward here? Or, after a round of calculations, even the staff of the Meritorious Service Department was stunned. Ever since this civet had arrived, it had been quite obedient at first. It only did what it was told to do. But now his subjective initiative had been greatly enhanced. He sent out a list of missions in one go and went through them one by one. While completing his own mission, he conveniently completed the missions on the 2nd and 3rd floors. This was something that had happened quite a few times already. Where's your captain? Captain said that she couldn't be bothered with something as trivial as handing in the mission. She has already gone back to cultivate. Increasing her strength is the most important thing. The Zhua Xiaoyan, who had just returned, heard a knock on the door. She didn't move her body and just waved her hand casually. The door opened. A handsome young man stood at the door, holding a bouquet of delicate flowers in his hand. He had a dazzling smile on his face. Then, a gust of bone-chilling wind blew, and the flowers in his hand withered instantly. The person instinctively looked around and saw that the room was filled with ice and snow. The room was covered in white and silver. The Zhua Xiaoyan, who was sitting on a large ice lotus seat in the middle of the room, was dressed in a snow-white robe. She turned her head and looked at him with indifferent eyes. There was no emotion at all. Although she didn't say a word and didn't even make a sound, her calm eyes were clearly asking impatiently, "What's the matter?" That beautiful face, that awe-inspiring and cold temperament, that unreachable feeling, that cold and unworldly purity, and that elegant demeanor of being at the top, that all of these turned into a torrential cold current along with her eyes. It made people shudder and shiver uncontrollably. The young man instantly felt that although the other party was picturesque and beautiful, she was the fairy Guanghan who was above the clouds, and he was just the most ordinary person among all the living beings. A sense of distance that was as wide as heaven and earth arose spontaneously and was difficult to erase. I'm fine. His face was stiff. On the one hand, it was because of the cold, and on the other hand, it was because he was scared. A gust of cold wind blew, and the door was slammed shut. The young man stood at the door for a long time in a daze. He only felt that his heart had sunk into an ice cave. It was cold and desperate. In short, there was no warmth at all. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and went back with the broken bouquet in his arms. As soon as he returned to the martial arts arena, he was greeted with a burst of laughter. Is it over? It's over. The young man was in a daze. After a long time, he finally sighed. You guys dug a hole for me. I just came back and you gave me such a big setback. How did it feel? Did she talk to you? Talk. The young man was sad. Just a calm look and my whole body was frozen. No wonder you guys didn't dare to go. You've all suffered before, right? Of course. This civet lady has outstanding talent, and her cultivation progress is also extremely fast. Sigh. Don't think about it. The young man smiled bitterly. This kind of woman is the kind of woman who, with just a glance, gives you the feeling that this woman is from a completely different world from you. You can only look up to her, but you can't get close to her. I really can't get any confidence at all. She didn't ignore you or ignore you, but she can make you feel that it's impossible. The young man shook his head. I can't even think about it. How can a person be so cold? Someone inside laughed. We brothers have already been convinced. We can only look at such a woman. Sigh. Out in the Xian ice room. This Xian ice room was a special reward that Zhou Xiaoyan exchanged for when she completed a task. Basically, after every task, Zhou Xiaoyan would exchange all the rewards for the deep-sea Xian ice. There were two kinds of Xian ice. One came from the snow mountain, and the other came from the deep sea. The Xian ice in the deep sea was even rarer. It was an extremely precious thing. Ordinary powerhouses couldn't even see it, let alone get it. If one wanted to get the deep-sea Xian ice, he or she would have to be at least above the cloud transformation realm to have a slight chance of getting it. Ordinary cloud transformation realm powerhouses couldn't get it either. Even someone as strong as Xiaoyan couldn't get it by herself with her current cultivation, let alone others. However, she could exchange for it by completing tasks. Now, her bed, the lotus seat she used for cultivation, and even the tables, chairs, benches, and other household items that could be used had all been turned into items made of deep-sea Xian ice. Of course, most of the things in the room hadn't been changed. Zhou Xiaoyan's short-term goal was to replace all the furniture in the room, including the ceiling and floor, with this kind of deep-sea Xian ice. Humans had to set a small goal in the short term. Based on the current situation, achieving it was only a matter of time. The deep-sea Xian ice had a strong and targeted supplementary effect on Zhou Xiaoyan's moon scripture. The cold qi in the deep-sea Xian ice could make her moon scripture revolve faster and smoother. There would always be a beneficial effect. Moreover, it could continuously produce cold qi. Zhou Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. She was calm and continued to work hard to compress her spiritual energy. Now, she had already reached the pinnacle of the origin elixir realm and had already gone through the compression of her real spirit qi 5 times. Now, she was compressing for the 6th time. The origin elixir realm belonged to the golden elixir realm. The pain she had to endure during the compression process was even greater than the thorny path. However, Zhou Xiaoyan had experienced the compression of the embryonic breathing realm many times before, so she was already used to such a situation. When I was compressing the embryonic breathing realm, although it was the power of heaven and earth and the power of the phoenix vein that prevented me from breaking through, and although it was a very passive experience of suppression, it also helped me to increase my potential in this area. This time, based on the current situation, I can suppress it at least 9 times. But I can't be satisfied with just that. The ancients said that 9 times was the limit, similar to the limit of numbers. However, that was mainly referring to the compression of the thorny path's vital essence. I have suppressed it dozens of times in the embryonic breathing realm. Obviously, it has greatly exceeded the knowledge of the past practitioners. Then, the limit of my suppression will definitely not be limited to 9 times. I have to try to compress as much as possible. I definitely can't limit the number of suppression to 9 times from the start. Duo dog actually wants to catch up with me. How can I let him catch up with me? Zhou Xiaoyan's face revealed a tinge of gentleness and arrogance. I'm not going to wait for him. I'm going to put in 10 times more effort to completely suppress this little dog in this lifetime. If he catches up with me one day, With this little dog's temper, won't he be arrogant to the heavens? And he's going to show off in front of me every day. This definitely can't happen. As long as she thought of this matter and imagined the scene, Zhuo Xiaoyan was even more motivated. Little dog, in this lifetime, you will always follow behind me and slowly catch up with me. You will always be within sight, but unattainable. In the future, in our family, whoever's martial arts is stronger will have the final say. She thought of the time when she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo again. When she casually mentioned her progress, she saw the little dog's stunned and shocked expression, as well as its depressed and aggrieved expression, as if it was a puppy that had been beaten up. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly felt refreshed and high-spirited. The corner of her mouth suddenly revealed a sweet smile. At this moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Chapter 497. Ever since there was more Xian ice in the room, the signal of the most expensive and high-end mobile phone, which claimed to be designed for cultivators, was inevitably affected. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoyan placed the mobile phone on the signal receiver and placed it on the windowsill at the edge of the room. This was the place in the room that was least affected by the deep-sea Xian ice. She waved her hand, and the mobile phone flew to her. There was a group message on the phone. "Captain, we have received the reward. The Xian ice that you exchanged for this reward is in our office. It is so big. It is so cold. Please come and collect it." So Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. Then he put down his phone and flew out. The door opened. A gust of extremely cold air flowed into the room, causing the temperature of the entire building to drop by more than 10 degrees. On this floor, even the corridor was covered in a layer of white frost. If Zhuo Xiaoyan had not closed the door immediately, the entire corridor would have been covered in a thick layer of ice in a short period of time. "Civet is out," someone shouted, and many heads popped out as if they were looking at something rare. Zhuo Xiaoyan walked downstairs. Many people were standing at the door and looking at her. There were even a few old men who were intentionally or unintentionally looking in their direction. A few young men suddenly stopped in the hall and started to chat enthusiastically. They laughed from time to time. They seemed to be very cheerful and bright. However, the cold air swept past them, and they could not see her figure clearly. She had already entered an office. After a while, the cold air intensified. Zhuo Xiaoyan came out with the Xian ice. The cold air swept past them, and they could not see her figure clearly. Zhuo Xiaoyan had already disappeared into her room. Everyone felt a sense of loss. They were all staring at her, but they still could not see her. Civet should have reached the infant transformation stage, right? Bullshit. I am at the advanced infant transformation stage. I almost froze to death just now. Cough. What is her cultivation stage? The peak of the inner core stage. Someone revealed. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Why is it impossible? She's still on the first floor. If she has already broken through to the nascent soul stage, do you think the leaders are blind and would let such a thing happen? What is going on? What level is such a character at? What level is he at? What does he represent? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Although Civet is still on the first floor and mainly takes on the first level missions, she can complete all the missions on the lower 3 floors as long as she is satisfied with them. What the hell? Then why hasn't she leveled up? I'm compressing my realm, idiot. The primal core realm can actually be compressed? Wasn't that already at the level of golden core? How can I compress it? Idiot. How can a genius be the same as you? Sob, sob, sob. I also enjoyed the reputation of being a genius back then. Disgusting. Scram. I can only say that there are different levels of geniuses. Geniuses like you only appear once in 3 or 5 years, while Civet is a peerless genius that appears once in 1,000 years or even once in 10,000 years. Similarly, in Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaoduo once had a crush on Yunwan Gaowu. Long Yuxing stood on the new student arena, tall and straight. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He said calmly, "Next." A few minutes later, Long Yuxing still said calmly, "Next." His face remained calm and indifferent from the beginning. However, there was a hint of fatigue and impatience. Weak. This batch of new students is really too weak. Among my brothers, I'm already considered as trash, but I can still stand out in Yunwan Gaowu and become one of the 3 strongest people. Sigh. Fate makes fools of people. It's really the other arenas also had their own champions. Everyone could challenge them as they wished. After confirming that they had successfully defended their arenas, it was time for the higher-level battle between the champions. Wan Lixio was the champion of another arena. Since she stood on it, she had maintained a winning record. In the last stage of the Yunduan Gaowu's new student arena, there was no surprise that it was a 3-nation battle. Zhou Yinqing, Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing. Long Yuxing was the first to fight Zhou Yinqing. The battle between the 2 new geniuses was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their light. Long Yuxing was at a disadvantage from the beginning, but he did not give up. Even though Zhou Yunqing's no-return sword was awe-inspiring and caused considerable damage to him, but Long Yuxing still fought with his life on the line. He always fought to be first. If you slash me with your sword, I would slash you with my sword. At the very least, I would kick you. This kind of battle atmosphere was already infinitely close to the fighting style of a battlefield. Or it could be said that this was already a life and death battle, an extreme battle. At the end of the battle, Zhou Yunqing used a big move to secure victory and completely suppressed Long Yuxing. But he was also covered in cuts and bruises. He had the advantage from the beginning, but Long Yuxing was still able to fight until both sides were injured. It was almost a Pyrrhic victory. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He was really convinced. Next was the battle with Wan Lixio. Zhou Yunqing sighed in his heart. He faintly guessed why Long Yuxing was so desperate. Long Yuxing was fighting for a chance for Wan Lixio to win the championship, so he did not hesitate to fight with his life on the line. He fought until he was half crippled, and then he went to fight Wan Lixio. With Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing, and himself as the 3 of them, against the half-crippled Zhou Yunqing, there was no way they would lose. When the 2 of them entered the school, they had already expressed their status as a couple. Other people were envious, but they could not do anything about it. Now that he met them, other than sighing about his bad luck, what else could he do? Unexpectedly, after Wan Lixio got on the stage, she directly said, "I admit defeat." Below the stage, Long Yuxing, who only had 1 breath left, opened his eyes wide. Opposite him, Zhou Yunqing also opened his eyes wide. I know what he's thinking. He wants me to defeat you and obtain the honor of being the champion of this year's freshman competition. But in your current state, I have an unfair advantage. But if I were to fight against you in your best state, I know that I can't win. Wan Lixio said very calmly, "If it was a real battle, I would not hesitate to take your life at this moment. But now that we are facing each other, it is not difficult to defeat you, but I don't want to take advantage of you. In this competition, Yunwan High Martial Arts needs the strongest person to become the champion in order to deal with external challenges. Secondly, if I become the champion, I will be separated from Long Yuxing by you, the runner-up. I feel that the gap between us is too big. Thirdly, he is seriously injured now. I have to rush to take care of him. For this battle, I will count on you." After Wan Lixio finished speaking, she smiled freely and jumped off the stage. She cupped her hands and gave up the honor of being the champion that she had already obtained. But Zhou Yunqing did not feel the slightest joy of being the champion in his heart. He only felt that he had been firmly fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food. His heart was crying out in panic. Winning without a fight, the champion had an unfair advantage. One fought with all her might, and the other gave up everything to take care of him. The life of a single dog was really difficult that Zhou Yunqing was speechless. Standing on the stage, he smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. He said self-deprecatingly, "I have become the champion, but I have to be abused by single dogs. I suddenly feel that the honor of being the champion is tasteless, almost like a chicken rib." Below the stage, there was a burst of laughter. That was indeed the case. Now, everyone no longer had any thoughts of being the champion and runner-up. They all felt that they had eaten enough dog food. Long Yuxing against Wan Lixio. The 2 of them fought for the runner-up and runner-up. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, They said at the same time, "I admit defeat." Below the stage, with Zhou Yunqing taking the lead, all the freshmen of Yunduan High Martial Arts High School sighed in unison. Damn it, this year's batch was really too unlucky. Not only did they have to be beaten up every day, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how hard they fought, they could not win back. If that was all, it would be fine. Sometimes, one's strength was limited, and one's skills were not as good as others. There was nothing they could do, but this was a good arena final, and they did not see anything. They only had a mouthful of dog food. Choked. Damn it. This is blatantly bullying us single dogs. Do single dogs have no human rights? Do they deserve to be bullied and ridiculed? Well, fine, single dogs deserve it. After the arena ended, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu walked side by side. The fetus is gone. Me too. How many times did you suppress it? More than 8 times. The remaining bit is definitely not enough to suppress it once. Let's count it as 8.5 times. Me too. This result is a little difficult. The next time we meet Zhua and the rest, I reckon we will still be beaten up. I'm also worried about this matter, but I really can't suppress it anymore. It's sad. Regarding the embryonic breathing realm, I have heard of a trick. What trick? That is, from the moment you enter the embryonic breathing realm, you start suppressing your own spiritual source. Don't wait until your true vitality is overflowing before suppressing it. Suppressing it again and again like this. You will be in a state of compressing your true vitality every day. Long Yuxing said, "It is said that Commander Dongfang did this in the past. However, this process is extremely painful. Very few people can withstand it, because that process is equivalent to stepping on a thorny road every day of one's life." Wan Lixiu clenched her teeth. If we do this, will it be possible to beat up Zhou Xiaoduo in the future? Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. I can only say that it is possible. This may be the only way that we can surpass Zhou. But even if we still can't beat Zhou Xiaoduo, we can at least beat Zhou Yunqing to death. Then let's do it. Wan Lixiu clenched her teeth. What is there to settle with Zhou Yunqing? Zhou Xiaoduo, this bastard, is the most infuriating. The video that he sent to the group a few days ago made me so angry that I didn't eat for 3 days. Is it the video of the time when the martial master couldn't control his breakthrough to the innate realm? Long Yuxing smiled and tried his best to comfort her. Actually, he didn't record it clearly. At that time, every part of your body was emitting black mud. He only managed to record a small part of it. I won't tell anyone else about the rest. Bang! Long Yuxing was sent flying with his limbs in the air. Wan Lixiu rushed up angrily. Long Yuxing, I realize that you are looking for death very happily now. Today, I will beat you to death. Let's see how you talk. Requesting a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 498. Pung, 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 pung. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this. Seeing that the runner-up of this year's freshman competition was directly suppressed by the 3rd place, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Too cruel, they were just jealous of the public display of affection, but now they could only rejoice. On the other side, Dragon Soul High Warrior Li Zhongming was still sleeping soundly. It's time for the freshman competition. Woo woo. You're the champion. Wake up. Woo woo. Hurry up. Woo woo. Ho. Get the fuck up and sleep in the arena. Woo. Jade Sun High Warrior. Yu Moyan's long sword was in the air. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. Next, his face was expressionless. His eyes were cold. His whole body was like a bloodthirsty sword, emitting a murderous aura that kept people away. Yu Moyan was a man of few words. His personality was very cold. In Phoenix City, with Xiaoduo and the others around, there would never be an awkward silence. Yu Moyan naturally became more lively. However, being alone in an unfamiliar environment made Yu Moyan's personality even more extreme. Yu Moyan looked at all the people around him. No one could compare to Xiaoduo and the others. This made Yu Moyen have no intention of making friends, and he did not want others to replace Xiaoduo and the others in his heart. He thought that would be a betrayal. So he cultivated alone every day, desperately improving himself, fighting, and slowly became more and more isolated. Recently, other than his mentor Luo Yanling, he didn't even talk to anyone else. But his sword was getting sharper, and his murderous aura was getting stronger. The teachers had a headache because of Yu Moyen's personality. Teacher Luo Yanling was even more worried, but no matter how she arranged for other students to deliberately get close to him, Yu Moyen was like a piece of ice that refused to melt. It was clear that he was keeping people 1,000 miles away. Yu Moyen's killing Dao is getting more and more perfect. Yes, but won't this child's temperament be affected? Although the Tao of slaughter is powerful, it is too easy to lose yourself. Once your state of mind is damaged, your future will be bleak. No, the boy's mind is unusually strong. There's always a fire in his heart. That ball of fire was given to him by the old principal, He Yuanwei. No one can extinguish it. As long as he doesn't give up and abandon himself, his state of mind will not be lacking. The competition ended. The champion, Yu Moyen, walked alone. Under the setting sun, he sat alone in a corner of the field. He gently took out the jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant still carried the warmth of his body as he held it in his hand. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Old principal, I won't forget your request. In these troubled times, I will use my killing to protect my treasures. Yu Moyen's eyes were resolute. His will as firm as a rock. He quietly looked at the jade pendant for a long time before he treasured it and put it back in his chest. This was his treasure. Now, he finally understood He Yuan's intentions. For details, see Book 1, Chapter 109, 10,000 Years of History Jade Pendant. If not for this jade pendant, if not for those words, with his extreme personality, his cold and unsociable personality, his style of killing, he might really have walked on the other extreme path. But now it was different. The jade pendant was very warm in his chest. It reminded him that he had something to protect and cherish. There was not a single person in the entire field. Only Yu Moyen was left. In the corner, among the weeds, he sat quietly hugging his knees. His eyes were fixed on the swaying weeds in front of him. His eyes did not move. After a long while, he softly hummed a song. All these years alone, the wind has passed, the rain has gone. Friends walk together. Those days will no longer exist. The song gradually deepened, and the lingering sound was faint, but it never stopped. The red sun gradually set in the west. A murmur. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. You, how are you now? Somewhere in the forest. Qin Fangyang's entire body was bathed in blood and was actually covered in cuts and bruises. He struggled to move his body and moved to the side of the star beast he had just killed. He moved closer to his mouth and began to gulp down the star beast's blood. To go to Shangjing, my strength is not enough. Far from enough. At the very least, I need to be a god-reigning cultivator. Qianqian, you really dare to ask me to go to Shangjing to protect your precious babies. But I'm only a cloud transformation cultivator. But how can I bear to disappoint you? The inner core of a cloud transformation cultivator like this. If I kill 7 more, I will be able to gather enough vital energy to reach the god-reigning cultivator. The only pity is that I can't compress it anymore. No, I still have the top grade jade of astral souls that Xiao Duo gave me. Qianqian, did you know? Did you calculate this? After 3 more times of compression, I will step into the god-reigning cultivator rank. Qianqian, don't worry. I will take care of the children for you. Kunlun Taoist sect. Mu Yinyin came back with injuries and immediately entered the secret place for cultivation. This time, she killed several cloud transformation cultivator star beasts in one breath, but she also suffered a great loss of vital energy. But the more the battle atmosphere was like this, the more it could help her improve. Only at the critical moment of life and death could she have enlightenment. Only by fighting to the death could she transcend. I don't have much time left. Can I become a god-reigning cultivator in 3 years? Fight. Phoenix City, Mount Fingwahun. In front of He-Un's tomb. Sister Lan was wearing a blue dress with her hair wrapped. She leaned against the tombstone and basked in the sun. Not far behind her was a small thatch hut. Let me read for you the news about Zhou Xiaoduo and the others on the internet. Sister Lan held the phone and smiled. I know you miss them, but this era is good. You don't have to go anywhere. Just search the internet, and you can find the news about your treasures. Well, this Sword King is Zhou Xiaoduo. It seems that he's doing well. Also, this Iron and Steel Hierarch is Li Chenglong. Look at the students you taught, each and every one of them. Ahem, well, they are quite powerful. Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiu can also be found on the internet. But Yu Moyin and Li Zhongming are hard to find. But those two children are calm and honest. They are more reliable than the previous ones, so you can rest assured. I've been asking about Qin Fangyang recently, but there is no news at all. But with his cultivation, he should be fine. You don't have to worry. I went back to my hometown some time ago and stayed for a day. The old lady said she would come see you. I didn't ask her to come. Sister Lan paused and smiled. I told her that if you have a next life, you will definitely be her daughter. If you owe her in this life, you will pay it back in the next life. The old lady was very sad. She said she was old and couldn't give birth to a child like you. She was sad. I've been dreaming about you for the past few days, but you didn't talk. Sigh. I go to sleep at 9:30 p.m. If you have time, come to my dream and talk to me. Okay, you don't talk, that's fine too. Anyway, I have been with you for a lifetime. You don't talk much, so I'm used to it. Sister Lan talked endlessly in front of He-Un's tombstone until the moon was high in the sky. Finally, she lit 3 incense sticks, said good night, and went back to her room to sleep. The mountain breeze blew gently, and the smoke rose in spirals. When the phoenix turned around, there was only silence. Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Hurrian sat in front of the computer and read the 2 posts. The Sword King's martial arts life is so boring, and Hierarch's martial arts life horizon. She was so happy that she was swaying back and forth from time to time. These were the 2 posts she read every day. She was addicted to them and could be called a loyal reader. Old Li, come take a look at this girl from the Gao family, Gao Xiao. Although she looks beautiful, her eyes are full of troubles. Xiao Duo is so innocent. He won't be a good match for her. Li Changjiang was looking at a stack of student analysis materials. He snorted and said, What? So Xiao Duo is innocent? How can you tell that he is innocent? Whoever marries him will have to worry about it for the rest of their lives. Hu Ruoyun snorted, then sighed and said, Xiao Duo is innocent and kind. He has a strong sense of justice and doesn't have his guard up against others. I am really worried that he will suffer outside. Li Changjiang was really shocked this time. He turned around and took off his glasses. He looked at his wife seriously for a long time before he said in disbelief, You have been talking about this person for so long. Is he really Zhou Xiaoduo? Do you have a different understanding of the words innocent and kind? Hurrian suddenly got angry and said, Nonsense. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. Li Changjiang closed the analysis book and suddenly sighed. He said, You are so worried about Zhou Xiaoduo every day. I think your motherly love is overflowing and you have nowhere to vent it. Come. Let's have a child and you can play with him every day. A biological child is better than that Zhou Xiaoduo. Hu Ruoyun struggled. Hooligan, bastard. I haven't finished reading this post. Li Changjiang said, I will read it tomorrow. Now, it is important. It was still in Shangjing City. Nan Xiaoxiong. Yes, Chief Nan, who hadn't been seen in a long time, sat in the office with his burly body. He looked at the teams that had returned from their missions. Why didn't you catch Team 3? Chief, we didn't catch them. When we went there, they were already gone. Chief Nan nodded lightly. Men, take down Team 3 and interrogate them. The information is so accurate, but they still didn't catch them. Choose someone else and rebuild Team 3. Chief, these people have made 2 mistakes in their consecutive operations. There must be a mole behind this. Investigate this thoroughly. Yes, Chapter 499. Nan stood up and said, "According to the information I have, one of you should have a problem. After the investigation, I will apologize to the other three. If there is no problem, I will apologize to the four of you. Those who are suspicious will not be able to hide from me. As for those who are not suspicious, they will just have to suffer for a few days. Take them away." Yes. As for the other teams, no one is allowed to die during the interrogation. Whether it is the four of them or the other suspects, you can use any means, but no one is allowed to die. This is the bottom line. If anyone dares to kill him on purpose, I'll kill your entire family. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Chief Nan was very domineering. Also, put out a warrant for the people I mentioned in the entire continent. Do as soon as possible. Chief, this is the work of the investigation department. Do it just because I asked you to? Investigation department? Don't you know that I am a boss? Chief Nim was furious. He slammed the table. Why? That Wong guy from the investigation department is not working? Or did he say something wrong? No. We haven't done it yet. I don't think he dares to. I am in charge of the finance department. If he dares to fart, I will stop his entire department's salary and let him drink the northwest wind. Chief Nin shouted. Also, Star Shield Department, Security Department, Martial Arts Department. Ask them to send their elite soldiers over to cooperate with my investigation. Whoever dares to not cooperate, their salary will be stopped immediately. They will be paid when they work. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat. This style that those who knew him would think that he was the chief of the 6 departments, that speaking of which, no one dared to offend him. Since the last time the Ministry of Culture talked back to him, they had stopped 3 months of salary. In these 3 months, whenever someone from the Ministry of Culture spent money to buy something, someone would immediately come to investigate the huge amount of money and unknown income. Now, the chief of the Ministry of Culture had resigned and more than 70 people were sent to prison. His style was too domineering. It was not that no one had spoken ill of Chief Nin in front of the emperor. In the end, the emperor said, "We have been fighting for so many years and spending money. It is not easy for you, Chief Nan. Until now, you have not stopped spending money on the palace. It is already very good. No one has it easy, so please understand." The person who said this had tears in his eyes. What else could he say? His Majesty the Emperor is also in a difficult position. I have to understand. Ever since the restoration of the imperial system, the existence of the imperial family in Yenwu had considerable authority, but it was not like the supreme authority of the feudal dynasty, where their words were law. Especially now that there was a war on all sides, which concerned the survival of the entire human race. Even though he was the ruler of a country in name, his authority was still limited. Therefore, this was also a very difficult thing to do. The crux of the matter was that the author hadn't thought of this layer yet, so he didn't explain it first. What did the Gao family say? The patriarch of the Gao family is waiting for you in the reception hall. Sit. The Gao family has been turned into a bunch of good-for-nothings because of him. Why does he have to sit and wait? Yes, on the streets of Shanjing. Emo Shuani slowly walked out of the cake shop with a big cake in her hand. Today was her mother's birthday, and it was also the first time she celebrated her mother's birthday since she came back. So, Emo Shuani bought an extra bottle of wine. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a battle in front of him. It seemed like someone was trying to assassinate him. A little fatty in his 20s, dressed in luxurious clothes, was rolling and crawling towards him. His chubby little face was full of panic and fear. Emo Shuani didn't want to cause trouble and didn't want to rashly get involved. He quietly dodged, trying to avoid trouble. Whooshed that an arrow was shot from afar, and a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. The little fatty shouted and nimbly dodged, leaving behind 6 afterimages. Whether it was his movement technique or speed, they were all extraordinary. Unfortunately, it was still to no avail. With a muffled sound, the arrow fiercely pierced the little fatty's buttocks. It went in from the left side of his buttocks and came out from the right side of his buttocks. It was like a closed-door surgery, but the method was a bit more extreme. The little fatty screamed and immediately changed his trajectory, coincidentally knocking Imo Schwani's cake away. At the same time, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "My butt." Then he sniffed with his nose, "Strawberry cake." "Ah, my butt." In an instant, black-clothed people jumped down from all directions. Imo Schwani saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly turned around to run. But the little fatty had already grabbed her leg. "Sister, save me. My butt." For a moment, Imo Schwani panicked. Without thinking, she grabbed the back of the little fatty's neck and floated back into the cake shop behind her. The attack from behind was like a mountain, and the whole shop was sent flying. However, this was not out of Imo Schwani's expectations. The moment she entered the cake shop, she used her movement technique and flashed out from the back door. Her body floated and she went to another alley. Then, with a series of twists and turns, she carried the little fatty and arrived at another busy street. Imo Schwani had studied martial Uncle Fong Inua's life-saving methods for a while. On the other side, there was another ear-piercing sound. It was the experts of Shangjing rushing over. Imo Schwani didn't stop carrying the little fatty. With another flash, she had already entered a big supermarket. She whispered, "Don't shout." The little fatty was surprised to find that unknowingly, his butt was covered with cake. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Also, he didn't feel any pain from the wound, and it didn't even bleed. He didn't know what method this girl used. It was really magical. Imo Schwani came from the Ravenous Wolf group and came to Planet Soul to hide. Furthermore, Fong Inua had taught him everything along the way. Naturally, he was very familiar with this method of escaping for his life. After coming out of the supermarket's back door, he took a turn and brought the little fatty to a private clinic. "Doctor, my little brother was shot by an arrow." If it was before, Imo Schwani probably wouldn't even look at this kind of thing. Even if the little fatty was chopped into minced meat in front of her, she wouldn't bat an eyelid. "If you die, then die. What does it have to do with me?" But after going through Zhua Xiaoduo's fortune-telling, she completely changed her mind. Being kind to others, doing more good deeds, especially saving a life, will definitely be rewarded. She had committed too many sins in the past. Even if it wasn't out of her heart, she still had a lot of sins. She needed to do more good deeds to make up for her good fortune. She was familiar with the terrain here, so saving the little fatty was no big deal. The accident happened before, so she believed that no one saw her face. Leaving the little fatty in the clinic, she left him some money and asked, "You remember the way home, right? Go home by yourself. I still have something to do." She hurriedly left. The onlookers rolled their eyes. This girl was really heartless. Her little brother was injured, but she left some money and left. The little fatty's eyes flickered. He suddenly shouted, "Sister, I lost my phone." Imo Schwani snorted. She was already far away. "I'll buy you a new one when we get home." She didn't stop from beginning to end and just left. The little fatty's mouth revealed a smile. "Not only did she save my life, she also left me 100-star yuan. Humph. This 100-star yuan isn't for me to treat my injuries. It's not enough to treat my injuries. This girl just gave me 100-star yuan so that I could find a phone to call for help. This also proved that she didn't want to care about this matter at all. But no matter what, the little fatty smacked his lips and sniffed. The cake she brought just now. Strawberry flavor. It's my favorite flavor. Then, as if by magic, he took out his phone. "Come and pick me up." "Fuck, it's just a drill organized by the old man. You guys really shot me? It hurts." In Phoenix City, if there were some unfamiliar faces that were searching around, why did they disappear when they arrived here? They couldn't have died so cleanly in that battle, right? The people from several Stargate sects were all dead? Where did they go? After these people searched the entire Phoenix City, they still didn't want to give up and went to the nearby cities to search. The students were fighting to the death in the arena. Zhua Xiaoduo was sweating profusely in the gravity room alone. Finally, school was over. He squeezed out the last of his strength and crawled out of the gravity room. Then, he lay in the resting room next to the gravity room and felt countless amounts of spiritual energy gushing out from the walls, nourishing his body bit by bit. Then he opened a cupboard. Inside the cupboard was spiritual water with traces of spiritual energy. As long as one entered the gravity room, they could drink it for free. So Xiaoduo opened 3 bottles in one go and started to gulp them down. This was the rule of the Hidden Dragon High School. Next to the gravity room was the resting room. After training, one could come in to rest. There was a plate of 3 kinds of low-grade spiritual fruits and 6 bottles of spiritual water. When one entered, as long as one stepped on the floor, and since someone entering, spiritual energy would shoot out from the surrounding walls to help the cultivator recover. This was the treatment of a day's worth of resources. Otherwise, 50 credits per hour would be too expensive for the Hidden Dragon Advanced Martial Arts Academy's credits. With these things, they could more or less make up for the psychological trauma of the students. The impact of spending Xiaoduo finished the 6 bottles of spiritual water and the 3 plates of spiritual fruits. His body had almost recovered from fatigue. He put on his clothes and burped out. It was already afternoon. The red sun was setting in the west, but the sky wasn't completely dark yet. In the distance, the deafening shouts were still coming from the arena. The rumbling sounds of martial artists fighting could still be heard. Zhuoxiao's clothes were unbuttoned, and he lazily walked over step by step like he was half dead. Let's just watch the show and wait for the swelling. Let's go home together. Behind him, the teacher in charge of the gravity room arranged for people to enter and clean the room. Then, he went into the resting room to take a look. Looking at the empty plate of fruits, he smacked his lips and said, as expected, this kid really doesn't leave anything behind. Today, there were 2 more. Chapter 500. In the past, only a few students who entered the gravity room drank all the spiritual water. Most of them were too embarrassed to drink it all. After drinking 1 or 2 bottles and eating a few spiritual fruits, they would leave. But this master's was not like that. Since the first day he came in, not a single drop of the 6 bottles of spiritual water was left. The 3 plates of spiritual fruits, not even the cores were left. Wherever he passed, the sky was truly 3 feet high, and not a single blade of grass was left behind. This character is really desperate to take advantage of others. He would rather die than suffer losses. Teacher, there are faint fist prints in the gravity room. A cleaner came out and reported. Fist prints. The teacher narrowed his eyes. The one who used the gravity room just now was Xiaoduo from grade 1, right? I know. From tomorrow onwards, paste it with a recoverable metal bar. Yes, this kid has been in the gravity room for 20 consecutive days, choosing cultivation methods, swordsmanship, and other things. He used up credits. Just the gravity room alone cost him 10,000 credits. He should not have much left, right? Xiaoduo had leftover spiritual fruit cores in his pocket. Although they were spiritual fruits, the spiritual energy contained in them was average. They were not even as good as the low-grade jade of astral souls, but they tasted good. Xiaoduo kept all the leftover spiritual fruit cores and threw them into the Tower of Annihilation as seeds. The space inside the Tower of Annihilation was really big. It was at least tens of thousands of square meters. During this time, Xiaoduo threw 6 to 7 carts of jade of astral souls powder into the Tower of Annihilation every day. Even though the Tower of Annihilation occupied a large area, the entire space was covered with a layer of astral souls powder. He had already discovered that the green color from before was probably the grass seeds that had been brought in at an unknown time. He also didn't know who had brought them in. After all, there was a lawn outside the villa. When entering the Tower of Annihilation, it was not strange for some grass seeds to be brought in. After the astral soul's powder was absorbed by the Tower of Annihilation, it seemed to be nourished. The grass seeds began to germinate and grow slowly. But in the end, there wasn't enough energy. Just by sprouting, a lot of them withered. Therefore, Xiaoduo threw as much astral soul's jade powder as possible into it. As long as one went in, they would be absorbed. Although he didn't know where it went, the ground seemed to have softened a little, but there were no other obvious signs. The furthest place, which was the edge of the Tower of Annihilation, was where Xiaoduo had placed most of the jade powder of astral souls. After all, The main purpose of entering this place was to keep the space for cultivation. At the edge, there were already more than a dozen spiritual fruit seeds slowly sprouting. However, all of them were yellow and looked very weak. In view of this, Xiaoduo poured all the Astral Soul's jade powder he had collected over the past few days over here. The most important thing was to see if the plants could grow inside. If he could, Xiaoduo felt that it would be great if he could carry a spiritual fruit garden with him. Where there is a will, there is a way. He could have as much Astral Soul's jade powder as he wanted. Moreover, Boss Sun said that he had already contacted several other schools in Fenghai to collect the Astral Soul's jade powder. If he succeeded, he could add at least 5 to 6 carts a day. This was a big cart, the kind that weighed more than 10 tons. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but click his tongue. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't know. Now that he had collected it, he understood how much Astral Soul's jade the entire Fenghai city consumed in a day. Just the powder alone was transported out by dozens of carts. If they were to be restored into Astral Soul's jade, the number would be quite astonishing. Wasn't this demand too great? But how much did the Tower of Annihilation have to accommodate to reach the normal ecological supply? Counting now, there were already hundreds of carts filled, Xiaoduo thought. In front of him, there was already a huge crowd of people. Xiang Chong was standing on a tall stage, swaggering around as he shouted, "Next! Who else? So impressive. I also want to go up. If I become the champion of the arena, or even the champion of the new students, there should be quite a good reward." So Xiaoduo was envious. Xiang Chong also saw Xiaoduo coming over. He suddenly stopped shouting and said kindly, "Is there anyone else coming up? No more, right? It's already afternoon. School is over. Let's fight again tomorrow." After saying that, he jumped off the arena and ran away without waiting for the crowd's response. Everyone looked at each other. Why did this pretentious guy run away? Not long after, Li Qinglong also left the arena and came over. He went home with Xiaoduo, beaming with joy and bragging along the way. The sect leader was now worthy of his name. His strength was high. The title of the #1 freshman had already been nailed onto his head. No one could beat him. What about me? Xiaoduo was depressed. You are the top freshman. What about me? You? Li Qinglong smiled. You don't even fight in the arena. The teacher forbids you to go up and participate in the ranking. Shady. This is a complete and utter shady deal. What kind of logic is that? Isn't the hidden Dragonheim martial arts competition supposed to be fair, just, and open? How can you treat me like this? By the way, the teacher only forbade me from fighting in the arena, but he didn't say that I can't participate in the ranking. So Xiaoduo jumped 3 feet high. The rules are like this. I don't care about anything else. Li Qinglong was very satisfied. If you have any opinions, go to the teacher. It's fine if you don't go to the principal. Anyway, I can't do anything. If you insist on giving me the title of the top freshman, if you take first place in the freshman competition, I will beat you up 3 times in front of all the freshmen. Xiaoduo said fiercely. Li Qinglong was stunned. I'm a top freshman. You beat me up 3 times in a day. Won't I become the biggest joke? Am I shameless? I am the leader. Can't you give me some face? I feel that you can really ask Teacher Wen. Him prohibiting you from participating in the competition is indeed unfair. Even if it's fair to others, it's still unfair to you. It's equivalent to harming your interests one-sidedly. This can't be justified. Swollen's eyes turned. He came up with a plan and sincerely suggested. He tried his best to persuade Xiaoduo to find trouble with Wen Xingtian. Xiaoduo pondered for a long time and didn't make a sound for a long time because he could imagine what Teacher Wen and Principal Yi would say. They would use sincere words to convince him. No matter how unwilling he would still give in. Swollen was very bright. He immediately changed the topic. So what have you heard? The school's mission system has been opened in advance. Mission system? What are the details? Li Qinglong took out his mobile phone and logged into the school network. He clicked on the word mission on the screen. There were a few options on the screen. They were Hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts School Mission, Investigation Department Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students, Military Mission, only open to 3rd and 4th year senior students. Social mission, only open to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year senior students. Then in addition, there were many other types of missions. However, most of them were in brackets. It was written that they were only open to 2nd year senior students and above. So Xiaoduo looked at it for a long time, and his head was filled with more and more questions. He gloomily closed his phone and said, "What the fuck, did you see that? We don't get any of those lucrative missions at all. If we want to do them, we have to wait at least a year?" A year. Thinking of this, so Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. A year later, it would be too late. My points are already stretched thin, and at most 20 days, my points will be depleted. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School is my nemesis. It restrains me in every way. The principal and teacher talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but it's like they're fleecing me. Where's the justice? Oh God. Oh Earth. Are they trying to play me to death? Do you think it's easy for me? Didn't I just make a few windfalls on Xiao? But it's all within the rules. At most, I'm just stepping on the edge. Do they have to target me like this? What can I get if I only do these first-year missions? Other levels of missions reward elixirs, spirit fruits, weapons, astral souls jade, and even cash. Where are these rewards from the school? Credits. My fucking second uncle. Swa, Xiaoduo cursed. For example, this flying bear in the nascent soul realm. The inner core reward is 300 credits. The whole bear has to be brought back in one piece. The reward is 1,200 credits. Isn't this bullying? If I sell this bear to a grade 1 of the firmament realm, he should be able to give me a few $100 million in cash, right? This is something that can't be bought even with money. Zhou Xiaoduo was angry. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School only gives 1,200 credits. Bah, they're obviously trying to get rid of a beggar. Li Chenglong snorted, "Don't do it if you have the ability." If I don't do it, how can I cultivate in Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School? So Xiaoduo said angrily. You're just looking at the freshman competition as the champion, and you're already talking like it's easy for you. Think about it. The gravity room, the various facilities, which one doesn't cost credits? You know that too? Li Chenglong mocked. Do you know how much it costs to build a gravity room? Can you buy such a gravity room with money? Even if you have 100 billion, you can't buy it. You have to use Astral Souls Jade as the currency. Do you know how much Astral Souls Jade costs? Li Chenglong snorted. If you use the school's money, won't you give the school some profit? Let you use it for nothing? So Xiaoduo snorted and thought. Do you know how many Astral Souls Jade I gave to Yi Changqing? Why can't I buy a gravity room? Although it's for me and I gave it willingly, I feel really uncomfortable. Heartache. I just want to make up for my losses. I'll start doing missions tomorrow. Grasshoppers are also meat, so are pigs. He sighed. There weren't many credits left. Now that he had a total of 7,000 academic credits on hand, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was a pauper. Now, it was only a 100-fold gravity room. In the future, he would have to enter a 1,000-fold gravity room. It was said that a 1,000-fold gravity room would cost 5,000 credits for an hour. That was killing him. The credits he had were enough for one day. 2 days wasn't enough. What a huge cup. I'm going to sleep early tonight. Tomorrow, I'll start the finals. I must win the championship. If I can't win without you, it's really unreasonable. Li Chenglong's words angered Zhou Xiaoduo so much that he stomped upstairs. Show off my ass. Isn't it just a freshman champion? Do I care? Tomorrow, Humph. I've been concentrating on my cultivation these few days. I haven't gone to see Grandma Sure for a few days. I'll go tomorrow after school. I don't want to see you lousy champions and runners-up. A bunch of rookies pecking at each other. Do you think you're so high and mighty? So Xiaoduo angrily practiced his hammer for an entire night. Then, he angrily fell asleep. Xiao Long met in his dream, as promised. Unfortunately, he was chased away by Zhou Xiaoduo before he could say anything. Annoying. This is a dream, a dream, a dream. Xiao Long was sent out of his dream with a dumbfounded expression, according to human terms. This guy was on his period, wasn't he? Xiao Long left very indignantly. Didn't we talk about it the other day? Today, I wanted to come to a compromise. I can give you some benefits first. In the end, before I could say anything, he chased me away. What did this mean? Was the benefits I prepared not sincere enough? After being chased away, Xiaolong pondered. It could tell that the stinginess of the human in front of it was even greater than itself. Not only would he not wake up early if there were no benefits, he would not be moved unless there were huge benefits. Most importantly, most frighteningly, this fellow seemed to be even more greedy than it was that he just wanted to order that deity, but this guy wanted everything. His greed was insatiable. At most, he was stingy. However, this friend of his called Zhuo Xiao's thoughts were simply, if he didn't pick it up when he went out, he would lose it. Xiaolong was only worried about one thing now. He could already see that as long as he didn't give anything first, this friend would never give him any benefits first. This was already an undeniable fact. It was the most typical case of not releasing the falcon until he saw the hare. Should I move another 1/3 of the remaining earth veins over to him? Xiaolong counted with his claws. Now that I've moved 1/3 of the remaining earth veins, although it's still somewhat useful to his space, the effect is not obvious. It can only make the seeds germinate, but once they germinate, they will die. There will be no follow-up. But if I move another 1/3 of the earth veins, the effect will naturally increase greatly. But he doesn't know about this. I can't work for nothing. He didn't believe me last time. Am I so untrustworthy? Xiaolong was very melancholy. He was very melancholy about his own credibility, his own capital, and the foreseen losses. After a long time, finally, it floated away. Sigh. I'll move it over first to show my sincerity. I won't fuse it first. If he doesn't agree, I'll move it away. These don't cost anything. I just need to spend some effort. It won't be a loss. So Xiaoduo woke up early in the morning. He didn't even wake Li Qinglong up. He angrily went to school by himself and then plunged into the gravity room. Swollen now, he wasn't cute at all. He wouldn't dual cultivate with him in the future, that at least for the next period of time. He had to keep him hanging. He had to make him ignore his feelings and only think about himself. 11 o'clock. He came out on time. He went in at 5 o'clock in the morning. He had already cultivated for a full 6 hours. Another 300 credits were gone. So Xiaoduo recovered for a while and cleaned himself up. Then he slipped out of the school in a flash. As usual, he bought some food and wine and carried it to Grandma Sher's small courtyard. So Xiaoduo is out. You want to buy food? He should go to the old lady's place today. He went there after buying food. Act according to the plan. Seize today's opportunity. Don't miss it. Don't expose it. Understood. So Xiaoduo walked for about half of the journey. Suddenly, he felt a little depressed. At first, he thought it was because he didn't participate in the challenge tournament these few days. It was inevitable that he was unhappy. However, after walking for a short distance, he suddenly realized something. This isn't right. I'm actually quite happy that I didn't participate in the challenge tournament. What's going on? Why am I so depressed? He walked a little further and arrived at the area where Grandma Sher's small courtyard was located. So Xiaoduo's footsteps became slower and slower. The more he walked, the more suspicious he became. Finally, he stopped. He took out a small mirror and looked at his face. Chapter 501. So Xiaoduo's eyes widened. It was actually a disaster aura covering his face, and it seemed to be gathering on its own. What the fuck? So Xiaoduo was shocked. Someone wanted to deal with him. But where was the other party? When was it? What was their specific strength? Could he deal with it? Or how much was it over his limit? These details could not be seen. The auxiliary effect of the luck points was useless in observing himself. But there was no feeling of life and death crisis. He should be able to deal with it. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath. In front of him was the place where Grandma Sher lived. It was only less than 5 kilometers away. According to Zhuo Xiaoduo's judgment of Grandma Sher, she was a rare expert. Her strength should be about the same as Teacher Wen's, and not much worse than Principal Ye's. But should he go or not? The position he was in now could be said to be the most awkward position. It was too far to return to the school, and it was too late to turn back. Moreover, if he turned back rashly, it would arouse the suspicion of the person lying in ambush, and it would lead to a strong attack. It was quite close to Grand Masher's place. If he used his extreme speed, he could reach it in the blink of an eye. The disaster aura was not very strong. Although it was gathering, it had not condensed into a substance. In other words, the dangerous situation was not real, but it was not necessarily dangerous. Xiaoduo made up his mind and suddenly accelerated. At his highest speed, he rushed out with a whoosh. The 5-kilometer distance was really covered in an instant. In the dilapidated community, the small farmhouses were already in front of him. But just as Xiaoduo approached, he could already smell the strong smell of paint. Looking around, he was immediately furious. Big red slogans were once again painted all over the walls of the courtyards. In the entire residential area, almost every wall facing the outside was covered with big blood-red slogans. Immoral, a beast in human clothing. Scum of the world, a disgrace of martial arts. A beast in human clothing, a stink for 10,000 years. Xiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It became eerie and terrifying, as gloomy as water. Suddenly, a stench filled the air in front of them. A few young men pinched their noses and walked over with a look of disgust. They were actually carrying a load of dung and were walking towards the alley where Grand Masher lived. It was easy to imagine what they wanted to do. Xiaoduo watched calmly. As soon as these young men entered, Xiaoduo was about to follow them and take action. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. Suddenly, a few screams sounded one after another. Golden light flashed, and the wind blew like an explosion. The 3 young men, along with the feces bucket, were all sent flying out of the alley. They had just flown out of the alley when they were torn apart in the air. They had actually been killed in one strike. 3 people had died. The 3 heads rolled on the ground continuously. Xiaoduo's expression suddenly changed. It was not a good thing to kill someone in this place. Who knew how many shameless people were staring at them, waiting to hit them when they were down? Xiaoduo did not have time to think and hurriedly rushed forward. Fortunately, Xiaoduo had the habit of changing his appearance and figure in advance every time he came here. Otherwise, he would not have dared to rush forward. The punishment for cultivators who killed ordinary people in the astral souls was extremely strict. No one dared to cross the line. In fact, this was what gave many ordinary people the courage to brazenly humiliate Vice Principal Sher's widow. He saw a young man in military uniform striding out of the alley, cursing, "You are all ungrateful bastards. How dare you bully the widow of a hero like this? I, by Shangtian, will be the first to not tolerate you." Xiaoduo looked at this person. His first thought was that there was something wrong. This person looked righteous. He was tall and sturdy. His words seemed to be filled with righteousness, but his attacks were so ruthless. For so many years, this kind of thing had happened countless times, but when had he ever killed an ordinary person? This was the bottom line. Moreover, he killed so brazenly. It was as if he wanted nothing to happen. He instinctively looked at this person's face. However, as far as he could see, the person's face was blurry. It was obvious that this person had disguised himself. However, he could still see the murderous aura between his brows. More importantly, it was evil. So Xiaoduo focused his mind and focused on the person's aura. He could not see anything wrong with this person's aura. There was a slight deviation, but he could not tell if this person was from the Astral Souls or from the Umno Alliance. Legend had it that when a Qi reader reached a certain level, he could see the essence of a person's aura at a glance. He could tell if the person was from the Umno Alliance or from the Astral Souls. Legend had it that the commander of the Middle East could do this. Xiaoduo's understanding of the Umno Alliance was still limited. He had not seen many people from the Umno Alliance. It was even more ridiculous than a joke that he could tell. However, Xiaoduo was not left empty-handed. At the very least, he could see that this person's body was abnormal. Although he was wearing a Yinwu military uniform, his gait was like a dragon or a tiger, giving off a dignified feeling. However, Xiaoduo could not feel any sense of security from this person. All he could feel was a murderous aura. In the next moment, the person's gaze landed on Xiaoduo. He shouted angrily, "You deserve to die for bullying the widow of a martyr." He struck out a palm towards Chu Yang's chest without distinguishing between right and wrong. A sharp sound of wind breaking could be heard. Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and struck out with a bang. Both of their palms collided with each other. Both of their bodies swayed. The young man in the military uniform looked surprised. This brat's strength was really impressive. He could actually block a palm strike with 30% of his cultivation. You're a martial artist. All the more you shouldn't bully the widow of a martyr. The young man in the military uniform roared angrily. He rushed forward again. His body leaped into the air. His palms felt like they could split mountains. They were full of murderous intent. Xiaoduo's mind raced. He had an extremely intense thought. What was going on? It was impossible for Grandma sure not to know about such an unforeseen event. However, she did not come out. Perhaps she was not willing to come out at this time. She did not want to face it. However, if this was the case, the other party's plan would succeed. The other party's target was him. Seeing that the young man in the military uniform was full of murderous intent and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, so Xiaoduo fought and retreated. He tried his best to dodge. However, his mind was slowly coming to a conclusion. The slogans all over the street were strange. He and Li Qinglong had never stopped monitoring the phone of the director, who was threatened by him. However, there was no news from him. In fact, it was not just the director. He had been monitoring the communications of the entire community and the daily life of the community. He hoped to get some useful information. However, he never got any. During this period, Xiaoduo did not notice anything unusual. There were no strangers coming in either. Then, the only possibility was that when he left the school, went to buy groceries, and then came to Grandma Shi's house, someone took the opportunity to set up a trap. The target was really him. However, such slogans and hiring people to set off the incident at the right time. It was impossible for an ordinary person with ordinary strength to do so in such a short period of time. Especially the arrival of the man in the military uniform was even more strange. After such a long period of contact, Xiaoduo knew very well that Grandma Shi never allowed Vice Principal Shi's former students to visit, let alone kill. Just now he suddenly came out from the alley. This was even more strange. Also, with his cultivation and strength, and the distance that the three young men were thrown out, it proved that this person was a master of a certain level. However, if the distance was further, he could not have done it. Therefore, he did not come from Grandma Shi's house. The distance between the entrance of the alley and Grandma Shi's house was more than 70 meters. 3 ordinary people carried feces into the alley for 3 seconds. At most, they could only walk 2 to 3 meters before being sent flying. This person, the furthest he could have been from was 5 to 8 meters away. Only then could he have caused such an effect. In other words, the position where he attacked was at least 50 meters away from Grandma Shi's house. Putting all the clues together, these people are here for me. Their real target is me, and only me. This was a deliberate ambush. Xiaoduo immediately thought of the disaster aura on his face. Instantly, he understood everything. It seems that someone has been watching me all this time. This period of peace in Hidden Dragon was not because my opponents did not want to cause trouble, but because I was exposed. Based on what happened before, they came to a conclusion. If they did not get rid of me, they would be exposed by my physiognomy at any time when they want to cause trouble. Therefore, their first target now fell on me. They have been monitoring my whereabouts all this time. It's just that they did not have a suitable opportunity before. Even coming to Grandma Shi's house was not a good opportunity to make a move. They would have to risk being killed by Grandma Shi. However, my daily routine was too monotonous. There was almost no chance to make a move. Only when I came to Grandma Shi's house, there was a slight gap to exploit. Today, when I left the school, I went straight to the market to buy groceries. They knew what I was going to do, so they prepared in advance. They arranged for people to come and paint slogans. When I came, they hired 3 ordinary young men to throw feces. Then they rushed out to kill me in righteous indignation. Coincidentally, they met me. Killing me as an ordinary person who harmed a loyal person was logical. Even if someone investigated, it would just be an accidental killing. Once they left, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. This is the trap. What a scheming and vicious person. Grandma sure has seen many of these slogans and has long turned a deaf ear to them. Her spiritual sense is also slightly blocked because of this. As a result, Grandma sure rarely hears about the fight outside. Even if she hears it, she will ignore it. She will even mistakenly think that these people are avenging her. Therefore, they have enough leeway to kill me here. Zhuo was extremely smart and had the help of physiognomy. In an instant, he figured everything out. The young man in military uniform opposite him had reached the level of nascent soul. His palms caused the space to roar. However, Zhuo tried his best to dodge. He was walking on the edge of life and death, but he was still able to protect himself. At this time, several men in military uniforms descended from the sky. One of them pretended to ask, "What's going on?" The man in military uniform shouted, "What are you asking? Let's kill this man first." Okay. The 4 men in military uniform attacked at the same time. Boom. Zhuo was hit and flew out. He crashed into a white wall with slogans written on it and wiped it with his hand. Both his hands were blood red, and the pungent smell of paint rushed to his head. Sure enough, it was not long ago. He was not killed yet. Just as expected, with a loud bang, Zhuo crashed into the wall on the other side. The 5 men in military uniform did not hesitate at all. They chased after him like the god of death, and their killing intent was even more intense. Hong Long, the entire house collapsed. The residents inside screamed and screamed in terror. Zhuo's heart was as hard as iron. He had no scruples. He seized the chance to live and did not care about anything else. Zhuo had long found the residents of this area an eyesore. Bullying a heroic and lonely old lady seemed to have become a daily pastime for these ordinary people. I can't kill you, but they can. Boom. Zhuo was hit again and knocked over half of the house. In the midst of the dust, he rolled and crawled out from the other side. Although he was in a sorry state, his escape speed was still very fast. The 5 of them were even more unscrupulous than Zhuo. They continued to chase after Zhuo, causing the houses to collapse. There were even a few palm attacks that seemed to be threatening. If Zhuo cared about the residents around him, he would immediately be surrounded and killed. But why would Zhuo care? He just felt that it was a pity. He should have read the fortune of these 5 people first and judged that they were going to die. But now, there was no chance. With a loud bang, the roof of the director's house flew up into the sky. Zhuo screamed and crashed out from the other side. Boom! Another wall collapsed that in less than a minute, 17 to 18 houses have been destroyed by Zhuo's serial killer palm. However, the 5 men behind him were getting more and more anxious. How could this brat be so slippery? 5 nascent soul experts had joined forces to besiege a brat who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. Yet he had managed to escape. The Empire had regulations that forbade anyone from harming ordinary people. We were unscrupulous in order to achieve our goals. But how could this brat be so unscrupulous? Shouldn't you be protecting the ordinary people? You are actually having more fun than us. Of course, Zhuo didn't have any scruples. You are chasing after me without any scruples. What can I, a mere embryonic breathing realm cultivator, do? When faced with your pursuit, I only care about escaping. Isn't that normal? Isn't it right to crash and destroy a few houses? I can't kill these bastards here, but I can make them poor and destitute. If I accidentally kill a few of them, that would be even better. It would be even more satisfying. Each of them is enjoying the peaceful days that heroes fought for with their lives, but they're doing heartless things like harming the families of heroes. I can't kill such people since that's the case. Each of you can go and fix the houses. Zhuo dashed left and right. His body was as fast as lightning. It seemed like he was on the brink of death, but he always managed to escape in the nick of time. Bang, 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 but the houses collapsed one after another. 8,400 today. Looking for a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 502. Countless residents were trembling in the ruins. Was this the end of the world? Was this the power of a martial artist? Was he just running back and forth, smashing our houses into pieces with his flesh and blood? But why was he running back and forth, especially toward our walls? 70 to 80% of the houses in this area had collapsed, and there were less than 1 out of 10 survivors as the Xiaoduo suddenly rose into the air amidst the dust. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with flowers and gold coins. 20 to 30 small gourds floated silently in the smoke. The 5 of them split into 5 different directions, breaking into the smoke and starting the siege again. But bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. The 5 of them shouted angrily at the same time, "Despicable and shameless people! How dare you use hidden weapons?" One of them had blood all over his face, and he looked ferocious. He was hit by a small gourd that Xiaoduo poured all his strength into. The small gourd contained scorching spiritual energy, and it pierced through his defensive spiritual energy. Although he tilted his head in time to avoid being hit in the eyes, half of his ear was still hit. The man was ashamed and angry, and his killing intent grew stronger. When he was about to rush forward, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. The small gourd flew back at an even faster speed and hit the back of his head with a bang. This hit was so direct that it made him dizzy and he almost fell to the ground. It was just a small white jade gourd, but it had almost pierced through his head. Although it did not directly penetrate his brain, it still made a bloody hole at the back of his head. Blood gushed out like a child's pee. The injured man was shocked and angry at the same time. He did not expect Xiaoduo to be so powerful in actual combat. In front of them, Xiaoduo saw that the destruction was almost done, and he began to throw the hidden weapons in his hands one by one. Trapped in the dust, the 5 of them dodged in a sorry state. But at this moment, one was in the dark while the other was in the open. How could they dodge Xiaoduo's hidden weapons? In just a moment, everyone was injured. Then, sword light flashed again, and the stars twinkled. Xiaoduo did not plan to escape. Through the exchange of blows just now, he was already certain in his heart. They were just 5 ordinary soul transformation cultivators. With his current cultivation and strength, it was more than enough to take him down. Humph! Xiaoduo did not want to expose his identity. Once he did, it would inevitably bring trouble to Grandma Sure. Moreover, Grandma Sure was nearby. If his life was in danger, he only needed to expose his identity and shout, and Grandma Sure would rush over. No matter how these people pretended, Grandma Sure wouldn't believe them. But that step, if he could avoid it, he should avoid it. If it wasn't for his premonition, Xiaoduo would have warned Grandma Sure at the first moment and asked for help. The house was almost completely demolished. No Alliance spies, Xiaoduo shouted. How dare you lay your hands on the ordinary citizens of the Yinwu Empire? You deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. They had to stand on the moral high ground. How dare you destroy our people's houses? You are the Alliance spies. Someone on the other side scolded fiercely. You are a group of Alliance spies. Don't think that wearing our empire's military uniform can hide your Alliance aura. Xiaoduo stepped forward bravely. Everyone, listen up. Stay in your houses and don't move. Wait for me to capture these 5 Alliance spies. Everyone, don't move. We are capturing the Alliance spies. The 5 people on the other side were also alert. They reacted instantly and shouted in unison. In the void, Grandma Sure's body was wrapped in clouds as she watched the 6 people fighting below. She watched as the stubborn figure charged left and right. He charged into one house after another and basically destroyed all the houses in the village. Only then did he start his sharp counterattack. He spoke righteously and attacked at the same time. It was obvious that he had the situation in his hands. Grandma Sher's eyes flashed with heartfelt warmth. It was this little monkey. When you came closer, I recognized your footsteps. She saw everything that Xiaoduo did. Naturally, she also knew what Xiaoduo was thinking. At this moment, he still wanted to vent his anger for her and didn't want to implicate her. He would rather face 5 strong enemies alone. He was practically gambling with his life. Old Sure, this little monkey's temperament is really not bad. It's just that his temperament is completely different from ordinary heroes. He isn't taking revenge on a whim. He's going to the extreme in everything he does. Grandma Sure silently said in her heart, "This child is really good. I like him." So Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that Grandma Sure was already in midair. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. The only question was, should he use a sword or a hammer? He only thought for 1,000th of a second before he took out his sword. Without any hesitation, a burst of sword light suddenly exploded in midair. The starry sky suddenly filled the sky. The star steps reached the extreme in an instant. Drizzle sword, rainstorm sword, that almost in an instant, he used all his strength to display all his superb sword techniques. In an instant, the sky changed color. The dense rain and fog shrouded an area of 1,000 feet with a swoosh. The sword lights and sword energies crisscrossed in the air. The small raindrops formed by the sword lights were like bullets flashing in a 3D movie. They fell down in a dense manner that the hidden heat of the evaporation instantly dried all the plants within a radius of a few thousand feet. Puff, puff, puff. The 5 people roared at the same time, desperately defending and attacking. However, all their struggles were to no avail. With Xiaoduo's full-strength attack after his breakthrough, every sword attack was the maximum explosion of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Once the sword energy of the cat spirit sword exploded, it would turn into surging magma. The area covered by the sword energy had been completely burned into a vacuum. A series of horrible shrieks sounded. The 5 people flew out like 5 kites with broken strings. They were full of regret. This was Xiaoduo, a new hidden dragon student, a practitioner who had just advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. Why was he so strong? Thin lines of blood spurted out from the 5 people's bodies. Just as they spurted out, they turned into wisps of black smoke in the air, burned into gas by the Flaming Sun Sutra. Boom! The 5 people fell heavily on the ground at the same time. 5 puddles of blood appeared on the ground. However, they couldn't care less about the pain in their bodies. They jumped up and ran. Since they couldn't do it, running for their lives was the most important thing. However, Xiaoduo behind them waved his hand. Strings of shiny hidden weapons were already shooting towards them like raindrops. 2 of them had just jumped up. However, when they took a step forward, they realized that one of their legs was still on the ground. It had been cut off by the sword energy attack just now. Not only that, at the place where they had fallen, there were pieces of ears, fingers, an arm, and 2 feet connected to the ankle. In an instant, horrible shrieks shook the heavens and the earth. This wave of hidden weapons didn't go to waste. They all drilled into the flesh of the 5 people's wounds. Then they turned left and right in the flesh. Finally, with a boom, they exploded in the flesh. Clouds of blood mist flew out from these people's bodies violently. 2 of the people's eyes were directly blown into bloody holes in the explosion. 5 bodies that were like gunny sacks fell to the ground. Xiaoduo's body flew down. The first thing he did was to dislocate the jaws of the 5 people. Then, with 5 consecutive slashes, he pierced their dantians. Then, he raised his long sword and used it as a chopping knife. Just like chopping pork ribs. He chopped off all the legs of the 5 people. Then, he started to save the dying and heal the injured. These people couldn't die. They were all clues. Stopping the bleeding, cutting off the meridians, applying medicine. This series of actions was extremely practiced. It was as if he was very familiar with it. Finally, with each kick, he kicked the 5 blood gourds into a pile. Then, he picked up the phone and called Wen Xingtian. Teacher 1, help. Someone wants to assassinate me. He's at Grandma Sher's place. Fuck. Wen Xingtian, who was in the middle of a meeting, didn't even have time to identify the direction. With a boom, he directly crashed a big hole in the wall and directly rushed out. Before the dust could even rise, when Xingtian's shadow had already disappeared. It seemed that Zhua Xiaoduo's method of crashing through walls was actually inherited from this technique. Indeed, a great teacher produces a great student. Fuck. Xiang Kuangren cursed, but also rushed out. Seeing Zhua Xiaoduo's fierce operation and the score was 0-5 in an instant, Grandma Sher was completely relieved. This little monkey basically didn't need anyone to teach him what to do. Soon after, he quietly returned to his own small courtyard. When she was in midair, she looked at the ruins of the village. Countless people were wailing and trembling in the ruins. To Grandma Sher's eyes were cold. She felt an inexplicable comfort in her heart. It was as if the pent-up anger of many years had suddenly dissipated by a lot. Her original resentful thoughts of wait for me to clear my name and kill the whole village with one slap had unknowingly dissipated by a lot. With this child here, I suddenly feel that this world is still worth protecting. Grandma Sher poured a cup of tea for herself. Her expression was much gentler and was no longer filled with dead silence like before. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, his actions are extreme. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear when he does things. But I like him very much, old man. Although you've trained many killing machines in battle formations, you don't have the ability to teach such a student, right? With a boom, when Xingtian landed like an intercontinental missile, the ground rumbled as he smashed, and the foundations of many houses shook. He jumped in midair and landed again. There were only a dozen houses that Zhua Xiaoduo didn't manage to destroy in time, but they all collapsed with a crash. Zhua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Why do I feel that Teacher Wen is purely harboring evil intentions and wants to demolish this place? Even if I didn't destroy so many houses before, when Teacher Wen lands this time, I estimate that more than half of them will collapse. Chapter 503. Then, Xiang Kuangren also landed like a cannonball. The ground shook again. As far as the eye could see, other than Grandma Sher's house, there were no other buildings that were still intact. When Xingtian saw Xiaoduo, who had recovered his appearance, and hurried over. What happened? I came to see Grandma Sher. She was ambushed by these people. So Xiaoduo told him about the whole thing, and then told him about his guesses and conjectures. When Xingtian's face immediately became serious. They're not dead, right? They're not dead, but they're all crippled. They're all nascent soul cultivators. Just in case, I crippled their cultivation. So Xiaoduo grinned. Good job. When Xingtian praised, he liked it the most. It was easier to interrogate when there was no hope. I'll take them all back. Okay, but here, the ordinary people's houses are badly damaged. So Xiaoduo said worriedly, what should we do? When Xingtian sighed and said, the hateful Umno Alliance spies sneaked into the continent of astral souls and destroyed so many ordinary people's houses. They're really abominable. But don't worry, I'll inform Star Shield to do the statistics, and then the governor's office will come and settle them down. Okay, that's what Xiaoduo suggested. But now, Grandma Sher is still here, so it's a little inappropriate. Everyone's houses have collapsed. Only Grandma Sher's house didn't. Xiang Kuangren said gruffly. What are you trying to say? So Xiaoduo was confused. What can I say? Xiang Kuangren said angrily. What are you trying to do? Just say it. So Xiaoduo said, actually I was thinking, my villa is so spacious, and it's just me and Li Chenglong. It's too empty. Why don't we? When Xingtian frowned and said, I'm afraid Mrs. Sher won't leave this house. Your intentions. So Xiaoduo knew what he meant and said, my courtyard. It's a few acres of empty space. When Xingtian said, you mean? So Xiaoduo sighed, speechless. I wanted you to say it out loud, but you didn't. You were beating around the bush to make me say it. That I've never seen such an irresponsible teacher. What I mean is, we can move this small courtyard. Move over there? It seems quite difficult, right? So Xiaoduo said cutely. It's not hard at all. Yi Changqing also came and tried to persuade Madame Shi to move. He had already done so countless times. Xingtian and Madame, would it possible? Would it successful? To everyone's surprise, it didn't take much persuasion this time. Grandma Shi agreed very quickly. Even Yi Changqing was overjoyed by the result. Although it was a big surprise, the sense of relief in his heart was real and not fake at all. I live here because the Shi family's ancestral home is here. I just don't want to move. If old Shi was still alive, he would have been disappointed in his neighborhood and ancestral home. He wouldn't have let me suffer like this. He's dead. I've watched over him for so long. It's enough. So Xiaoduo comes every day. At first, I chased him away, but he still doesn't care about his reputation. He comes again and again, no matter how much I scold and beat him. Until now. Now, I'm still a distance away from a school. If the children want to see me, this distance is enough to cause them to lose their lives. Of course, I have to leave. No matter what, I can't be the bait for them to kill the children. Grandma Shi said lightly. The children are young and have many advantages. At the very least, they don't care about their reputation so much. They're not like some big shots who don't even come to the door after being scolded by me. In this world, the older you get, the more you care about your reputation. But you don't know that your reputation is long gone. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others were scolded until their faces turned green. They were embarrassed and kept quiet. Grandma Shi didn't say anything too outrageous. She just snorted and stopped talking. Yi Changqing hurriedly arranged for the moving. But in the process of moving, there was an accident. Countless villagers walked out from the ruins. Seeing that everyone was moving, they suddenly asked in unison, "Can we not move?" So Xiaoduo said impatiently, "Why? Didn't you all dislike Grandma Shi for a long time? If she moves away, won't you all be satisfied? If she moves away, our compensation, these houses, the government's compensation, I'm afraid it'll be a long time before the day comes." An old man stammered. He was very ashamed and didn't dare to look at the crowd. He said in a low voice, "Oh," so Xiaoduo said with interest, "Oh, I don't quite understand. What you mean is, if Grandma Shi still lives here, you can benefit from it. Because the hero's family lives here, you can get compensation as soon as possible. Is that what you mean? Did I get it wrong?" All the villagers lowered their heads in shame. Although they didn't answer, it was no doubt a tacit agreement. This was also the reality. In other words, you all know what kind of person Grandma Shi's husband is. So Xiaoduo suddenly wanted to kill someone. You all know that this is the hero's family that has been receiving long-term compensation from the government? Still, no one said a word. I see. Then I'll ask one more question. What do you all do on a daily basis? Don't ask about her well-being or greet her when she's met. Just say, "Is there anyone in your family who hasn't said anything bad about Principal Shi?" So Xiaoduo's voice was hoarse as he asked sternly. Still, no one said a word. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What are you talking about? Start moving. Yi Changqing waved his hand coldly. Please don't move. Several old men suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Grandma Shi. Please don't move. Stay here and continue to be persecuted by you. So Xiaoduo snorted coldly, his hands and feet moving even faster. Yi Changqing ignored those people and looked around the small courtyard. He said, "Don't move. First, use your true essence to solidify the foundation. Then, I'll lock the upper and lower space and 3 feet underground. Let's move the whole house there." Okay, understood. Under the stunned gaze of Xiaoduo, Yi Changqing and the other 2 people shouted and moved Grandma Shi's small courtyard in a few moves. Yi Changqing sat on the roof and sealed the space with his vigorous, true qi. Nothing in the small courtyard, not even a grain of soil, would fall. Xiang Quangren went downstairs and held the courtyard with one hand. He rose into the air and flew out. In short, they had used such a shocking method to move the entire courtyard away. So Xiaoduo, who thought that a lot of people would be needed to move the house and was eager to help, was stunned on the spot. He originally wanted to call people to help him. In his plan, there were people who would move furniture, books, and now it seemed that he was a country bumpkin. Just like that, Principal Yi used his hand to swipe across the square and carried the foundation away. The extra, when Xing Tian brought the 5 people who had been beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo and disappeared in an instant. These 5 people were all treasures and had to be taken care of carefully. Moving the small courtyard didn't require 3 experts to work together. That would be too much of a fuss. Seeing that everyone had left, Grandma Sure turned around. With a bang, her finger hit Zhou Xiaoduo's head solidly. Zhou Xiaoduo covered his head and was stunned. His eyes were full of confusion. Why didn't you ask for help? Grandma Sure looked at him sternly. Obviously, once you shouted, help would have come. Why are you, a Xiao in the embryonic breathing realm, thinking so much? Yes, you can win, but your true strength of being able to fight above your level will be exposed after today, won't it? Zhou Xiaoduo touched his head. I'm not afraid. Afraid that I'll be upset? Grandma Sure hit his head again with her finger and said, You little monkey, you are too scheming and think too much. Zhou Xiaoduo cried out in pain again. Grandma Sure's finger was like a steel bar, hitting his scalp until it made a loud sound. The pain seemed to be magnified, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, after 2 knocks, Zhou Xiaoduo was in so much pain that tears almost flowed out. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Grandma Sure, I won't dare to do it again. Zhou Xiaoduo was a professional when it came to admitting his fear. His teary, guilty, and sincere expression of admitting his mistake could definitely make any strict teacher or parent feel his sincerity. Grandma Sure was indeed fooled. She snorted softly. It's good that you know your mistake. Immediately, she strode forward, her speed neither fast nor slow. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly followed behind like a lackey. Along the way, he asked about her well-being and was very attentive. Behind him, only the villagers with complicated and uncomfortable expressions were left. They looked on helplessly as Grandma Sure left. All that was left behind was a huge square pit. Whether it was Yi, Changxing, Grandma Sure, or the others, during the entire process of moving, they didn't look at these people again. The affection of the ancestral home had long been completely wiped out by the persecution of conscience. Not a single drop was left. After this time, it was completely severed, and there was no more affection. So Xiaoduo and Grandma Sure chatted and laughed as they left, not looking back. That kind of silent indifference immediately made these people feel cold all over, and they trembled with fear. Basically, everyone who lived in this area knew that this old lady was an expert, a super expert. However, everyone also knew that this super expert would never make a move. The main reason why she wouldn't make a move was because this was the ancestral home of Headmaster Sure. Everyone in the village was a neighbor. Everyone also knew that this old lady's husband was wrongly accused. However, this didn't stop them from deliberately saying some things to provoke the other party and deliberately doing some things to disgust the other party. The pleasure of humiliating a strong person in the clouds. The feeling of, aren't you awesome? How'd you die? Aren't you the high and mighty headmaster? Aren't you someone that no one dares to provoke? Why are you like this now? Back then, when I begged you to open the back door for my child to enter the school, you said that my child didn't have the qualifications and you weren't willing. What about now? Aren't you still dead? When alive, you were above us. When dead, your reputation is so bad and you still want us to continue worshiping you. Who do you think you are? Leaving behind a widow, do you still want us to treat her like a grandma? What's wrong with bullying her? This kind of dark and twisted mentality, they didn't know where it came from, but it was real that now that the other party was about to leave, they just remembered that if this old lady wasn't here, the losses caused by this incident, the compensation, the subsidies. Wouldn't know when they would come that if the old lady was still here, these compensations, these new houses, they would all be in place very quickly. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, but in short, it would be very soon. This was without a doubt. But now, the old lady was gone, and she took the ancestral home with her, never to return. This meant that those compensations and subsidies would still come, but it wouldn't be very fast, and it wouldn't be sufficient. This was also without a doubt, because they no longer had the right to get people to come immediately. The hero had gone far away and would no longer protect them. When the hero's widow left, she didn't even turn back to look. It was said that when killing enemies on the battlefield, one had to turn back to take a look after killing the enemy. After the battle, one had to collect the corpse. But now, the old lady of the Sure family didn't even look at them. In fact, they were worse than corpses. In the sunset, everyone watched in a daze as the old and the young stepped on the setting sun and slowly left. Boundless regret was like the boundless darkness that was about to come, devouring everything. I don't know who said that a country needs heroes, because when everyone respects heroes, there will be more people who want to be heroes. However, when the people of this country didn't respect heroes, and even trampled on and suspected the former heroes, heroes would no longer exist. If the heroic souls had spirits, the human world that they had once risked their lives to protect would become like this. Then, the heroic souls would also be far away. When a hero was bitterly disappointed, no one would want to be a hero. Therefore, there would be no more heroes in this world. Lu Xun had once said, "This world needs war." After too long of peace, there would always be many complicated things that replace the respect and reverence in people's hearts. Therefore, the consequences of too long of peace were corruption and moral decay. Update complete. This chapter is clearly a chapter to vent my anger, but I wrote it with a heavy heart. Chapter 504. Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Granny Sure had moved over. Sigh. They would be living in the same courtyard from now on. This was equivalent to having a super bodyguard protecting him. His sense of security instantly exploded. Although Principal Yi could also provide protection, the principal was still very busy after all. Teacher Wen would beat him up if he glared at him. Besides, Granny Sure was the one who was worried about staying here alone. Now that she had moved over, she felt more at ease. It was easy to overthink when she was alone. If she couldn't take it anymore, that wouldn't be terrible if there was no one around. In the villa, Xiaoduo's courtyard was really a few acres of land. The villa was right in the middle. Granny Sure was unwilling to move into the villa. She only wanted to live in her original small courtyard. After some discussion, they arranged the villas side by side, leaving a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle, and placed Granny Sure's small courtyard there. Moreover, they increased the height of the small courtyard a little. The height was not very obvious. They also added a gentle slope that extended all the way to the door and the steps that Yi Changqing and the others were especially meticulous. Every detail was done as well as possible. They were even discussing how to use streamlines and curves to make the lawn look as flat as possible without putting an old courtyard and a villa together, trying not to make the difference too big and the difference in quality. This was not an easy task. Granny Sure did not care about this at all. She completely let them do whatever they wanted. She found a chair in Xiaoduo's courtyard and sat down to take a nap. In the end, Yi Changqing and the others made Granny Sure's small courtyard look even more classy than the single-family villa here. The winding path led to a secluded place. Stone slabs were laid on the green grass. There were also many green bamboos in the surroundings. The bamboos extended all the way, getting shorter and shorter, and then connected to this side. There were countless bamboos around the small courtyard, covering the mottled courtyard walls. Only a corner of the eaves could be seen that Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren didn't even care about the 5 captives that Wen Xingtian had brought back. They were fully focused on their work here. From time to time, they would fly a little further away to check if there was anything else that was out of place, that their bodies, hands, and faces were all covered in mud. From time to time, they would gather together to discuss and point at each other. Then, they would start working again. In the end, he still felt that it was inappropriate and uncoordinated, so he decided to consult with Xiaoduo, the feng shui master. After receiving guidance, he directly dug a pit in the west side of the courtyard, solidified the bottom and the surroundings, and instantly built a fish pond. Xiang Kuangren flew out as well. In just a short while, he had moved a rockery and a pavilion with one hand. Then he held a huge plastic bag with his other hand. Inside, there were many beautiful fish of various colors. Finally, he moved a small bamboo forest around the fish pond. Sparse shadows slanted. The sun was already setting in the west. In the small courtyard, the door to the room was open. Vice Principal Shi, dressed in martial attire, sat with his hand on his sword as he silently watched his two old brothers working for his family. They were busy and covered in mud. They discussed, argued, moved, and built. That kind of seriousness, that kind of effort, that kind of precision, that kind of detail, that kind of perfection, 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 that kind of perfection. Vice Principal Shi's serious face seemed to have a hint of gentleness. Finally, it was done. Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren looked left, right, front, and back, and looked around to make sure that there were no more mistakes. Their faces were full of joy and comfort. Grandma Shi, who had been sitting on the chair, finally woke up from her nap. She looked over with a blank expression and suddenly said, "Today is the day that old Shi and I move into a new house. I'm going out to buy some food. Do you want to come and drink some wine?" Her voice was very flat, and there was a hint of disdain in her tone. Yi Changqing and Xiang Kuangren were stunned. The two of them seemed to have misheard and asked in unison. "Really?" Grandma Shi said impatiently. "Just say that you're not coming. Come." Yi Changqing was such a calm person, but his eyes turned red in an instant. Xiang Kuangren's tears even fell. Ever since Vice Principal Shi's death, it was rare for people to come to this small courtyard, especially the few of them. Today, they actually received such an invitation. The two of them were so surprised that they almost thought that they were dreaming. "Tonight, my brother and I will drink until we're drunk." Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse. He laughed, but his voice was already trembling. That night, Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and a few other hidden dragon teachers came. Everyone drank in the small courtyard, laughing and chatting merrily until the latter half of the night. Everyone was dead drunk. When Shi Yinfeng was still around, everyone was like this. They often drank in the small courtyard. They drank when they were happy, when they were depressed, when they were angry, when they were bored, when it was raining, when it was snowing, and when it was snowing, they drank. Now, it was still the same small courtyard, but there was one less person. At first, the 10 or so people were still joking and trying not to talk about sad topics. However, later on, they could not help but raise their wine cups and drink with Shi Yunfeng in the portrait. Their voices started to tremble as they spoke. Brothers died, a cup of wine for 20 years. A few people raised their cups in the courtyard, and one person sat in front of the portrait. 16 brothers in life and death, rising and falling in the world of yin and yang. I still remember when Yinfeng was still around, lightning struck across the sky and cut off his soul. We held together on the battlefield, sacrificing ourselves for 2,000 years. We waved the golden sword in front of the sun and moon pass, raising our children and grandchildren. We spent our lives working for the country and the people, and our reputations are glorious. 20 years later, we toast our brothers, and we drink until our souls are broken. We dream of this day, choked in our throats, unable to speak. Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. Yinfeng, you've been wronged. Big brother, I'm sorry. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He raised his head to drink, but his breath was unstable, and he choked. In the portrait, Vice Principal Shi sat with his hand on his sword. His gaze was gentle, and a breeze blew, flipping the portrait slightly. He seemed to be drinking with his brothers. Grandma Shi kept cooking, and when it got cold, she would take it back to heat it up. In the end, Xiang Kuangren burst into tears. He lay on the ground and cried, and no one could pull him up. He hammered the ground with his fists and cried, but he refused to say what he was crying about. When Xing Tian, on the other hand, remained seated and did not say a word. He drank one cup of wine after another. When others drank, their faces would turn red. However, when Xing Tian was different. After drinking, his face would turn green. The more he drank, the greener he got. The greener he got, the more he drank. He sat upright and downed all the wine that came his way. In the darkness of the night, his ashen face, coupled with his increasingly sharp eyes, were like two sharp swords that swept in all directions. Sword chi overflowed. As far as the eye could see, bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest fell without any wind. The morning breeze was mighty, and it blew across the world. The night of drinking finally came to an end. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were not qualified to sit in this drinking party. They were busy playing the role of housewives and even tidying up the messy dining table. The scene. Every place was clean and spotless. From the very beginning of the drinking session, Yi Changqing had given strict orders. I don't care what your kennels are like, but this little courtyard has to be clean and tidy at all times. If there is even the slightest mistake, haha. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. Naturally, the two of them trembled like cicadas in winter. Yi Changqing and the others had gone back long ago. At this moment, only when Xing Tian was left, and he did not leave. He sat upright, with a wine jar in one hand and a wine bowl in the other. He poured a bowl of wine, raised it forward, and said, "Fifth brother, sure, please." Then he drank it in one gulp. Then he paused, as if thinking about something. After a few minutes, he poured another bowl and drank it in one gulp. After everyone had left, another 8 or 9 jars of wine were piled up beside Wen Xingtian. The more he drank, the greener his face became, and the more he drank, the fiercer his eyes became. So Xiaoduo looked at him, and the fear in his heart kept rising. He did not even dare to go forward to persuade him. Wen Xingtian sat there, like a sharp sword that shocked the world, and the light shone in all directions. Evil spirit rushed to the sky, and killing intent filled the sky. A ray of sword chi rushed to the sky, shining brightly in the sky above Fenghai, and the light shone in all directions. This night, just this ray of sword chi was enough to make the hearts of countless experts in Fenghai City tremble, and they did not dare to breathe. Grandma Sure appeared at the door. Looking at Wen Xingtian sitting upright, she could not help but shake her head, sighed, and said lightly, "100,000 massacre. Why are you resigning? Are you quitting?" Hearing this, Wen Xingtian's body trembled, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed, as if he was alert in an instant, and his mind returned. Grandma Sure sighed, "Go back to class. Your students are still waiting for you." Wen Xingtian's eyes slowly closed, and the sword chi that swept across the sky and the killing intent that filled the sky quickly disappeared. In an instant, it disappeared as if it had never appeared. You are no longer 100,000 massacre. You are a literary teacher, just a literary teacher. It's good to be so literary. Grandma Sure said, "Go. I have moved here. You can come here any time in the future to drink with your fifth brother, and I will cook for you." When Xing Tian nodded silently, and suddenly stood up, a majestic power surged out from his body, and the smell of alcohol spread in the air, intoxicating people. Finally, he took a deep breath, and, after a long exhalation, he finally said with a hoarse voice, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Then he took a step out, and with one step, he disappeared, and there was no trace of him. Grandma Sure sighed softly. So Xiaoduo asked curiously, 100,000 massacre, is that Mr. Wen's nickname? That's strange. There's nothing strange about it. Grandma Sure shook her head lightly. When Xingtian was on the battlefield, he said that if he did not kill 100,000 people, he would not die in peace. And he kept on killing. Li Qinglong clicked his tongue. Then, did he kill that many people? Grandma Sure smiled. If it was calculated in terms of military merits, the number of people he killed had already exceeded, and it was the kind that exceeded by a lot. After that, he got this nickname, 100,000 Massacre. She smiled softly, When the Hidden Dragon Academy was looking for teachers, there were strict requirements. This included Principal Yi, your Mr. One, your Principal Shi, and the others. Back then, each of them was a warrior on the battlefield, if it was not because of the damage to their origin. At this point, she smiled sadly and said, when they came to the Hidden Dragon Academy, they were at their current cultivation level. After so many years, they are still at this level. Is what Xiaoduo said in surprise. Origin damaged? Wasn't it because of the injury to Principal Ye's heart? Grandma Shi snorted and said, the injury to the heart is something that happens after you come to the Hidden Dragon Academy. This group of people encountered the invincible the Flood, which in the past, they were a whole army of 12,000 people, and they were led by a deputy commander. But the Flood which just flew across the sky and smashed the hammer of 1,000 souls. Out of 12,000 people, 9,000 died on the spot. The rest all had their origin damaged. From then on, they could not advance in martial arts. Grandma Shi shook her head and sighed. Otherwise, why would they come to the Hidden Dragon Academy? Chapter 505. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were dumbfounded. A troop of 12,000 people and a deputy commander with a higher level of cultivation. That Great Flood Shaman only used one hammer to defeat it? Zhou Xiaoduo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dryly, that the Flood Witch is so powerful. Is she really invincible? She's more than powerful. Grandma Shi sighed. At that time, she was a nightmare of the entire astral souls. It was said that even the sky-inspecting throne and the star-plucking emperor were not her match. Li Qinglong's face turned pale and said, what about the left and right heavenly kings? They can beat her, right? Grandma Shi rolled her eyes and said, don't talk like a child. The right heavenly king of the left and right heavenly kings is the son of the star-plucking emperor. They're a generation younger, and they don't have the strength to defeat their father. Zhou Xiaoduo felt his scalp tingle. Then isn't this Flood Shaman really invincible in the world? He is invincible in the world. Grandma Shi snorted and said, among the star soul cultivators of our generation, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to tear this Flood Shaman into pieces. However, there wasn't a single person who didn't dare to admit that he wasn't number one in the world. Is he really that powerful? Zhou Xiaoduo exclaimed. Go to school. Grandma Shi said, are you coming back for lunch? What do you like to eat? I will make it for you. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, I will come back from grocery shopping and drink with Grandma Shi. Li Qinglong's alcohol tolerance is not good. I don't like to drink with him. Little monkey. Grandma Shi scolded with a smile. Go. He had to work harder. His foundation had to be solid. Only then can you walk steadily and go far. Remember. Remember. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong strode away. Grandma Shi looked at the two youths leaving with youthful vitality and couldn't help but smile softly. This kind of youthful vitality. She had seen too many of them. Perhaps, in a few years, he would go to the battlefield and display his prowess that as his thoughts flowed, he sighed. In the distant Umno Alliance. Heavenly Sorcerer Hall. Deep underground. Wow. He spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, which sprayed out dozens of meters. A tall and sturdy figure with disheveled hair was panting heavily. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely sharp light. My eyes have recovered. He panted and looked extremely weak. Suddenly, he looked up and roared, Zwa, I'm not done with you. His eyes had recovered, and his body was slowly recovering as well. But occasionally, he would feel weak for some reason. This situation left the Flood Witch, who was once an invincible expert, speechless. Occasionally, a surge of energy would surge in, and in an instant, it was even stronger than before, much stronger. But after a few days, a lot of his strength would be sucked away. This kind of situation was completely passive and irresistible. This kind of situation had happened many times on and off, causing the Flood Witch to suffer. The cultivation of the heart in the mortal world was over. His cultivation had indeed increased by one level. But now, this kind of speechless situation also followed. There was a connection here that was constantly providing the power of providence, as if someone was accumulating providence for him. And there was a pipe that was constantly sucking out providence. It made him feel like he was the strongest in the world at one moment, and like a weak chicken in the next, that although he had tried his best to use all kinds of methods to balance his state, and although he had improved a lot compared to when he had just returned, but this kind of extreme weakness that occasionally appeared was still unavoidable. I can sweep across 3,000 miles, and I can easily crush all life within 3,000 miles. Even high-level martial artists were no exception. But after I'm done, maybe there will be a twitch, and I'll fall from the sky and be dizzy. How can I dare to go out in this kind of situation? What if at this time, I encounter a similarly ruthless character who can take the opportunity to kill me? If I die in this way, won't I become a laughing stock and be hated for eternity? The Flood, which felt that she was going crazy. Zwa, you're so fucking cruel. You're willing to use your own son to plot against me. I fucking. The Flood, which was speechless to the extreme. My life ring has been taken away by you. With a crack, the void exploded with a clenched fist. But after that, she began to gasp for breath again. Since waking up, the Flood, which had an impulse to hit the ground with her head every time she thought of this matter. I've been cheated. I've really been cheated. I've been cheated so badly. Boss, what happened to you? A man in fiery red walked in. I'm fine. Flood snorted coldly and said, I used the secret method to advance. Although it was successful, I need some time to stabilize. I'm afraid it will take me 10 years to completely consolidate my state and return to my strongest state. 10 years. The man in red fell into a state of sluggishness at once. I've been waiting so long for you to come back, but you say it will take you 10 years to recover, that he couldn't help but remind, Boss, the situation now is very strange. Not only our luck has been taken away, but your godson is also making up for it. In fact, it's not a matter of taking advantage of the light or suffering a loss. If your godson has great achievements in the future, what he will give you will be much greater than what has been taken away from you now. The fiery red man said anxiously, but as he spoke, he stopped himself. Damn it, he said too much. What the boss didn't want to hear the most now was his godson. I don't need it. The Flood, which looked at the man in red in front of her. Her eyes were as if they were going to smash his face. She said word by word, and, don't promote in front of me anymore. Son, understand. Yes. The man in red nodded like a chicken pecking rice. He thought to himself, you fucking recognize your own godson. At that time, you were so gratified that you cried as if you had picked up a great treasure. You were so grateful that you shed tears and snot, and even gave away your life ring. And now you say you don't care. Humph, I'm too embarrassed to mention these scandals of yours. Buzz. A big hammer suddenly appeared. With a bang, the man in red in front of her was sent flying by the hammer. The Flood Witch's furious voice could be heard. What kind of expression is that? What the fuck are you thinking? The Flood Witch was furious. In fact, he could feel that the luck that had been taken away from him was far less than the luck that had been given back. His godson was really the son of destiny. This was beyond doubt. In this aspect, he had indeed benefited from it. But the problem now was that they were enemies. Before he died in the mortal world, he had received a great favor from him. He had to wear mourning clothes and send him off. This was a huge karma that couldn't be repaid. The reason why he said it couldn't be repaid was because this action made up for the only shortcoming of his mortal world, having no descendants. It was just that his luck had been taken away by the backlash of that big array. He just had to wait for his strength to return and cut it off, and it would be over. How could it take 10 years? But the problem would then become that he had simply accepted the other party's benefits. Yes, it was accepting the benefits of the godson. The godson's luck was so great that it would constantly strengthen his own luck. This was equivalent to owing him more and more in this life. But he couldn't refuse or resist. He couldn't refuse it even if he wanted to. The godson status was confirmed and witnessed by heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the continuation of his life bloodline. Feeding him back was a logical thing to do, a matter of course. But the key problem now was that he had already owed him in his previous life. He owed him again in this life and would owe him for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to taking the other party's benefits while constantly going against him. Fighting. How could he endure this? The flood which felt that his skin wasn't that thick. 10 years was enough for him to adapt to this state and even cultivate to become stronger. Then he must return all of this and find a way to cut off this karma. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable and guilty when he went out to fight. At his level, how could it be so easy to accept favors and karma? Just cut it off? And these are the key factors that directly affected the great Tao. That's what guy's too insidious. The flood which was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. And the Umno alliance. He was too careless. After returning, he felt that something was wrong and even shattered the soul projection he had prepared in advance to find a reason. That day, Lai Hua and Bing Ming happened to come to see him. He had already looked through half of it and still didn't find any problems. He asked these two guys to look at the soul projection with him and brainstormed to find out where the problem was. That in the end, he let these two bastards see a big show where he was schemed against and turned upside down. That day, these two guys almost died laughing in front of him. His strength hadn't recovered that day, and he was at his weakest. He couldn't drive these two guys away. Not to mention Lai Hua. Even Bing Ming, who was known as the 10,000-year popsicle, laughed in front of him on the spot. That when it came to the part where he gave out the life ring, these two guys went back to watch it again and again. They watched it over and over again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Damn it. In their eyes, he changed from the most powerful and invincible man in the world to the most laughingstock in the world in just a few minutes. Yesterday, Bing Ming fearlessly asked, "Boss, if you meet your godson on the battlefield, will you fight him? What if he suddenly calls you godfather in front of 2 armies?" Because of this sentence, Bing Ming was still lying on the bed. All the bones in his body were smashed by himself. Damn bastard. Zwagai, you schemed well. You schemed so well. The flood which said to herself ferociously, "But so what? You won't be able to come back in 10 years. Even if you can come back, what can you do? Are you my opponent? Even if Yu Xingchen is here, you still can't defeat me. You're wasting your time. As long as I see you, I'll be the first one to smash you. Your son is my godson. I can't touch him for the time being, but you're not my godson. You're my enemy. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Boss, if you kill your godson's father, it seems to be." Cough, cough, cough. The fire which you had just returned muttered fearlessly. "Fuck off." A loud curse erupted like a volcano. A hammer. The fire which flew away again. Behind him came a series of curses. "Zwagai, you're despicable. You're shameless. You're a bastard, you. I'll never forgive you." Ah. Boomed. The whole Soul Oracle Hall made a star. Iron flew into the sky and suddenly shattered. Update complete. Chapter 506. The freshman competition of the Hidden Dragon High School ended as scheduled. However, Li Chenglong did not win the championship that he had been longing for. He was only the runner-up. Yes, the runner-up. In this freshman competition, the first place was the runner-up. Everyone knew that there was one person who did not participate in the competition from the beginning to the end. He was a freshman, but his strength had long surpassed the limits of all the freshmen. It was to the extent that if he participated in the competition, he would be bullying others and destroying the balance. He alone was enough to suppress all the geniuses in the Hidden Dragon High School. If he was not the champion, none of the geniuses would be convinced. Li Chenglong was miserable. He protested for a long time in grief and indignation. In the end, he went up the stage happily and received the runner-up prize. As for the champion, he did not participate in the competition. Why should you be rewarded? It was a pity that Zhao Duo, who didn't know about this, didn't even attend the award ceremony, because he didn't want to worry about it. He was still focused on cultivating that there was a big problem in the interrogation of the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The 5 people they captured this time were all nascent soul cultivators. This level of cultivation was neither high nor low. In a small place like Phoenix City, this level of cultivation would be considered top-notch. However, in any large clan, this level of cultivation was far below the level of a core member. Therefore, after they were captured, Wen Xingtian and the others only went to interrogate the mastermind behind scenes. In fact, they did not have much hope. However, the world was so strange. After a round of interrogation, they actually found a big fish. Qiu Shaoqian ordered us to do this. They interrogated the 5 people separately. 3 of them knew the mastermind, but the third one heard it from the second one, the second from the eldest one, and the 4th and 5th knew nothing. They only knew that there was a superior. After hearing this news, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was shocked. When Xingtian and Xiang Quangren heard this shocking news, they began to interrogate more carefully. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not give up anything else. Other than knowing that Qiu Shaoqian ordered them to kill Zhou Xiaoduo, they did not know anything else. And these people were Qiu Shaoqian's hired thugs on normal days. If you fancy a woman, go snatch it. If you fancy a fortune, go snatch it. If you fancy something, go snatch it. That although Old 4 and Old 5 did not know that this operation was ordered by Qiu Shaoqian, they still confessed many of the dirty things they had done for Qiu Shaoqian. That's the general situation. When Xingtian looked surprised, Qiu Shaoqian, I'm afraid. He's really a suspect this time. At least, he's definitely involved in this matter. Yi Changqing rubbed his forehead with a heavy expression. Qiu Shaoqian was the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan, the king of the Central Plains, Fenghai's #1 expert, the #1 power, and most importantly, he had the backing of the royal family. This fish was really big. He immediately dialed the number of the Southern District Chief. Chief Nan, there's a new situation. It's like this. This matter involves the Prince Mansion of the Central Plains. Hearing this, the other side of the phone fell silent for a moment. This matter was really a little tricky. Although Chief Nan did not take the king of the Central Plains seriously, it was not a small matter to suddenly make a move on a prince with real power who could suppress the Central Plains. On the phone, Chief Nan replied clearly, "You Hidden Dragon High School, don't bother about this matter. I'll ask Star Shield to step in and follow the proper procedures." Yi Changqing said, "But this matter concerns my revenge for Hidden Dragon High School." Chief Nan said calmly, "If Hidden Dragon High School were to step in, it's very likely that there would be no results. Everyone knows that Qiu Shaoqian does not have such ability and courage, so there must be someone else behind him. But the person behind him might not necessarily be the king of the Central Plains. And most importantly, if the other party's mastermind is really the king of the Central Plains, even if Hidden Dragon High School does its best, it might not be a match for him. It's better not to provoke him. With Hidden Dragon High School's current situation, even if the mastermind is not the king of the Central Plains, the pressure from the king of the Central Plains is still something you can't handle." Yi Changqing nodded slowly and said, "Yes, this is reality." Chief Nan said, "Once Qiu Shaoqian enters Star Shield, his identity and background in the king of the Central Plains could be temporarily set aside. If he wants to get away, it will depend on whether his position is important or not. If his position is important enough, someone will definitely take action, either to fish him out or to silence him. And when it comes to dealing with this, Hidden Dragon High School is also far inferior to Star Shield." Yi Changqing said, "Yes, but I'm afraid Star Shield will not be able to catch him. This time, I'll send people directly from Star Shield," Chief Nan said. But now that more than a night has passed, Qiu Shaoqian might have already heard the news and fled. He won't. Chief Nan's voice was very certain. These 5 people must be kept alive. Then, the phone call ended. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other. They didn't understand why Chief Nan was so confident. If they hadn't been busy moving yesterday, there might have been hope of catching Qiu Shaoqian. but they had been busy moving for so long and had been drinking all night. There was no way Qiu Shaoqian didn't know that those 5 people had failed. He wasn't a fool. Why wouldn't he run? Although they knew that if they didn't interrogate him in time, there might be unforeseen circumstances, Yi Changqing and the others still drank that wine without hesitation. Because that was a wine that they had dreamed of but didn't dare to hope for a long time. They had made up their minds yesterday. If they couldn't get anything out of the interrogation, then forget it. Even if there were really clues, they would just have to put in more effort. Today, when they learned about Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts, although they felt regretful, they didn't regret it. But why was Chief Nin so confident that Qiu Shaoqian wouldn't run? It was puzzling. At this time, in the King of the Central Plains residence. The King of the Central Plains was standing by the huge fish pond. In his hand were Zhao's star beast condensed cores, which are the size of corn grains. He threw them into the fish pond one by one. One after another, fishes with wings and golden luster all flew out of the water surface, fighting to snatch the treasures. They swallowed them and sank to the bottom. Once they snatched the cores, they had to digest them. These star beast condensed cores might be good stuff, but to these fish, they were just right for them to bear. They wouldn't suffer from indigestion after eating them. The King of the Central Plains had a lot of star beast condensed cores in his hands, but there seemed to be more fish in the pond. Judging by the size of each fish, they probably weighed more than 50 kilograms. But no matter whether they jumped out of the water or fell, they didn't make a lot of noise or splash. There were only soft splashes. Such big fish actually only made the soft sound of bubbles popping when they jumped out of the water, but because the sound was too loud, they didn't eat the star beast condensed cores. The King of the Central Plains was already quite effective against this group of 3-winged star spirit fish that he had trained for a long time. His phone suddenly rang. The King of the Central Plains didn't immediately answer. A moment later, the butler walked over quickly with the phone in his hand. "Your Highness." "HM, it's Chief Nan." "Oh." The King of the Central Plains took the phone, and his laughter was exceptionally hearty. "Chief Nan, why are you so free today to call me personally?" Over the phone, Chief Nan's voice was very cold. "King of the Central Plains, I have to inform you of something bad. Please be careful." "Chief Nan, please go ahead. Your brother-in-law is suspected of seeking the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy." Chief Nin said directly, "The evidence is irrefutable. Before this afternoon, get him ready. I want him alive and intact. He can't turn into a corpse after entering S.H.I.E.L.D., and he can't have his life and death controlled by others. He can't say anything. Before 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to go to the King of the Central Plains residence to get him." Chief Nan's voice was very calm. "Is there a problem?" The King of the Central Plains' expression changed. He pondered and didn't answer for a while. After a pause, he said, "Go and see where Qiu Shaoqian is now." The butler didn't hesitate and left with a whoosh. The King of the Central Plains said in a low voice, "Chief Nan, please wait for a moment. I'll go and confirm Qiu Shaoqian's whereabouts now. I'll definitely give you an answer." The King of the Central Plains' cold voice said, "I don't want to hear your answer. I just want Qiu Shaoqian in good condition. If he's dead, then you'll be the biggest suspect." The King of the Central Plains laughed. "Chief Nan, are you thinking of arresting me too?" The King of the Central Plains said, "You can try. Kill Qiu Shaoqian before this afternoon, and see if I dare to arrest you." With a smack, the phone was hung up. The King of the Central Plains grabbed the phone that had already been hung up, and it was still pressed against his ear. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The butler flew over. "Your Highness, young Master Qiu is missing. We don't know where he went for the time being." "Missing?" The King of the Central Plains smiled faintly. He turned to look at the fish pond and threw out a condensed pill. He watched as a big fish swooped out and swallowed the condensed pill. He said faintly, "Find Qiu Shaoqian and detain him in the residence. Hand him over in the afternoon." "But I don't want to say it a second time." The King of the Central Plains said faintly, "Qiu Shaoqian who's alive and can talk, who can't have his life and death controlled by others, and who can't enter Star Shield and then die. Qiu Shaoqian who's intact and sane." The butler was stunned and said respectfully, "Yes." Then he turned and left. The next moment, thousands of people from the King of the Central Plains residence rushed out of the residence and scattered in all directions. However, after a while, more figures flew out from all directions and sped in all directions that the King of the Central Plains' expression was gloomy as he continued to feed the fish. Only his eyes flickered and flickered. Nan Zhongxian really dared to arrest him, although he was only the Minister of Finance. If it were another minister, the King of the Central Plains might not even care. However, Nan Zhongxian was different. He was completely different. Everyone knew that. There was no marshal in the south. Nan Zhongxian was the Minister of Finance in Shangjing, but there was no marshal in the Southern Army now. However, no one dared to go to the south. Chapter 507. This was because the Southern Chief did not send anyone to take up the position. As long as the Southern Chief did not personally send someone to take up the position, no matter who it was, even if they went with the military appointment letter. They were a group of proud soldiers and valiant generals who had fought for thousands of years. They did not even care about life and death, not to mention the rank of an official. Why would they care about a military appointment letter? The Southern Corps only recognized Nan Zhongxian and this man alone. The king of Zhongyuan had no doubt that since the Southern Chief had said this to him, if he still killed Qiu Shaoqian and turned him into an idiot, the Southern Corps would destroy his mansion. Reason drill. Yes, this reason was enough. Or rather, this reason was enough. After feeding the fish, the king of Zhongyuan returned to his room with his hands behind his back. Then, he strolled leisurely to the backyard. The princess of Zhongyuan was admiring the flowers in the backyard pavilion. Her pretty face was filled with tranquility. The king of Zhongyuan quietly entered the pavilion with his hands behind his back. With a shake of his head, the two women immediately retreated. "Your Highness!" The princess of Zhongyuan looked at her husband with her clear eyes, somewhat suspicious. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the princess of Zhongyuan's face with his eagle-like eyes. A moment later, smack! A heavy slap sent the princess of Zhongyuan to the ground. Blood spurted out of her cherry lips. The princess of Zhongyuan covered her face and looked at the king of Zhongyuan in shock and grievance. This sudden change of events stunned her. "Is it strange?" The king of Zhongyuan asked gently. Smack! Another slap was sent over. The king of Zhongyuan put his hands behind his back and asked calmly, "Is it still strange?" This second slap was much heavier than the first. The princess of Zhongyuan felt her head buzzing, but she immediately replied in a low voice, "No, it's not strange anymore." The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, "When I'm willing, you can put on an act for fun. But when I'm not willing, you're courting death by putting on an act in front of me. Your brother must be handed over alive and in good condition. Otherwise, I'll hand you over." Yes, but that afternoon, at 4:30 p.m., Qiu Shaoqian was escorted back to the mansion, covered in blood. At 5 o'clock, Qiu Shaoqian's wounds had completely healed. He looked clean and spotless as he waited in the courtyard. 5:59 p.m. Jiang Wenzhou led the shield experts through the gate of the prince of Zhongyuan's residence. The Zhongyuan king's eyes flickered as he left with his hands behind his back. He didn't show his face at all and allowed the people from the Star Shield General Bureau to take Qiu Shaoqian away. The timing was very strange. Minister Nan said that before 6 o'clock in the evening, Star Shield would come to pick him up. Therefore, Jiang Wenzhou visited at 5:59 p.m. to pick him up. If he were to do so earlier, the king of Zhongyuan might have a hold on him and offend him completely. "You said before 6 o'clock, but it's only 5:58 now. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't even wait for 2 minutes?" This was a taboo in the officialdom, especially when they were trying to capture a person with a very sensitive identity. Of course, Jiang Wenzhou was a smart person. 30 seconds after 5:59, "Mr. Nanfang can't blame me. You said before 6, and I didn't disobey. On the other hand, the king of Zhongyuan can't blame me either. You're only 30 seconds away from 6. I've already given you as much time as I can. No matter what, you can't blame me." You immortals can fight all you want. It has nothing to do with me. I've given enough face to both sides. If one wasn't a wily old fox in the officialdom, not only would they not be able to use this method, they wouldn't even think of it. Therefore, many young people who entered the officialdom for the first time didn't even know how they fell. Cough, I've gone off topic. As the freshman competition came to an end, Zhuo gradually realized that he seemed to be making a name for himself in the Hidden Dragon High School. The main reason wasn't because he could fight and was the best in the first grade. Instead, it was because he had once claimed that he was the best in the aspect of appearance. Previously, when the freshman competition was ongoing, not only were the freshmen watching the student arena matches, there were also many older students watching from the side. Although all the students in class 1 scolded Zhuo as a bitch when they saw him, when they faced a student from other classes, they were full of admiration for him. Moreover, Li Qinglong's prestige in the class was getting higher and higher. He started to make arrangements. Everyone, go out and brag on behalf of Zhuo. The more you brag, the better. The more awesome you brag, the better. You can even brag until you blow up. What? Lie? Which one of you didn't benefit from it? Let me tell you, this is a guide to the lost sheep. It can even save a life in the future. This is a good thing for the country and the people. You don't want to do it? Okay, this vice class monitor will compare notes with you. The students in class 1 were all mentally exhausted. Damn, Zhuo brought a braggart to school, but we can't beat this braggart. Okay, braggart it is. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You have to brag step by step. You can't be too abrupt. Vice class monitor Li earnestly taught. The experience learned from Zhuo Shuai's company came in handy. As a result, our class monitor Zhuo's strength is definitely the best in the entire grade. He doesn't need to compete to be the de facto champion. Our class monitors with strength isn't just for show. In the past, I heard squad leaders would say that fortune-telling is the best, wealth is the second, and cultivation is the last. I thought he was just praising himself and tricking us into looking for him for fortune-telling. Now, I know that his fortune-telling is really accurate. What did he say? Do you remember the last trial? The class monitor gave me a slip of paper and told me to open it when I arrived at the trial field. Then I entered the trial field and opened the slip of paper. It said, follow the set direction, 30 degrees to the right, search in a straight line. In the end, I got 27th place and gained quite a lot. And I also noticed that the direction I originally planned to go was in the direction where a few people from class 3 went. Those people were actually in the 600th or 700th place. Don't you think it's amazing? No way, right? So amazing? You guys are bragging? Bragging your grandma. Let me tell you, I also got a slip of paper from the class monitor at that time. He told me to give up on the set direction and go 45 degrees diagonally. In the end, I got 9th place. As for the direction I originally went, do you know who went there? Shimin Daqing. That guy's not weak, right? This time he's in last place. He didn't even earn enough credits to eat. It's up to them whether they believe it or not. These guys don't believe it. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were ambushed in the trial field. How did they come out unscathed? It was class monitor Zhuo who saw it in advance. This isn't a secret now. If you don't believe me, ask your teacher. Idiot. I'm too lazy to explain. I'm lying to you guys. I'm so bored that I'm lying to you guys. Right, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you guys know Meng Zhangjun who got 3rd place in the previous trial? I know, but he's not in the top few in your class. Is there something fishy about his results? There is something fishy about it. He also got a slip of paper from class monitor Zhuo. Otherwise, how could his trial results be so much better than the others? He almost caught up to Li Qinglong. He really got lucky. You guys don't know, but at that time, he directly threw away class monitor Zhuo's slip of paper. Later, he picked it up. If it wasn't for that, how could he get into the top 3? This is fate. Damn, it's that mysterious. It's that mysterious. If you don't believe me, just wait for the next trial. You'll find out. It had to be said that although the students in class 1 were all forced when they started bragging, everyone realized that this was really the case. Thus, as they bragged, they started to believe it. Class monitor was that awesome. Since class 1 was already like this, the students from other classes were even more stunned. Many of them went to Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Ming Zhongjun to verify it. Is that really the case? It's true. Xiang Chong's temper flared up. I already told you that it's true. Can you stop asking about the details? It's quite embarrassing. Xiang Bing. Yes, it was class monitor who saw through it and saved us. However, this doesn't mean that class monitor is a complete bitch. Ming Zhongjun. Speaking of this, I really have to thank Vice Class Monitor Li Chenglong. If he didn't emphasize it again and again, I would have really taken it as a joke. I wouldn't have gone back to look for the slip of paper. Previously, everyone was busy with their own cultivation and rarely had the chance to chat when they met. They really didn't have the time. They could be overtaken by others in the time it took to eat a meal. Who dared to relax? However, the freshman competition gave everyone a chance to chat, and the conversation was in full swing. As a result, Zhuo Xiaoduo's manifestation technique began to spread like wildfire. After half a day, everyone in the entire Hidden Dragon High School knew about it. Understanding the mysteries of heaven, determining life and death, determining fortune and misfortune, seeing marriage, resolving misfortune, investigating the 3 lives, knowing yin and yang, controlling the universe. Omnipotent, omniscient, omniscient, omniscient. On that day, Zhuo Xiaoduo's poem was also dug out and was enthusiastically discussed by all the students in the school. They shook their heads and recited it. I was originally an immortal banished from the 9 heavens, dancing in the clouds. Today, I set foot in the mortal world and stirred up the mortal world with my hands. With one glance, I saw through the 3 lives of people. With one word, I solved all the people in the world. If you want to know where the mysteries of heaven are, you must ask Teacher Zhuo. Many people began to understand this poem and analyze it word by word. He really has the demeanor of an immortal, a person among immortals. Look at this, dancing in the clouds. The word dance is used so well, and the word stirred up the mortal world is simply, indescribably wonderful. The last word is to inquire, but it can also be to seek, to search. But no matter what you do, with Teachers we hear, you will be able to find a solution. Wonderful, wonderful. Just the concept of this poem is enough to make me drunk. When I see class monitor Zhuo, I must ask him to help me see my future and my marriage. Me too. Me too. Li Chenglong walked out from the crowd and waved his hand. Frowning, he said, disperse, disperse. You all wish. Help you all? Don't you know that revealing the mysteries of heaven will incur the wrath of the heavens? I begged Zhuo for a long time to read the fortune of my classmates. Furthermore, they were all my classmates, and he only casually gave them a few pointers. In the end, it was just a reward from the trial. There was nothing more. Do you all think that Zhuo will casually read people's fortune? What a joke. If there isn't anything important, don't come here to cause trouble. This is revealing the mysteries of heaven and exhausting one's lifespan. Zhuo doesn't have it easy, and yet he is being harassed by you all. Besides, think about it yourselves. What is the price of hiring an aura watcher? How much information can an aura watcher give you? Our Zhuo can see your life and death. He can save your life and give you a bright future. Seriously, all you want to see is fortune the moment you open your mouth. Do you all have any shame? Li Chenglong's saliva flew everywhere. I'll say the ugly words first. If you're unwilling to fork out money and resources, just give up. If you're sincere, register with me first. Make an appointment. So I was exhausted from cultivating every day. Why are you all causing trouble? Those who don't register with me are invalid. Li Chenglong shouted and gave Xiang Chong a look. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Xiang Chong's expression was conflicted. Suddenly, he chased after him. Vice Class Monitor Li. What's the matter? Xiang Chong's face was drooling. I'll register first. Let Class Monitor Zhuo take a look at my fortune. Last time, it was all thanks to Class Monitor Zhuo. But these few days, aren't I going out for trials again? So Li Qinglong snorted and glanced sideways. I'll offer 50 high grade. Xiang Chong stretched out a hand. How about it? How about it? This matter depends on Zhu's mood. It's not like you don't know that Zhu's fortune comes first. Next is wealth. Li Qinglong rolled his eyes. Aya, Vice Class Monitor Li, please put in some good words. Who doesn't know that the two of you live in a villa and are inseparable? In the entire Hidden Dragon High School, your words have the most weight. Xiang Chong sneakily stuffed a handful into Li Qinglong's hand. It was shining brightly. Everyone saw it clearly and understood what was going on. Xiang Chong actually stuffed 2 pieces of high grade into Li Qinglong's hand. Many people were suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. This was also possible? Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 508. Li Qinglong said sanctimoniously, actually, there's no need for that. Brother Xiang is the first one to make an appointment, so you'll definitely be at the front of the line. Those who don't know might think that yours was accomplice. Ha ha. Don't worry, leave it to me. As he said that, he quietly put the 2 pieces of top-grade soul in his ring and left. Behind him, Xiang Chong looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, a relaxed smile blossomed on his face. The next moment, the 2 students of Class 2 looked at each other and suddenly sped up, chasing after Li Qinglong. On the way home, Xiang Bing blushed and beat up her twin brother. Shameless. You're an accomplice. Do you think I didn't see the 52 pieces of top-grade soul stones Li Qinglong gave you? Xiang Chong also looked helpless. Iseg, there's no other way. Don't call me Iseg. Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Chong also felt tired. I can't call you that? Li Qinglong calls you that every day, and so does Xiaoduo. I'm your biological brother. Why can't I call you that? What kind of logic is this? All right, Xiao Bing, I'm really helpless. Don't you know how much the price of the top-grade Astral Souls Jade has increased? We've already reached Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, so it's not good to always use the resources at home. Isn't that just relying on your parents? But if we use credits to exchange, how many pieces can we exchange for with those credits? Moreover, the facilities and resources for training in seclusion all require academic credits. After that incident, we really don't have enough. Now, I really understand the saying, conscience is lost in seclusion. In this way, we can still have another source of resources. Xiang Chong tried his best to explain the situation to him. Xiang Bing finally forgave her brother. I know you're in a difficult position. Then you can share half of it with me. Just take it that I'm in the same boat. Only those who go to see more than 50 pieces can have a piece of mine. Just tell me if you'll give it or not. Yes, yes. Xiang Bing raised her head proudly and left. Xiang Chong only felt that it was too difficult for him. His younger sister had found the wrong person. Why don't you ask Li Qinglong for it? He'll definitely get more than me, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo still had to give Li Qinglong a commission. That my commission is just a small cut from Li Qinglong's hands. This was far from enough. You've been disfigured by Li Qinglong 8 times a day. What's wrong with asking him for some top-grade astral souls? However, Xiang Bing refused to go. Xiang Chong was so anxious that there was nothing he could do. Why do I have such a silly sister? Getting beaten up for nothing every day? From the looks of it, not only will I be beaten up for nothing now, I might even be beaten up for nothing in the future. Cough, cough, cough. I can't think like that. How can I think like that? I shouldn't. With the current situation, how much can I earn a day? Now I should think about this. This is the key. That night, as soon as Xiaoduo came out of the gravity room, he saw Li Qinglong's mischievous smile. What's wrong? So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said weakly, Did you eat a god's fart? Why are you so happy? Li Qinglong said sneakily, Let's talk about it when we get back. There's good news, very good news. So Xiaoduo was shirtless. He casually put his clothes on his shoulders and walked out with Li Qinglong. However, after taking 3 steps, a teacher's voice came from the school loudspeaker. That freshman on the field. Put on your clothes, shirtless. Are you taking a walk in the bathhouse? I'll go. So Xiaoduo hurriedly put on his clothes. He complained, I can't live like this. The school even cares about whether I wear clothes or not. What a busybody. Li Chenglong squinted. Then why don't you just wear your butt? I'm not as shameless as you. So Xiaoduo escorted Li Chenglong out of the school quickly. Hurry up and tell me what the good news is. Let's make it clear first. I brought a bunch of clients to you for fortune-telling and geomancy. How are you going to give me a commission? Wealth comes second. Li Chenglong rubbed his fingers. Commission? At the mention of this topic, Xiaoduo's heart ached. He raised his eyebrows. Swollen. Do you still have a conscience? You borrowed my money, my jade of astral souls, my space ring. Don't give me that. Li Chenglong snorted. Let me tell you, this is a long-term business deal. Cash transactions one at a time. I still have to find other people to flatter you. Those people who help you have to give benefits. Otherwise, why would they help you? Bullshit. With my strength, I don't need you. I'm the real deal, a shining gold. You have to advertise it yourself. Now that I've done it, just tell me if you're going to give it or not. Oomph. So Xiaoduo thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and said, 1%. That's it. 1/10. That's it. How dare you ask for such a high price? 2% at most. 9% at least. 3%. The two of them fiercely bargained and finally settled on 5%. Li Chenglong's face was filled with dissatisfaction, while Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. However, the proportion of the shares was also decided. I'll leave the rest to you. How can I do that? You'll be responsible for their share. How about you give me 10%? Forget it if you don't want it. 8%. You can't expect me to lose money. Forget it if you don't want it. 6%. Forget it if you don't want it. Xiaoduo had already taken out 5%, and his entire body was trembling from the heartache. How could he take out more? This ratio was already his bottom line. He was like a man who plucked the feathers of a swallow. Giving out 5% was already the biggest concession and compromise. All right, I owe you. Li Chenglong sighed. From Zhua, it was indeed 5% that he expected. It was not much at all. He really didn't take out a single cent. He was so fucking stingy. Sure enough, accumulating wealth was the second most important thing. First the villain, then the gentleman. We'll settle accounts clearly. Let's sign an agreement. We'll settle it once and for all. Li Chenglong took out the agreement that had already been printed. He first filled in the ratio reserved for both parties and signed the name of Party B, Li Chenglong. So Xiaoduo studied the agreement seriously 3 times. After confirming that there were no traps in the agreement, he signed his name hesitantly. Looking at Li Chenglong, Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. It was as if he had been cheated by the person in front of him. This bastard. Is he using me to accumulate wealth? Actually, it's like this. Li Chenglong put away the agreement. He was in a good mood and said, Today, I've already, blah, blah, blah. Xiaoduo's heart ached so much that his intestines were about to break. He truly felt how heart-wrenching the damage caused by the information asymmetry was. It turned out that this kid had already spread the word. In other words, even if he didn't take out a single cent today, he could still take it all. In the end, Li Chenglong, Xiaoduo bared his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely. You'd better remember this. I'll remember this debt for the rest of my life. You just wait for me. Li Chenglong didn't care at all. If you want to remember, then so be it. I already owe so much. Why would I be afraid of owing a little more? In any case, this time, he had gotten the real gold and silver. I'm your manager now. If you dare to violate the agreement, I'll sue you in court. Zhua, I know you must have your own use for fortune-telling. Li Chenglong's expression turned serious in the blink of an eye. Perhaps fortune-telling is also a kind of cultivation, but I'm not good at it. What are you trying to say? Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Swollen Thought's divergence is awesome. What I want to say is, I know that you can look at short-term gains and losses. Maybe a few days, maybe a month. But when the day comes for the seniors to go to the battlefield, I hope that you can look at their fates seriously and protect them so that they can return safely, Li Chenglong said seriously. Xiaoduo frowned and said, How can I read it? There are too many people. See as much as you can. Everything depends on effort. You don't know where your limit is. What if you can see through it? Li Chenglong insisted. The ratio of casualties on the three major battlefields had always been Hidden Dragon High School. It wasn't that the students of Hidden Dragon High School were stupid or inexperienced, but Hidden Dragon High School was the eastern battlefield. It was located at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass. Naturally, it was the place where the battle was the most intense. The ancestral dragon produced commanders, the clouds produced military strategists, and the hidden dragon produced generals. As the continent's #1 ancestral dragon high school, two of the commanders at the front line were from the ancestral dragon high school. As for the 4 grand marshals, 6 of the 8 grand marshals were military strategists from High Cloud's martial arts academy. The most direct reason was that one of the vice principals of high school was a top-notch military strategist. As the newest school to be established, Hidden Dragon High School had countless talents in these years. They fought fiercely on the battlefield and had many outstanding military achievements. It was the head of the 3 major martial schools. But when generals came out of the battlefield, heroes came out with sacrifices. The more generals came out, the more sacrifices there would be. Since entering Hidden Dragon High School, the achievements of these seniors had been recorded in the school's history library. Everyone, from the moment they entered the school, who their teachers were, where their families were, what they were good at, what they did in school, were recorded clearly. There was always a sentence at the end of each one. After going through hundreds of battles on the battlefield, I finally achieved a certain meritorious service and was promoted to a certain position. On a certain day, on a certain year, the Wizard Alliance launched a large-scale invasion. I fought hard to kill the enemy and died in battle in front of the Sun Moon Pass. My body was wrapped in leather, and I became a martyr of the Yenwu Empire. My body was buried in the cemetery behind the pass. Every student who came out of Hidden Dragon High School had such a record. The records of the living were not in the school's history library, but in the archives room. Every day, many teachers would go to the school's archives to look at their deceased students. She looked at the picture of the young boy when he first entered the school. He seemed to be looking at her with a smug look on his face. She could not help but feel sad, and tears fell like rain. Chapter 509. The teachers knew that they would feel bad if they looked at it, but they could not help but look at it and reminisce about the past. These are the children of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Yi Changqing's words were hung high above the school's history museum. Brave souls are immortal. Noble spirits are everlasting. I just visited the school's history museum today. Li Chenglong's attitude turned unusually low as he said, "So, you don't know what it's like to see those endless black files. Many of the people in the files are the same age as us. They're not much older than us. And now, they're all quietly resting in the school's history museum. We don't have the ability to look at the previous ones, but the ones after that. Even if we can't look at them all, you have the ability. If you can see anything, it's always good to remind us. Perhaps at that time, it'll be a protective talisman that can help us avoid death once. It'll also preserve some vitality for the border, a little spark." Li Chenglong sighed softly. He also felt that what he said was a little too emotional. It might cause a lot of work for Zhuo, but he still said it, and he said it resolutely. Zhuo took a deep breath and stared at Li Chenglong. His expression became unprecedentedly serious. "Swollen, do you know what you're talking about?" "I know. I understand what you mean, but using my advice as a protective talisman, it's not very useful." So Zhuo sighed and said, "Because you don't understand what physiognomy, fate, and fate are in the bones." Li Chenglong was confused. "What do you mean by what's in the bones? Do you know that there's an old saying that goes like this?" So Zhuo said lightly, but seriously, "That people's lives are predestined?" "I know." Li Chenglong's expression was sorrowful. The true meaning of this sentence is not that a person's life is predestined. So Zhuo said calmly, "But everyone has a certain stage, a certain period of time, when their luck reaches its lowest point. We often see people constantly encounter bad things in their lives. That is the most direct manifestation of a person's weak luck. And this is just the behavior of ordinary people. We call it bad luck. So what is luck? As Xiaoduo said faintly, luck is luck. However, the vast majority of things at the level of ordinary people could not be said to involve luck. It could only be said to be luck. This was because the weight of an ordinary person's life was limited. With his own ability, he could only influence the smoothness of his life. When you reach the martial artist stage, it will affect your life and death. And what is the essence of physiognomy? As Xiaoduo said faintly, physiognomy, from a certain perspective, can be used to detect an impending crisis based on the combination of one's physiognomy and weak luck, or detect signs of impending doom, and then warn people to avoid it. This is the true face of physiognomy. What's more awesome is to remind people how to avoid it. This is the method given, or directly what you should do. This is another concept. For example, I remind you to avoid it in the West, and directly tell you where you should go in the West. This is different. There is an essential difference. Telling you to burn incense and telling you to burn 3 sticks of incense are also very different. Can you understand? Li Chenglong's expression was solemn. I can understand. Let's make another example. If you are the heavenly axiom, and then someone's luck is lacking at a certain time, so it leads to a life and death crisis. But as long as there is someone to guide you, this life and death crisis will be safely passed. Then, how will you deal with this life and death crisis? Li Chenglong frowned. Can it be simply withdrawn? Maybe it can be withdrawn. But will the heavenly axiom withdraw for an insignificant person in its eyes? Probably not. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Li Chenglong's expression was calm. He had already vaguely guessed Zhua Xiaoduo's meaning. Don't be so emotional. I'm just giving an example. Let's go back to the question just now. Will the life and death crisis still be unresolved? It's like a knife that has been slashed out. The person under the knife is gone, but the knife has not been withdrawn. Then, where is the knife and where is the landing point? The knife is in the air and the landing point is uncertain. Even if the knife is in the air, it will fall sooner or later. There will always be a landing point, and the people who will bear this knife will become 2 people. One is the person who should bear the knife, and the other is the person who guided him. Either he or the person who guided him will suffer. There is no need to be surprised. I always say that there is a cause and effect, and vice versa. The person who guided the target temporarily avoided the fate of the heavenly axiom, more or less accepted this karma. Of course, it can also be one of the established targets. So as Xiaoduo said faintly, that's right. Therefore, many people, whether they are chi diviners or physiognomists, will definitely not be tired of telling the other person what to do and how to make up for it after they have guided him or her. Moreover, many times, they will say things that are ambiguous and specious. This is after using some methods to get rid of the knife. They also have to think of ways to minimize the backlash and the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, this saber might fall on my head. Many brilliant people, while understanding the secrets of the heavenly axiom, gave out too much information that should not have been said. They attracted the wrath of the heavenly axiom. They could not avoid it and fell. And this is the inevitable result. Do you understand? This is the truth of physiognomy, the truth of physiognomy. So as Xiaoduo said faintly, I know, swollen, you have a compassionate heart. You don't want people with lofty ideals to die like this, so you want to help them. You want to use my intervention to preserve more of their fire and vitality. But the heavenly axiom has its own destiny. There are some people who can reverse the death calamity. Who knows how many people have to work together and how many people have to fight to achieve the goal of reversing the death calamity. The process is unimaginably difficult, and it can easily lead to death. When he said this, Zhua Xiaoduo could not help but think of Zhua Xiaoyan. Wasn't reversing Zhua Xiaoyan's death trial like this? How could a person's death trial be so easy to reverse? In addition, everyone's weight was different, so the difficulty of reversing the heavenly axiom was even greater. Let's not talk about other things, just take Lu Jiansheng and the others as an example. So the Xiaoduo pointed out the direction, and they avoided a disaster. However, was the death trial really gone? Definitely not. At most, it would not happen again for a short period of time. And in the time after that, Zhou Xiaoduo could no longer see it. I'm not saying that I don't want to show it to the seniors. They will definitely see it. It can be prudent to avoid a death trial. It can indeed prolong their lives, but it can't be eliminated in the long run. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, because the misfortune that belongs to them will always be there. Even if it is temporarily gone, it does not mean that it will never be gone. If there is a noble person to guide them, their luck will increase. When they are strong, the misfortune will be washed away. However, it will not really go away. It will be reflected on the people around them or those close to them. It is also a way of showing. Why is it that most of the experts are all alone in the final stages of their cultivation? Why do people call such a person a jinx? Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, that is because their luck is too strong. It hangs high and does not fall. However, the misfortune is never far away. It is always hovering around them. Therefore, it will easily fall on those close to them. Those people do not have the luck of this person to protect them. Naturally, they will be more vulnerable to misfortune. This is the origin of the eternal loners. It is nothing more than that. If it is an ordinary person who lives in a peaceful and stable atmosphere, the misfortune will be nothing more than illness, car accident, or unexpected disaster. However, if a martial artist encounters such misfortune, it will be a disaster of life and death. The reason why I say this is to remind you not to be too superstitious about my fortune-telling ability. I can see that Xiangcheng and Xiangbing are in a life or death situation. Although I played a part in helping them avoid death, it was more because of Martial Hidden Dragon's luck that helped them block the disaster. You should know that the real target of the misfortune is not the two of them, nor is it Vice Principal Xiang, but Martial Hidden Dragon. Only by doing this from top to bottom can it be eliminated. This is a very different process. Zhou Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. Well, this means that the misfortune of the Hidden Dragon martial artists may not completely disappear. The next time it appears, it will have to be on someone in the Hidden Dragon martial artists. Only then will it be considered over. Li Chenglong sensitively caught the key point. Then, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and the others. And even the people who are hiding in the Hidden Dragon martial artists, are they counted as people in the Hidden Dragon martial artists? Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. People with such high status and power, of course, they are counted. This answer was resolute and decisive. Li Chenglong asked hopefully, can be transferred? TSK. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, let's do our own thing first. Then, I will point out a direction for those who want to. Vaguely, it is best to let them carry the luck themselves. As for the others, what does it have to do with you? Li Chenglong said disappointedly, wouldn't it be better if they all saw it? It works if you're sincere. Zhou Xiaoduo said, this is not to say that I am awesome, but whether I am awesome or not, they need to believe in me first. Only if they take the initiative to find me, it will be meaningful. Only then will there be the possibility of doing what I say. Those who don't believe in me and scoff at me, do you think that they will believe me if I take the initiative? Swollen, your heart is good, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. I told you not to go east after you go out. Some people listen to me, but insist on going east to take a look. For these people, what is the use of seeing and reminding them? It will only contribute to their disaster. Why bother? Li Chenglong sighed dejectedly. In Li Chenglong's understanding, he really believed that Zhou Xiaoduo could reverse the yin and yang of life and change fate. However, after Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation today, he was a little disappointed with the result, but he immediately cheered up. At least, Zhou Xiaoduo agreed. He would not stand by and do nothing. No matter what, he would remind some people. That was enough. As long as he did his best, he would have a clear conscience. Good words were hard to persuade a damned person. Two little monkeys. Grandma Sher's voice called out impatiently from outside. It's time to eat. Coming, coming. The two of them didn't say a word and rushed out of the room. That night, after Xiao Duo fell asleep, Xiao Long came with a great sense of accomplishment. Boss! As soon as Xiao Long saw him, he called out flatteringly with an unprecedentedly humble attitude. So Xiao Duo frowned. Why did Xiao Long change the way he addressed him? Calling me boss? Do you think that I have to give you face just because you call me boss? Give you benefits? Are you going to ask me for a change of address later? I don't. I won't give it to you. Update complete. Please recommend me. Chapter 510. Boss, you my boss from now on. Greetings. Xiao Long was very attentive, flying around with Xiao Duo. His face was full of flattery. Oh, I won't give you the deity for free. You can give up on that idea. Zhuo Xiao Duo still felt an inexplicable heartache for giving a drop to this guy. If he had known that he could give it out in his dream, would he have given it to him? I don't want it for free. Xiao Long grabbed a wisp of green gas from his paw, as if he was presenting a treasure. Boss, I saw that nothing can grow in your tower until now. 99% of the reason is that there's not enough earth vein qi, so I got you another half. Xiao Long's face was, I'm sensible, right? Come and praise me. Half. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the green gas and sensitively grasped the keyword. This is half. I think it's very complete. It's actually half. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt very strange. It seems that I really have a lot to learn. It's over. Boss knows that it's not half. Xiaolong suddenly felt that he had been exposed. He said with an embarrassed face, Boss, please forgive me. It's just that it's very difficult to extract a complete earth vein. I also spent a lot of effort. Last time, I already gave you a third of it. This time, it's still a third of it. Cough, cough. These are indeed less than half of it. Boss, your eyes are very sharp. Oh, so Xiaoduo snorted with his nose up and rolled his eyes. Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? I knew it last time. Zhuo knew in his heart that he had the upper hand again. You actually fooled me. I've been so cold to you all this time. Don't you know it in your heart? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was cold and arrogant. Boss, I was wrong. Xiao Long lowered his head, wagged his tail, and sincerely admitted his mistake. His expression was very sad. Since you brought it here, just put it in. Zhuo Xiaoduo said faintly. I'll give you credit this time. However, the earth vein qi you got is not complete, so its use is limited. Sai, simply put, it's still useless. Xiao Long prostrated himself in admiration. Boss is indeed knowledgeable. However, if I want to peel off a third of it, I will need at least 6 to 7 days. It's still quite troublesome. Moreover, I can't let the stripped area suddenly become a chi meridian vacuum, because something will happen. So, if I want to complete it, I might need a few more days. All right, I got it. So Xiaoduo said generously. You've worked hard too. How about this? When you gather enough earth veins, I'll give you one of my deity. Huh? Xiaolong's eyes were full of happiness. This earth vein qi, at least in Xiaolong's eyes, was not something valuable. At least, it was not at the same level as the trade goods that's what Xiaoduo had proposed before. He had brought it over again, and the main purpose was just to build a relationship with him. It was still a long way from actually doing something. He did not expect to get a drop of it. It was really a pleasant surprise. Thank you, boss. Boss is mighty and generous. Xiao Long flattered him endlessly. In order to make friends with Xiaoduo, Xiao Long had secretly read a lot of books these days, especially about flattery. He had specially practiced for a long time. It seemed that it was indeed useful. He had to work harder in the future to innovate. Well, as long as you are loyal to me, I will not treat you badly. In the future, don't do such unrealistic things. You said it was useful? Who can you fool? With your IQ? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that his fortune-telling career in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was about to begin, and that his luck points would be endless again. He suddenly became generous and dared to make empty promises. Xiaolong's face was full of shame. I will go back now and get the other 1/3 of the earth vein qi. Xiaolong was very smart. He said, Boss, don't worry. I will be loyal and never change my mind. He immediately realized that Zhua's empty promises were based on the premise that he was loyal and obedient. Xiaolong's EQ had obviously improved by a lot. Well, don't be so stupid to empty your earth vein, Zhua Xiaoduo advised earnestly. There are so many earth veins in Fenghai. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dragon vein, right? We could take a third or a quarter of any earth vein. If we take all of them, won't we have more here, right? If we take a third of each of the 3 earth veins, won't we have a complete earth vein? In this way, the other 2 earth veins won't have much of an impact. Don't you think so? What if we take a third of each of the 18 earth veins? 2/3 of each? You are too young, Zhua Xiaoduo advised earnestly. Your thinking is still not thorough. The most taboo thing to do is to take advantage of others. You have to take it slowly. For example, when you go to work, steal tea leaves from the manager's drawer. Only a small handful at a time, only once a day. Fuck, why am I telling you this? Xiaolong's eyes lit up as if he had been enlightened. Right? Why didn't I think of this? If that's the case, it will be much easier for me. Just as was said, there were so many earth veins here. It shouldn't be a problem to take a little from each earth vein. I understand, boss. Then I will go to work now. Xiaolong was very happy. Boss's deed was about to be in his hands. Go. Zhua Xiaoduo was also in a good mood. The earth vein that belongs to me, my own earth vein, is about to be complete. This time, Xiaolong left happily. I have improved a lot today. After dating for so long, today was the first time that I wasn't forced to leave. I was the one who asked to leave. This was definitely a good start. I must keep it up. I must keep it up. And boss also taught me a lot of valuable experience. But here's the problem. Why is boss so experienced? It's scary when I think about it, that I can't play tricks with boss in the future. Xiaolong immediately made up his mind. According to human habits, the closer the relationship, the easier it is to talk. When I am familiar with Zhua, I can take as much deity as I want. I can have as much as I want. So cool. So cool. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Xiaolong flew away energetically. Zhua Xiaoduo was also immersed in the dreamland, his face filled with reverie. 1 earth vein. Is it too little? I have to try to get many earth veins. It's best to put them all in. With so many earth veins gathered together, won't it be able to freely grow heavenly treasures? Can the real combination of time and space of the Tower of Annihilation be completed? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly possible. Grow a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb in a day. Plant all of them. What the fuck, computers nowadays? Can this number be calculated? In the end, it was Zhua Xiaoduo who woke himself up with excitement. When he woke up, he couldn't sleep anymore because of his excitement. He began to search for books on Qi in his mind to see if there were any books on merging earth veins into super spirit veins. Slowly, he realized that there were many things that he didn't know about. It seems that I have to read more books in this area in the future. It's good to have more skills. So Xiaoduo thought of the huge library of Hidden Dragon High School and couldn't help but feel a headache. It would be best to compress all of this into a jade slip and then find Wen Xingtian and directly impart it to him. I'm not afraid of too much. So Xiaoduo planned to spend 10 credits to go to the library tomorrow to see what was going on. Early the next morning, when Zhua Xiaoduo had just arrived at the school, Xiangchong had already rushed up and directly blocked Zhua Xiaoduo at the crowded door. Class monitor Zhua, help me take a look. As he spoke, he directly took out 50 pieces of glittering, top-grade jade of astral souls, which exuded rich spiritual qi, and stuffed them into Zhua Xiaoduo's hands. Class monitor Zhua, I've been embarrassed recently. Please don't mind it. Don't think it's too little. Zhao's kindness is my respect. Zhua Xiaoduo declined. We're classmates. How can I accept this? Hey, you've also exhausted yourself. Zhua, take it to nourish your body. This is your good fortune, unlike other things. Xiangchong said. One insisted on giving, the other insisted on pushing. Pushing back and forth, Xiangchong was dumbfounded. The 27-meter tall man stood there in a daze. Class monitor Zhua, you've already put them into your space ring. What's the meaning of this? Early in the morning, 50 pieces of top-grade jade of astral souls entered his account. This reality made Zhuo feel very refreshed. He quickly put away the jade of astral souls and said leisurely, "Write a word for me to see." Xiang Chong scratched his ears and cheeks. "Write a word? What word? I've never heard of writing a word. I'm just here to act as a prop. Why do I have to write a word? This is an extra service. I'm selling my body, not my skills. Okay, got it this time." More and more students came to watch. Every one of them was looking at them seriously. Of course, there were also a few who were smiling mischievously, obviously intending to watch a show. After thinking for a long time, Xiang Chong picked up a branch and wrote the word love on the ground. He asked somewhat uneasily, "Class monitors, is this word okay?" "Yes. As long as it's a word, it's fine. Follow your heart. The will of the heavens is unpredictable." Zhuo said affirmatively. "Then I'll write this." Xiang Chong was very relaxed. He felt that he was fine. "I'm just here to act as a prop. I'm an honest person. I'll do more. It doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter what you say later, I'll say, 'Wow, that's so accurate. Boss, you're awesome.'" Zhuo looked at the word love and fell into deep thought. If Xiang Chong didn't write this word, Zhuo wouldn't have paid much attention to his facial features. After all, he didn't have any calamities, so he could tell by looking at his aura. However, when he wrote this word and looked at Xiang Chong's facial features, Zhuo sharply noticed that something was wrong. Love is done with the heart, 12 months in the heart. Zhuo sighed softly. "Ru Sha, this life is bitter." Xiang Chong was confused by Zhuo's extraordinary prophecy. He said subconsciously, "So what do you mean? What Sha? It's not a good thing, is it? Let me give you a few words of advice. As long as you follow them and do enough, maybe, there will be a turn for the better." Zhuo looked at the word love on the ground with a serious expression. He said lightly, "When this heart is moved, heaven and earth are empty. All 4 seasons are bitter. In 12 months, I hate the heavens. Why didn't I be heartless in the beginning?" Xiang Chong, peach blossom calamity, Ru Sha. If you want to avoid it, then don't fall in love before you become one. Xiang Chong was even more confused, but he didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, "Class monitors, what you said is confusing. Can you explain it more clearly?" So Xiaoduo sighed and said, "You just need to remember not to fall in love before you become one. Yes, before you become one. With your cultivation. I believe it won't take long. Sigh, but with your personality." Chapter 511. Zhuo sighed from the bottom of his heart. He knew that in this world, this was probably the most difficult thing to control. The love between a man and a woman came from a heart. Who knew when the heart would be moved? It would be like a wildfire that could not be stopped, even if he had warned him when it came down to it. Zhuo was not sure if Xiang Chong could do it. At the side, Xiang Bing, who was dressed in white, frowned and silently recited what Zhuo said. She was different from Xiang Chong. Xiang Bing believed in Zhuo's judgment wholeheartedly. She firmly believed that Zhuo must have seen something, so she memorized everything he said about her brother without missing a single word. When she went back, she would ask her father to find someone to analyze it word by word. She felt that it was not a good thing. Could he not find a wife, or would there be problems in his relationship? Xiang Bing was a little worried. So Xiaoduo waved his hand. Let's go. It's time for class." There's still 20 minutes left. At this time, the class monitor of Class 2 walked over. "Class monitors, help me take a look." So Xiaoduo frowned. Ahem. The class monitor, Gue Xiaocheng, hesitated for a moment and handed over 50 pieces of high-quality jade of astral souls. "Class monitors, thank you. What do you want to see?" So Xiaoduo did not even decline this time and took it directly. He could see that this guy was distressed. If he really declined, this guy would definitely take it back. He was the real deal. He had already pretended to be pretentious once. If he did it again, it would be worthless. Besides, if he took it back, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he snatched it back on the spot? I've been having nightmares recently. I dreamed that the wall in my house fell down. I've already dreamt about it 3 times. Usually I would dream about it, but I would forget about it after waking up, so I rarely remember it. But these 3 times I remember it deeply. I feel that it's even more bizarre. I'm panicking and want to ask class monitor Zwa to give me some pointers. Gue Xiaoqing frowned. So it's like this. Zwa Xiaoduo could tell by looking at his face that his family was facing an impending disaster. However, he did not reveal it. The warning in his dream was not without reason. Zwa Xiaoduo pondered for a while and frowned. I'll leave you with a few words. You can pass it on to the people in charge of the family. If the crisis is resolved, your jade of astral souls won't be enough. Gue Xiaoqing said straightforwardly, no problem. I don't have much on me right now. If the problem is solved, I'll naturally have to thank class monitors. This was not a sky-high price. The problem with Gue Xiaoqing and his family was no small matter. If the problem could be solved, 50 pieces of high-grade jades of astral souls would be nothing. So Xiaoduo would vomit to death if this amount became the norm, and no matter who came to ask about it in the future, it would be better to be a gentleman first. After listening to Gue Xiaoqing's reply, Zwa Xiaoduo pondered again. Then, he said lightly, your family has already discovered the problem, right? The so-called nightmare has already enveloped your entire family, right? Zwa Xiaoduo instantly understood what Gue Xiaoqing said just now. He might as well point it out. Don't think that I'm easy to talk to. If the problem is solved, that meant that Gue Xiaoqing already knew what the problem was. Gue Xiaoqing smiled embarrassedly. Xiaoduo looked at him and said, when the wall falls, it means that your backer is about to fall, right? Your family has attached itself to another family. And then your family's higher-ups have started to act, right? Gue Xiaoqing was shocked. He looked at Zwa Xiaoduo and wanted to say something. Zwa Xiaoduo was right. It was precisely because of this situation that the important people that the family had attached themselves to had their positions changed. They had to be transferred away, and they didn't know where they would go. All their efforts over the years were about to go down the drain. It was hard to say if they would be able to contact them in the future. It was even harder to say what kind of local officials would come in the future. Therefore, the family was in a mess now, and there were all kinds of rumors. At this critical moment, the choice was very important. If the wrong choice was made, the family would be doomed eternally. So Xiaoduo had already seen through it. He raised his head and thought for a while. Then, he said in a low voice, don't let your guard down. If you go east, I'll go east. Sincerity can only be exchanged for sincerity. Do you remember? Gue Xiaoqing's expression changed. He said, thank you, class monitor Zwa, for your words of wisdom. So Xiaoduo said, if you don't listen to me, then forget it. But if you do as I said and get benefits, remember to block the front stone of the sun and moon in the southwest part of the courtyard. Remember, it's the front stone. Don't close it, and don't close it behind. Understand? Understood. Gue Xiaoqing repeated it a few times to make sure he remembered it. He was still worried, so he took out a pen and wrote a few words on his palm. Then, he left as if he had found a treasure. He ran to one side to make a call. Li Chenglong was puzzled. So, why the southwest? Because the southwest is the Ghost Gate. Since ancient times, the southwest part of the Ghost Gate dynasty was bound to have a disaster. In the entire continent, the gate has never faced the southwest. It's because of the Fengdu Gate. Because the legendary ghost town of Fengdu is in the southwest. Gue Xiaoqing's family has been shaken this time. In fact, they have already taken half a step into the Ghost Gate. Although I've given them directions, one of their feet is already in the Ghost Gate. You need to use the Bloodstone to kill the enemy at the Sun-Moon Pass and directly suppress the Ghost Gate. Li Chenglong seemed to understand. However, after this time, Gue Xiaoqing's family can't be shaken anymore. Once they are shaken, the family will be exterminated, because the front stone of the Sun and Moon Pass is the soul of a hero. The soul of a hero doesn't protect disloyal and unjust people. Once they are shaken again, the soul of a hero will immediately withdraw, and the ghost gate will be completely opened. Even the gods won't be able to save them. So Xiao Duo said softly. As soon as this started, a few more people gathered around. Class monitors wa. Class monitors wa. Li Chenglong shouted from the side. Pay up here. When class finally started, Zhou Xiaoduo had already earned 250 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls. It was a small profit. Other than this number, which made him a little unhappy, everything else was fine. At this time, there were still many people queuing behind. Manager Li Chenglong immediately jumped out to maintain order. Everyone, don't be anxious. It's already class time. You should prioritize your studies. Please wait for a while. Zhou has more than enough free time after class. Those who haven't queued up, come and find me. I'll help you register and queue up. Let me tell you, when everything comes true, you'll know how magical Zhu's divination is. How reliable. It's definitely true that he's #1 in divination. Actually, there's really no need to be so anxious. It's not too late to wait for the follow-up results of the students who have already had their turn to be read today. After all, it's just empty talk now. There's no evidence or anything. Everyone snorted at assistant class monitor Li's words. Did he think they were stupid? Who didn't know that others would be confident after their divination was confirmed? But when that time came, it would no longer be the 50 pieces of high-grade fortune. When that time came, they wouldn't be able to queue up even if they had multiplied by several times. Everyone was clear about this. After all, they were all once known as geniuses. Who would be more stupid than who? How could they not see this? This Li Chenglong has a bad conscience. He actually wants to raise the prices so that we can enter. Smash him with money. Thus, they swarmed to Li Chenglong to sign up. Everyone directly gave him their fortune. Li Chenglong frowned as he received the money. He was yelling that he had lost so much money but in his heart, he was counting his commission and was overjoyed. I'm rich. With the resumption of fortune reading, Zhou Xiaoduo's time in the gravity room to practice was reduced from 4 hours in the morning to 3.5 hours. The fixed time in the afternoon was also reduced, including the time after school. He could see 20 people in a day. To Zhou Xiaoduo, this wasn't difficult at all. He could basically understand everything with a single glance. After all, at this stage, those who came to Zhou Xiaoduo for fortune reading were all weaker than Zhou Xiaoduo. He could really see everything clearly. However, what made Zhou Xiaoduo puzzled was that no one came to snatch his table these few days. Wasn't it already Class 3's turn? Why was there no movement? This didn't make sense. It shouldn't be. What he didn't know was that in the classroom of Class 3, Grade 2, the homeroom teacher was leading the class to study Zhou Xiaoduo's combat videos. Including the strength of each attack, almost all of them were labeled. His various moves, various methods, and various analysis of his combat power had been done for 3 days. From Zhou Xiaoduo's competition to the most recent battle to snatch a table. Did you see it? The homeroom teacher knocked on the table. After every battle, Zhou Xiaoduo's strength is increasing, and the increase is huge. Currently, he has been practicing in the 100-fold gravity room for many days. How many of you have entered the 100-fold gravity room before? The students who were ranked at the top of the class looked dignified. This kid's combat style is ever-changing and has few shortcomings. Moreover, all of his techniques have reached an extremely proficient level. Just this point alone is enough to make one gasp in amazement and find it hard to believe. The homeroom teacher said, "Look at the swordsmanship used in this battle. It's extremely light and graceful. Combined with the star steps, the footwork is combined with the swordsmanship. It's light and casual, but it's everywhere and everywhere." Then he changed the topic and said, "However, the attack of the sword in this battle is like a storm. It's completely different from the previous moves. Look at the hidden weapon technique in this battle. What do you see from the punches and kicks in this battle? Casual style? It can change according to the opponent, and it's very specific? Yes, but this is only one of the characteristics. This Zhou Xiaoduo has a very obvious characteristic. He is never willing to use too much energy. He directly uses moves that can restrain the opponent and win. The homeroom teacher said, in addition, his fighting style includes the characteristic of having no scruples. When he feels that the distance is far and the hidden weapon is effective, he will use the hidden weapon. When he feels that crushing the opponent is the fastest way to defeat the opponent, he will use the most direct way to crush the opponent. This is a kind of almost perfect combat intuition. The most important thing is that in every battle so far, he hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't used all of his trump cards. The homeroom teacher sighed and said, "If you want to fight, it's fine, but I'm not optimistic about this battle. There's no chance of winning at all." He will definitely lose. We think so too. The class leader sighed, but this battle must be fought. It must be fought. Well said. The homeroom teacher's eyes were full of praise. Not bad. It's better to be beaten to death than to be scared to death. Tomorrow, my saber will fight Zhuolang. The leader of the second year's class 3, a thin youth in green, whispered, "Class leader, please reconsider." A girl said worriedly, "You've already broken through to the nascent soul transformation realm, but Zhuoxiaoduo has only broken through to the embryonic breathing realm for a few days. If you fight with him, it'll be an unfair victory. If you don't win, it'll be a joke. It'll be a matter of reputation." The youth in green smiled faintly. Being afraid to fight is even more of a joke. Most of us hidden dragon students will go to the battlefield in the future. Life and death are nothing, let alone reputation. He stood up and said, "Back then, I didn't get into class 1, and I've been brooding about it. I've been challenging for more than a year, and I've been defeated repeatedly. But I've been defeated repeatedly. I, Chu Xiang, have been defeated 100 times. What reputation do I have left? Tomorrow at noon, I'll go alone." The students beside him all sucked in a deep breath. "I'll go with you tomorrow. We drink together in victory and shame together in defeat. It's nothing more than that." "Good. Then let's go together. I'll do my best to win and drink with you." Chu Xiangren laughed loudly. "For more than a year, the most gratifying thing is, if I've been assigned to class 1, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a close relationship with all of you. That's the regret of my life. Let's go together tomorrow. Let's go together. Isn't it just standing and eating together? I've been sitting and eating so much that I'm getting indigestion." Chu Xiangren looked at his classmates, his eyes filled with warmth. On the second day, class 3 was dumbfounded. After discussing for so long, the class leader went up to fight with Zhuoxiaoduo. In the end, he was pushed back 30 meters by Zhuoxiaoduo's sword. On the ground, a deep sword mark was left. Chu Xiangren admitted defeat without hesitation. Looking at the sword mark on the ground, Chu Xiangren felt a lingering fear. Zhuoxiaoduo's sword was only a slender sword of 7 to 8 grams. However, Chu Xiangren could clearly feel that what was coming toward him was clearly a giant axe that could split the sky, or a huge hammer that could break the heavens and earth. The difference was too great. Zhuoxiaoduo began the battle. With crab steps, he walked over without any regard for his family, and with a single strike, he secured victory. Crab steps instantly added a few points of chic and elegant augmentation. So cool. A few girls' faces turned red. This disregard for his family footwork is really cool. That's right. Class leaders would tilted his neck and swung his arms. When he walked the crab steps, I thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Invincible. I also thought of 2 words. What 2 words? Like. Someone glanced sideways. I also thought of 2 words. Holy shit. When I saw all of you, I thought of 2 words. Moral integrity. Everyone hurriedly asked out of curiosity, "What's that?" Update complete. Seeking recommendation votes. This chapter is worth 4,000. Chapter 512. I'm impressed. I'm sincerely convinced. Chu Xiangren said sincerely, because he did not expect, or perhaps even the teacher did not expect, that's where Xiaoduo had already reached the realm of lifting light as if it were heavy. Lifting heavy as if it were light was very difficult. But lifting light as if it were heavy was 10 times harder than lifting heavy as if it were light. If he had known that Zhuo had such strength, Chu Xiangren would not have even thought of challenging him. There was no other way but to lose face. When Chu Xiangren was defeated and the entire third class stood to eat, they realized that the second class was also standing to eat. The second grade's second class directly chose to admit defeat. This was because Chu Xiangren had already defeated all of the members of Class 2. Now that Chu Xiangren had lost, even if they were unwilling to accept this and wanted to fight again, it was not a battle that they would definitely lose. Instead, they did not know their own limits. Now that the second grade had lost his Wishaoduo for a table, there was no longer any feeling of unwillingness to admit defeat. Instead, their expressions were as usual, as if they all felt that this was normal. It was normal for him to lose. Win? They never thought about it. Face. He was just awesome. Why did you talk to me about Face? Then, they all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. In this way, all the pressure was concentrated on the second grade's first class. Whether or not they could stop Zhuo Xiaoduo's rapid improvement depended on the geniuses of the first class. From the second grade's second class to the last class of the second grade, there were more than 1,000 people, and they were all full of anticipation. Some people even started to place bets. They bet that they would beat the second grade. The first class would definitely not be able to stop them, but no one accepted the bet. They knew that they would lose, so what was the point of betting? We're all in the second grade. This kind of anticipation, even a little bit of schadenfreude. That's not very good, right? TSK, what do you know? Those guys from the first class have been suppressing us for a year. Don't you want to see them get beaten like dogs? Yes. TSK, how honest? Since you want to, then what do you mean by saying these words? I'm just saying, the second grade's geniuses expressed that the pressure was as great as a mountain. Facing this monster, no one dared to say that they would definitely win. Then I'll go first. Tang Qianshou was the first to stand up amidst the discussion of the students of Class 1. I'm also good at using hidden weapons. Zhuo Xiaoduo often uses hidden weapons when facing enemies. Let me test the waters. I'll compete with him in hidden weapons. Let's see who can dominate in hidden weapons. Tang Qianshou's real name wasn't Tang Qianshou, but Tang Jinpeng. It was a very resounding name, and it had a very good meaning. However, he had changed his name to Tang Qianshou after he became famous in the Hidden Dragon High School due to his family's secret weapon technique. This was an extremely confident person. All right, let me think of a countermeasure first. Give me a copy of his previous competition videos. I need to study them carefully. At this moment, Tang Qianshou's expression was very dignified. There was also a bit of reverence and fanaticism, as if he was about to go on a pilgrimage. Yes, it was reverence and fanaticism, as if he was going on a pilgrimage. There was no other reason. Previously, when Zhuo Xiaoduo threw the hidden weapon on the ground, there was almost no follow-up action. It was almost without any warning, but the hidden weapon suddenly exploded on its own. It left a deep impression in his heart. In that battle, his opponent was Xiang Chong. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still in the middle of fierce battle. He was using all his strength to dodge Xiang Chong's attacks. However, the hidden weapon on the ground jumped up on its own. It was as if it had activated on its own. Everyone thought that this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's backup plan. However, Tang Qianshou knew that this was impossible. At the very least, this statement was not comprehensive. It was too partial. There was definitely a backup plan. However, it was impossible for the backup plan to attach spiritual energy to the hidden weapon. After such a long time, it exploded on its own. Moreover, the angle was so perfect. This was absolutely impossible. The only possibility was that during the battle, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked for opportunities to move. At the most suitable time, at the most suitable position, and with the most ingenious method, he activated the hidden weapon to achieve such an effect. However, Tang Qianshou still could not figure out. How did he activate it? This was no doubt the key point. At the right time, at the right position, these were not difficult to deduce. The only thing that could not be figured out was the method of activating the hidden weapon. It was really amazing and ingenious to the extreme. The life of a hidden dragon martial artist was dull, normal, and step by step. It seemed that everything had already entered the regular routine. So a Xiaoduo went to school, read his fortune, came back from school, went to the gravity room, practiced the void extinguishing pagoda, and slept. The cycle repeated. It was boring but fulfilling. Every afternoon, after school, the two teenagers would pester Grandma Sure to tell them stories on the lawn. They listened with great interest. Grandma Sure did not want to tell them at first, but as Xiaoduo said with conviction, "Grandma Sure, please tell us. We will also enter the martial world in the future and enter the battlefield. Every word you say is experience. Maybe that one sentence can save our lives." Grandma Sure, was helpless. She could only pretend to be impatient and tell them occasionally. At first, only the two of them were listening. Later, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing also came to listen. Later, Zhen Piapiao, Yin Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others all came over. Every afternoon after school, it was as if classes had started all over again. More than a dozen young boys and girls were like baby eagles waiting to be fed. They stretched out their tender yellow mouths in their nests, eagerly waiting for the eagles to feed them. Grandma Sure was very helpless about this. Am I back to the lectern again? Am I back to being a teacher again? But this sudden change was so sudden that there were no signs at all. He was not prepared at all. The most important thing is that I don't want to do it. However, although Grandma Sure said that she did not want to do it, she could clearly feel that her mentality was changing. In her heart, she was still eager to impart everything she had learned to the children and enrich their knowledge. Using her experience, she would nurture them bit by bit and nurture them into talents. She would reduce their life and death situations and improve their strength. In the future, in the martial world, on the battlefield, the children that I have taught will not be weaker than others. After a few days, she realized that she had started to pay attention to her appearance. As a teacher, she could not be sloppy. Clean, fresh, and neat were the proper performance of a teacher. Even after teaching every night, Grandma Sure would think about what to teach the next day. With these children as the foundation, which aspect should she strengthen? In that case, did he need to prepare a lesson plan for the lesson? Then, she really began to prepare lessons. Everything was so involuntary and natural. I'm not a teacher. I am just an unemployed person who opened a tutoring class. If you want to come, then come. I'm not forcing you. Grandma Sure comforted herself, hoping that she could separate herself from teaching, this profession that she hated. I don't ask for anything in return. I don't ask for students everywhere. I only ask that in the future, on the battlefield, the children can protect themselves better and survive. This is because Jiaren, do not want to sweep the graves of my students. Xiao's high martial arts life was just like that, calm and steady. Everything in the hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was also calm and steady, but carried out step by step. It was as if all the mischief and conspiracies had suddenly vanished without a trace. The whole world quieted down. Apart from the shouts and battles of the high martial arts students, everything was peaceful. Shangjing, White Cloud Purple Reed. This was the residence of a legendary person. White Cloud Pavilion, the famous Qi divination master of the Yanwu Empire. His legends had long become legends and were talked about enthusiastically by too many people. In terms of feng shui, White Cloud Pavilion was known as the best in the world. Eastern debate, White Cloud Watch Home. These were the words of White Cloud Pavilion himself. They were very conceited. The meaning was obvious. In terms of feng shui, even Marshal Dongfang, who was also famous for his Qi divination technique, could not compare to him. A passerby in the mortal world, a person in the Purple Mansion Heavenly Court. His heart was set by the universe, and he could control the ups and downs of the world with his hands. The first time White Cloud Pavilion made a move, it was the Fu family in the capital. It was said that when the ancestors of the Fu family were traveling in the world, they once had a meal with White Cloud Pavilion. Therefore, when the Fu family was in ruins, White Cloud Pavilion took the initiative to make the Fu family jump from a second-rate family to a first-rate family in a short 40 years. Until now, their power was still expanding, and they had more than enough. The second time they made a move in the same year, they made the Fu family, which was originally on the verge of decline, rise against the trend. The Fu family produced many literary heroes and generals, and their reputation returned to the peak. The third time they made a move, it was the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family, which was surrounded by strong enemies, was on the verge of collapse. They would either be destroyed in one day or be divided up by their enemies. White Cloud Pavilion only made a few arrangements and gave a few pointers. In the next 2 years, the Gu family walked out of the difficult situation and returned to the status of a first-rate family, even higher than before. At that time, White Cloud Pavilion said this time the feng shui changed and there was a slight accident. Under the roots of the parasol tree, the phoenix cried in the sky. There was the sound of string music, and the 9 heavens fell. In the future, the children of the Gu family may produce a world-famous music master. Sure enough, the big star Gu Luoyin came out of nowhere and became famous in a very short time. After this incident, all the people who knew the truth were full of admiration for this master to the point of prostrating themselves before him. In Shangjing, he was definitely a legendary figure. Even the nobles, generals, and ministers treated him with respect. When all the playboys in Shangjing mentioned this master, even if he was not present, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. Master Bai understands the mysteries of heaven. How can he not know when someone is scolding him? Once he knows, the consequences will be unpredictable. If he's in a good mood and doesn't care, then it's fine. But if he is in a bad mood when he hears it, it's not strange for a playboy to ruin the future of a family. So, be careful with your words and actions. From this, it could be seen that Master Bai had a great reputation. Chapter 513. Master Bai rarely made a move, especially when it came to ancestral tombs. He would avoid looking at them if he could. If there's a gain, there's a loss. There are only so many benefits in the world. What's given to you is taken from other families. To us Qi seers, it's detrimental to our fortune. We can only take advantage of the situation, and we can't forcefully change it. If a clan goes against the flow and faces decline, it's only karma. As this clan declines, it also means that another clan will rise up and replace it, and its destiny will still be the same. The so-called feng shui qi seer is just mobilizing the scattered fortune, gathering it, and then slowly guiding it with the terrain to strengthen one's own fortune. That's all. Bai Yunting seemed to be very modest. However, the more he was so, the more the aristocrats in Shangjing flocked to him and worshipped him like a god. Over the years, more and more people regarded Bai Yunting as the #1 qi seer in the Yinwu Empire. However, Bai Yunting still refused to accept it. Being called a master is already a sign of reverence and awe. As for being called a master, I dare not accept it. However, the more modest he was and the more he refused, the more impressive he seemed. In Shangjing, Master Bai Yunting's reputation was like the sun in the sky, unshakable. White cloud purple reed. The green mountains behind were faintly discernible, surrounded by clouds and mist. Purple bamboo fluttered around, but it was spotless. 60 miles of purple bamboo, 3 to 5 cottages, a mortal world before one's eyes, 9 heavens in one's heart. This was White Cloud Pavilion. Layman Bai Yunting. White cloud, purple reed rarely had guests. Master Bai disliked noise the most. Visitors would first go to the foot of the mountain to report their identities. Someone would guard there, preventing anyone from entering the mountain. If the visitor was of high status, money, or had urgent matters, they could call the people at the foot of the mountain to make an appointment. If Master Bai did not agree, no matter how high their status was, he would not receive them. Very few people barged into the mountain. The main reason was that no one dared to barge in. There was once a rich man from West Mountain who wanted to take out 1 million pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade to ask Masterby to help once. However, Masterby ignored him. The rich man did not let him off and spoke rudely in the end. Then, in half a month, this rich man from West Mountain went bankrupt. All the powerful people spontaneously took action and forcefully got rid of him. What kind of person and status was Masterby? Masterby was not someone a rich man. Today, white cloud purple reed. In the purple reed, Masterby was dressed in a loose hemp robe. His hair was tied up in a bun with a purple hairpin made of unknown material. His face was thin, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. His face was indifferent, and his whole body exuded an otherworldly aura. He sat there calmly, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any time. Masterby, Patriarch Gao, sat in front of Masterby with a hesitant expression. After being scolded by Minister Nan, Patriarch Gao had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to do and instinctively thought of this. I already know about it. Bai Yunting didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, "If we take advantage of the situation, the Gao family will naturally have the opportunity to soar. However, it seems that the eye of fortune has been blocked. This is something that can't be helped." The eye of providence has been blocked? Patriarch Gao frowned. "Remember not to harm anyone." Bai Yunting said faintly, "There are many different opinions on fate, but the essence is the same. Although great fate is accompanied by the aura of weapons, if you don't have to kill or harm others, you should try your best not to harm others to benefit yourself. You should know that these are the consequences of the future. When the time comes, there will be consequences." Patriarch Gao was thoughtful. He didn't quite understand, but he didn't understand. "Masterby, please point out the right path and help the Gao family to continue on. Follow your heart. Do what your heart desires." Patriarch Gao, you must be under a lot of pressure right now. Bai Yunting said faintly as he raised his hand gently, "You don't need to speak. I can see that the pressure you are under should be from the strong pressure from above. And this pressure is making you not dare to move. You can't move. If you move, your family will be destroyed. Is that right?" Masterby lowered his eyes and asked faintly. "Masterby's insight is like a torch. You are absolutely right." Patriarch Gao was full of admiration. Bai Yunting was indeed a legendary figure. He didn't even say a word, but Masterby had already understood everything. Just this ability alone was enough to shock the world and make it impossible for anyone to imagine. "Masterby, what should I do now? What can we do to help our Gao family escape from danger?" Patriarch Gao asked anxiously. Bai Yunting sat upright on the high platform. He stretched out 2 fingers and held them up like a flower. He seemed to be calculating. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "Human power is sometimes limited. The Gao family's luck has run out. What can we do?" Patriarch Gao was shocked. He didn't expect Masterby to give such an answer. Now, the Gao family should have started to suffer misfortune, or be injured or killed. Bai Yunting said faintly, "When a country is about to die, there will be demons. When a family declines, there will be a death knell. The Gao family is now on the road to decline. In the next 6 months, it should be 5 months, there will be news of the death of the Gao family's disciples." Masterby Yunting sighed softly. Patriarch Gao. Patriarch Gao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. "Master, I am here. Please take pity on me and give me a way to save them." Bai Yunting was silent for a long time. Patriarch Gao waited for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, this matter." Bai Yunting's thin face was still full of hesitation. Finally, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say and sighed. "Patriarch Gao, go back. This matter. The Gao family's luck has run out. The destruction of the family is right in front of us. Patriarch Gao has too many restrictions, including martial arts. Forgive me for not being able to help." Patriarch Gao only felt a bone-chilling wind blowing. His whole body was cold. The luck has run out? The destruction of the family? His whole body trembled. He suddenly stood up and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and held up a space ring with both hands. He said in a trembling voice, "I hope Master Bai can give me a way out for the sake of our friendship in the past." Bai Yunting sighed deeply and hesitated for a long time. Patriarch Gao held the ring with both hands and knelt motionlessly. After a full 20 minutes, Bai Yunting suddenly sighed, "Forget it." He gently stretched out his hand. A gust of wind blew. Then a round thing outside fell into his hand. He handed the round thing to Patriarch Gao. "Patriarch Gao, do you recognize this thing?" Patriarch Gao frowned and looked at the thing in his hand. "This is a walnut?" Bai Yunting closed his eyes. "Take this and go home." "Master, what? What does this mean?" "The will of the heavens and the will of the people is only one word." "Master this." More and more confused, Patriarch Gao became more and more confused and terrified. Furthermore, with the words "his fate is over, his family will be wiped out" in front of him, he felt as if his brain had stiffened up. He couldn't think of anything. "Go." Bai Yunting closed his eyes. Take this. You don't have to come again. Today, I didn't say anything to you, nor did I give you any advice. No matter what you do after you go out, it has nothing to do with me. Patriarch Gao, this life is over. From now on, no matter whether your family succeeds or fails, you don't have to come again. Even if you come, I won't see you again. Then, he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He was like a dead person. He didn't even breathe. Patriarch Gao asked 2 more times, but he didn't get any response. He had to stand up in confusion, holding the walnut tightly in his hand, and left in confusion. The spatial ring was left on the futon, shining brightly. Patriarch Gao frowned and thought as he went down the mountain. Why did the master give me this walnut? Did he spend a lot of money to buy a walnut? After he went out, he found a place to put on makeup, changed his figure and appearance, and quietly went down the mountain. He walked all the way out of the West Mountain without stopping, but his heart was filled with thoughts. Patriarch Gao looked at the walnut in his hand from time to time, and his heart was full of confusion. Why? Why did he give me this? What is his purpose? Walnut? End? Escape? That can't be right. Our Gao family hasn't reached that point yet. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "Master, stop the car." For the sake of confidentiality, he didn't drive or bring bodyguards. He just took a taxi like an ordinary person. Now that he was going back, he naturally took a taxi. The driver hurriedly stopped. Patriarch Gao got out of the car and ran back. There were quite a lot of people at this intersection, and many people came and went to buy things. On the side, there was a fruit stall with all kinds of fruits. It was a dazzling lineup. Among them, there was a round thing that was very eye-catching. It was a walnut. Walnuts were now the source of Patriarch Gao's nerves. He squeezed into the crowd, pointed at the walnut, and asked anxiously, "Boss, is this a walnut?" The boss was stunned. After a while, he said in a daze, "Is this a watermelon?" Patriarch Gao was suddenly excited. He stretched out his hand and showed the walnut in his palm. "Look at mine. It's also a walnut." Everyone around was a little confused by this question. Could it be that this fellow was actually a lunatic, pointing at someone else's walnut and asking if it's a walnut? I almost thought that you've never seen a walnut before, but you're holding one in your hand. Then he pointed at his own walnut and asked again, "Is yours a walnut? Is mine a walnut?" This is, unless he's retarded to a certain extent, how can he ask 2 such high-end questions in a row? The boss was shocked. He looked up and down at Patriarch Gao and bared his teeth. "Big brother, is your walnut different from the rest? Isn't it the same kind as mine? They're both crispy walnuts." Patriarch Gao said embarrassedly, "I'm asking this thing how to eat it. Crispy walnuts, right? That's the name of walnuts? Crispy? How to eat walnuts?" The boss was stunned. How should I answer this question? I've been selling walnuts for so many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a question. Update complete. Chapter 514. A few aunties who were picking fruits could no longer hold it in and scolded him. What's wrong with you? Are you pretending to be crazy? Flirting? You can flirt with a little girl, but why are you flirting with a stinky man? You're from a city, right? You took a taxi and traveled hundreds of kilometers to come here and pretend to be crazy. You have quite the perseverance. You can't show off in the city, so you're holding it in? What a joke. How can you eat walnuts? Eat them with the skin. Throw away the meat inside and eat the hard skin. I'm afraid you don't have the teeth. Are you an idiot? Patriarch Gao was embarrassed by the scolding. After all, he was a person of high status. He could not argue with a few aunties, nor could he hurt them. He asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were as weird as an idiot. It was no wonder that they were angry. However, he was confused. He wanted to use the wisdom of the crowd to enlighten himself, but he held back. The stall owner's face was also distorted. Brother, what are you doing? What do you want to do? You're not here to mess with me, are you? How can you eat walnuts? Break them open and eat them. You can't just eat them raw, right? Patriarch Gao looked embarrassed. Break them open and eat them? Suddenly, he was stunned and muttered, break them open and eat them? The words entered his soul, and he felt enlightened. Break them open and eat them. Ha 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 ha, I finally understand. Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. Ha ha. Patriarch Gao was enlightened and could not help but laugh at the sky. Around them, everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, I'm in Buddha. That's awesome. Did he solve a world-class problem? I've opened my eyes again today. Could it be that this person swallowed the walnuts raw before? Awesome, awesome. I can only say I'm impressed. Too awesome. With this IQ, how did this old man survive for decades? He doesn't dress like a poor man, but why does he do things like a retard? Walnuts need to be broken open and eaten. I'm enlightened, wahaha. I understand. A young man also looked enlightened, which caused a burst of laughter. A middle-aged woman had just taken a bite of pear from a stall, but she was so amused that she spat it out and coughed repeatedly. Thank you very much. Walnuts have to be smashed open to eat. Patriarch Gao laughed heartily, beaming with joy as he pulled out a thick stack of Star Origin coins from his ring. There were at least several tens of thousands of Star Origin coins, and he threw them into the arms of the stall owner. Haha. Many thanks, many thanks. After saying that, he swaggered off. He returned to the taxi and disappeared in a flash. The entire place fell into a rare silence. Holy shit, what was going on? Why did he throw away tens of thousands of yuan just because he asked how to eat walnuts and didn't buy any? Then, if I had said that the orange needed to be peeled and eaten, would I have been able to get tens of thousands of yuan? That money is enough for you to live comfortably for a few years. Was he crazy? That person must be crazy. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? The stall owner hugged the thick stack of cash and was dumbstruck. Did I do something that was too great? Why, damn, I'm so excited, but I'm also panicking. So much money, is he really giving it to me? The stall owner was stunned for a long time. He felt dizzy and sat down on a chair. After a long while, he shouted excitedly, fellow villagers, brothers, take whatever fruits you want from today's stall. You can eat as much as you want. There's no charge. Ha ha. No one said a word, and no one touched the fruit. They all stared at him with envy and jealousy, their eyes filled with green light. I don't want a stall anymore. I'll give it all to you. The stall owner ran away with the money at a speed that had never happened before in his life. Patriarch Gao sat in the car, looking at the walnuts in his hand with a gloomy expression. He couldn't stop thinking. Master Bai gave me walnuts, but he didn't say a word. He obviously doesn't want to be tainted by karma. The benefits that we, the Gao family, want to like the meat inside the hard shell of a walnut. If we want to eat the meat, we have to break the hard shell. As for breaking the hard shell, we have to use force. Is this a reminder for me to use force to break it? Use a thunderous method to get rid of that little guy with the surname Zwa? Although the walnut shell is hard, it has its limits. It can be broken in one hit by a heavy hammer. The thunderous method is really effective. We, the Gao family, have to be that big hammer. They returned to their own home. Patriarch Gao was still thinking about this matter. He asked intentionally, "Is there anyone in the family who likes to eat walnuts?" "Of course there are many who like to eat walnuts. Call a few of them here." "Grandpa, I like to eat walnuts." "Oh, how do you like to eat them?" "I like." The little granddaughter tilted her head innocently and cutely. "I like to peel a bunch of them after I peel them, and then secretly eat them. I eat them all. That way, I can eat to my heart's content." Patriarch Gao laughed. "Then, this walnut is for you." He handed over the walnut in his hand and encouraged her. "Just eat it here, okay?" "Okay." The little girl agreed crisply. Then, she ran out with her short legs and came back with a small hammer. She carefully placed the walnut on the floor and smashed it with the hammer. "Ha ha, it's broken." The little girl was laughing. Patriarch Gao looked from afar and saw the white flesh of the walnut. His smile gradually widened, and finally he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, this hammer is good. It's broken." Over at White Cloud Purple Reed Pavilion, there were many visitors these days. The head of the Wu family in the capital came and left. No one knew what he took with him. The head of the Wei family came and left. No one knew what he took with him. Late at night, a thin young man came to the room of White Cloud Pavilion. "Marshal uncle." "Yes? I've been here for 2 months." "Yes, I know what you want to say, but you can't go to Fenghai." "Why?" "Fenghai is your death ground. No matter what, you can't go. Once you go to Fenghai, you will die without a doubt." The thin young man was silent for a moment and said, "Marshal uncle, I still can't accept losing to Xiaoduo last time, and I still don't understand where the problem is." "So you want to understand the whole story and even want to get back at him?" "Yes, there's one more thing I want to solve. If I'm not wrong, Fang Yinhua should be in Fenghai right now, cooperating with Xiaoduo. This is another thing I don't understand. Why would Fang Yinhua betray us?" "You want to investigate all these?" "Yes. Last time, I lost 2 unjustly. I can't accept it. If you have this intention, then you're not far from death. Please enlighten me, Marshal uncle. Since he can make you lose the first round without knowing why, he has the ability to make you lose the second round without knowing why. Previously, he was just an ant. You still lost and kept your life. But now, he has the entire hidden dragon behind him. If you suddenly go, how can you win? If you lose again, you'll lose your life. I understand. It's very dangerous. So don't go. I won't let you go. Fang Yinhua. Even if he really betrayed us, how much influence can he cause? He's just a cloud transformation pinnacle. Yes, I'll listen to Marshal uncle. You don't need to use Meng Qintian's identity anymore. Cut all ties with the past, and let bygones be bygones. Yes, Shangjing is the place where the astral soul's continent's dragon veins gather. You should stay in Shangjing and consolidate your strength. It's the best choice and the easiest place to make a name for yourself. Yes, you should focus on consolidating your strength and familiarizing yourself with your new identity. When you're invulnerable, I'll naturally think of a way to let you enter Ancestral Dragon and stir up a storm. Okay, now, there are people who want to deal with Xiaoduo. Instead of doing it yourself, it's better to use the strength of others to achieve your own goals. That's the best choice. You used the Meng and Ning family's methods last time. Marshal uncle praises me too much. Listen to me. Calm your mind. Only by remaining calm in an ancient well can you reflect all living things. Turbulent waves will only destroy your own dam and cause a burden on your mind. Yes, Marshal uncle, thank you for your teachings. The battle for luck has lasted for thousands of years and hundreds of generations. Temporary gains and losses are nothing. If you take it too seriously, your state of mind will be deficient. It's time to reflect on yourself. Yes, you still can't get started with chi observation? I'm ashamed. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. You're not made for this. If you force yourself, it'll be in vain. But remember to report and reflect on everything. Yes, after you leave this place, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I won't see you again. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Disciple will stay here temporarily and cultivate until Marshal uncle nods his head before leaving. You're worth teaching. Time passed by peacefully. Zhuo Xiaoduo's life was unusually peaceful, except for the perilous waves that were constantly stirring up on the internet. Yi Changqing and the others' gazes fell on Zhuo Xiaoduo more and more. There was a hint of worry in their eyes. They were all old men who had accumulated thousands of years of wisdom. How could they not understand the real reason why the enemy hadn't made any moves? It was because Zhuo Xiaoduo was here. No matter who they were targeting, Zhuo Xiaoduo would immediately see through them and set up a targeted trap to counterattack. Therefore, before Zhuo Xiaoduo died, they wouldn't make any moves, at least for a short period of time. Then, the enemy's top priority was to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, which was their only option. In the previous two operations, they didn't know if the enemy was from the same family. But both times, they lost a lot of people and lost a lot of money. It could be said that it was an unprecedented, huge loss for countless years in dealing with the Hidden Dragon Realm. If they made a move again, the enemy would never make the mistake of underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly. It would definitely be a well-thought-out thunderbolt attack, and the first to bear the brunt of it would definitely be Zhuo Xiaoduo. Chapter 5:15. As for whether or not they could block the attack and protect Zhuo Xiaoduo, none of them had the slightest bit of confidence. If it's someone below the peak of the mysterious realm, we can naturally hold them off. However, if the other party sends an expert at the level of a secret shaman, how can we resist? Yi Changqing's face was gloomy. A secret sorcerer is a top expert above the martial flame cloud realm. They're at least at the level of a deputy commander or a general. How many of them are there in the whole continent? It's impossible to send someone like that just to deal with a kid like Zhuo Xiaoduo, right? Xiang Kuangren disagreed. Not to mention secret sorcerer. How many cloud transformation cultivators are there in Fenghai? Xiang Kuangren felt that the other party would not send a real cloud transformation cultivator. That's hard to say. When Xing Tian said with a gloomy face, "We're not afraid of the UMNO Alliance's secret sorcerers. We're only afraid of the experts on our side. If the UMNO Alliance comes to assassinate us, things will be clear. But if we're fighting for power, or being incited by others, that'll be a huge tragedy." Yi Changqing let out a long sigh. That's right. Neither side can afford to lose an expert of that level. Once one of them is lost, it'll be an almost irreversible loss to our side, especially for the position that person was originally in charge of. It'll be a light injury to our bones. I hope that won't happen. What did the Southern Chief say? The Southern Chief has already caused a huge storm in the capital. Currently, he's also continuing to act under pressure like a mountain. But regarding Zhuo Xiaoduo's matter, the Southern Chief can be said to be unusually careless. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. The Southern Chief said, "He's just a student and a freshman at that. How can anything big happen?" Haha. When Xing Tian and Xiang Kuangren could only chuckle in response to this. The Southern Chief was not here, so he could naturally say that. It was easy for him to say that. How could he know what kind of pressure they were under? For the sake of Zhuo Xiaoduo, Yi Changqing and the others had to meet up almost every day. They had to have secret discussions, and everyone felt immense pressure. However, the person involved, Master Zhuo, didn't seem to feel anything. He was extremely busy in school every day, and his schedule was unusually full, amassing wealth, reading fortunes, and sleeping every day. Although he didn't sleep much, he counted money until his hands got cramps. Following the confirmation of the accuracy of 3 students' short-term physiognomy, Master's fame quickly swept through the entire campus. After Gue Xiaocheng's family survived the crisis and unexpectedly gained the recognition of a big shot, someone came to Zhuo Xiaoduo's door with 2,000 high-quality astral souls to thank him. Because of this, Master Zhuo's reputation as the godly image of Zhuo soared to the peak. Divine image, divine foresight, appearance technique connecting gods. He's definitely a living immortal. Class monitor Zhuo is too awesome. Please accept my knees. No, I should prostrate myself before you. I prostrate myself before you. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be so accurate. It's so accurate that it makes my scalp tingle. It's true. The future seems to be right under Master's nose. Life and death, misfortune and fortune. In one sentence, there's actually such a godly person in this world. Zhua Xiaoduo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School had soared to the mythical level. The price of fortune-telling had also risen, from the initial $50 to $500. It had increased by 10 times. Moreover, the number of people waiting in line every day had reached dozens. Among them were many female students who came to read their futures and fates that, in fact, Zhua Xiaoduo could tell at a glance. What futures and fates? Who were they trying to fool? All of them were here to read about love. Actually, I'm not here to read about love. I'm not interested in my future other half or my future husband's family, but it'd be great if I could know what I'm doing. I'm mainly here to read about fate. As for love, I can ask about it. I wonder if it's going to be successful. So Xiaoduo chuckled. If you could be any more hypocritical, I promise I'll let you see it. There were also some bold girls who directly asked, Class monitors, do you know Song Yuxing from the 3rd grade class 4? Do you think it's possible between us? Song Yuxing, this guy's cultivation isn't outstanding, but he's recognized as the most handsome guy in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's bright, handsome, and extremely exquisite. Although he's a guy, he has a lot of fans. Not only are there a lot of female fans, but there's also a lot of male fans. You can roughly imagine how handsome this guy is. So Xiaoduo had always thought that his appearance was quite outstanding. He was handsome, elegant, and carefree. But compared to this Song Yuxing.cough, he's still a little bit worse than me. Right, but I'm more manly than him. When this girl asked this question, a few of the male students beside her instantly felt disgusted. I'm standing right here, why don't you ask me? So Xiaoduo smiled faintly. I won't answer any questions that involve others. The girl snorted and didn't ask anything else. She walked away with her head held high. With this face that's like a door and Xiang Chang's figure. She actually dares to have delusions about Song Yuxing. She's really overestimating herself. A girl beside her muttered. Li Qinglong had been working as a middleman these few days. His hands were sore from receiving red packets, and his commission was flying high. He was beaming from ear to ear, and Xiang Chang's commission from Li Qinglong was also very generous. Even Xiang Bing had become much more extravagant during this period. God of wealth. At this moment, opposite them, a girl walked over with big strides. This girl was 187 meters tall, which was basically the same height as Xiaoduo, but at a glance, she was at least a head taller than Xiaoduo. Although she was tall, her body was extremely well proportioned. Her front and back weren't exactly protruding, but she was filled with a kind of feminine beauty. When people saw her, they couldn't help but think of female generals galloping on the battlefield, valiant and heroic. His face was a little masculine, but the more one looked at it, the more attractive it became. He held a long spear in his hand, which was 5 meters long. The tip of the spear was sharp and was half a meter long. It was streamlined and flashed with a cold light. At a glance, one could tell that it was a great killing weapon. She was wearing combat boots and a military uniform. Her pants were at her ankles. Her long legs were streamlined, slender, and well-proportioned. They were straight and strong. She walked over with big strides, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging together, with a threatening aura. What a dashing girl! So Xiaoduo couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. There were some things that couldn't be avoided and couldn't be avoided. The girl came in front of Xiaoduo and propped her long spear on the ground. Although it was a very soft sound, everyone felt that the ground under their feet shook. Class monitors, my name is Zhang Xuejuan. Zhang Xuejuan was straightforward. She pointed her finger at Xiang Chong and said, This guy is my fiancé, arranged by my family. You tell me if he wants to marry me or not. Zhua Xiaoduo's face turned blank when he heard this, and he was complaining in his heart. Xiang Chong's eyes were fixed. Fiancé, Arranged by my family? I like her so much. This girl. TSK. Xiangcheng instantly felt that his heart was moved. I'm in love. Huh. Xiang Bing, who was standing at the side, was also as stunned as was Xiao Duo. Her eyes were fixed. I just told my family about the fortune that Zhuo arranged for my brother. Didn't my family say that it was very important? Why did such a sister-in-law suddenly appear? What was my family thinking? Zhang Xuejuan was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. As a third-year student and the class monitor of the third-year class, she was very famous in Hidden Dragon High School. It was said that many fourth-year seniors were no match for her. She could be said to be one of the most influential people in Hidden Dragon High School. Now that he had said these words so straightforwardly, it immediately caused everyone to feel greatly surprised. This girl was so stubborn. Cough, cough, cough. So Xiao Duo kept coughing. Zhang Xuejuan, if not for the war, could be said to be a good match for Xiangcheng. She had a straightforward personality and a heroic appearance, which made people admire her at first sight. But this was war. Zhang Xuejuan was surrounded by an obscure aura. Her murderous aura rushed to the heavens, and the aura of death came from the soles of her feet and from the top of her head. Her luck was extremely bad. It was definitely not the sign of longevity. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw Zhang Xuejuan walking over and knew that Xiangcheng's doom had come. But this kind of woman, to Xiangcheng was destined to be a poison. But he really couldn't stop this kind of thing. Why are you coughing? Just say it if you have something to say. Zhang Xuejuan frowned and shouted, Don't hesitate. Why are you acting like a girl? So Xiaoduo looked helpless. You should ask him about this matter. Okay, Zhang Xuejuan shouted, and then raised her head to look at Xiangcheng. She shouted, Xiangcheng, do you dare to marry me? Yes. Xiangcheng's face was glowing. He also took a step forward. With his height of 2 meters, he actually puffed out his chest and straightened his back. He shouted, I'll marry you. I dare. Suddenly, there was an endless stream of strange cries. Oh ho! Ow ow! Li Chenglong clapped his hands until they were numb. This unforeseen event was really too shocking. Zhang Xuejuan obviously didn't expect Xiangcheng to be so straightforward. She was stunned and shouted, But you're not qualified now. Xiangcheng rubbed his hands together. How can I be qualified? My man, you have to beat me. My man, you have to kill more enemies than me. My man, you have to have a higher military rank than me. My man, you have to have more military achievements than me. Zhang Xuejuan shouted. I'm looking for a real man, not a little man. Xiangcheng laughed wildly. That's it. Don't worry. One day, I'll knock you out with a few punches and kicks and carry you home. Zhang Xuejuan sneered. If that's the case, let's not talk about the marriage contract for now. We'll talk about it when you're at my level. Of course, Xiangcheng said proudly. Even if you want to marry me now, I won't. It's a tradition of the Xiang family to beat the wife on the wedding night. I don't want to be beaten by my wife on the wedding night. Zhang Xuejuan's face seemed to blush a little. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll wait for you to beat me. So Xiaoduo was speechless. He said, Xiangcheng, about your family's tradition. Did you mishear a word? Xiangcheng, Xiangbing, Li Chenglong, everyone who heard it. Zhang Xuejuan's face suddenly turned red. She glared at Xiaoduo fiercely and then looked deeply at Xiangcheng. She reached out and picked up her big spear. She swung the spear elegantly and put it on her shoulder. Then, she turned around and strode away. Xiangcheng watched Zhang Xuejuan leave valiantly. He stared at her even after she had turned the corner and disappeared. After a long time, he laughed loudly. I'm quite satisfied with the way the family handled things this time. I'm very satisfied with this wife. So Xiaoduo looked up and sighed. Update complete. Looking for recommendation votes. I'm still writing on a live stream. I'm trying to save some chapters. Hee. Chapter 516. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt melancholy. This is simply making things difficult for me. Master Zhua, how did I meet such a weird couple? The Xiang family is also weird. Didn't they already know my prophecy? Why did they hastily set up the engagement? They are a classic example of finding trouble for themselves. So Xiao Duo felt depressed. He was no longer in the mood for fortune-telling. After a moment of silence, he pulled Xiang Bing aside with a heavy heart. What? What's going on? Xiang Bing was also confused by Zhua Xiao's question. What do you mean by what's going on? Zhua Xiao's face was full of depression. He stared at her and said, Didn't you hear my comments to your brother at that time? I saw that you even took notes. I think my hint to you was very obvious, right? Why did you suddenly? Xiang Bing was surprised by this and said, I just asked my dad. My dad said that according to his analysis, you shouldn't let him have the freedom to fall in love. Because of this, the family decided to arrange a marriage and solve the problem from the root. It completely cut off his path of free love. My father said that everyone agreed that since Masters was said so, the family should just make the decision. It's foolproof. This Sister Jean is very much in line with my brother's taste. She should be a good match, right? So Xiao Duo opened his mouth wide. This thing can't be avoided just because it's not a good match. But the Xiang family's way of thinking is really fucking weird. This understanding. Full marks. So Xiao Duo was speechless and gave a thumbs up. He had an impulse to go crazy in his heart. The Xiang family is indeed an overlord family. Their brains are really good. Xiang Bing coughed and said, This was yesterday. It's just been decided. I didn't expect this future sister-in-law to be so hot-tempered. She actually came here today. So Xiao Duo stared and said, I remember that before returning to Xian, don't talk about feelings. How would you interpret this to mean that you can't fall in love freely? Xiang Bing was confused. Isn't it? Actually, that's how I understand it. Looking at Xiao Duo's widened eyes, Xiang Bing felt guilty and her face turned green. Ahem. I don't know how they understand. She suddenly became nervous and said, So, what's with your attitude? Is there something wrong with my brother's relationship? I think this future sister-in-law is quite a good person. So Xiao Duo sighed. Could there be a problem? There would definitely be a problem. As for your sister-in-law, she's not bad. Another line of nonsense. If your sister-in-law wasn't so good, how could your brother's fate be so miserable? It was precisely because he was a good person that he could leave behind a painful scar that would never fade away. For something like a death in love, if the other party was of high quality, the pain and regret would only be greater. If the person who gave you the pain of love was a scumbag, then you should rejoice. Because after you lost your head, you could only sigh at your own stupidity and naivety. Cursing for the rest of one's life because of love and being sad for the rest of one's life were two completely different things. The future is full of changes due to the cycle of cause and effect. Now we can only take one step at a time. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said with an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Zhua Xiaoduo could only see the fate of Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan from their faces. Then there was the appearance of lightning and thunder. That was the breaking of fate caused by the calamity of heaven and earth. The calamity of heaven and earth. In this regard, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't dare to interfere at all. The consequences of being involved were too serious. Zhua Xiaoduo could fight against Zhua Xiaoyan's fate at all costs, but he might not be willing to get involved in Xiang Chong's fate. Zhua Xiaoduo was very clear about this choice. If he rashly got involved in this calamity of heaven and earth, a considerable part of it would definitely fall on him, an uninvited guest. If he was implicated and died, it wouldn't be strange at all. What kind of fate could provoke the calamity of heaven and earth? If an outsider wanted to forcefully interfere with such a fate, or even change it, that how could the consequences be light? If he was dragged into this mess and died, wouldn't he have to leave Nian Cat to live alone in this world? That wouldn't do. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo, who was different from usual, Xiang Bing couldn't help but feel more worried. Looking into the distance, Xiang Chong, who was smiling and joking with Li Chenglong, was still looking in the direction of Zhan Xuejuan's departure. It was as if that vigorous and valiant figure would appear in the next moment. With Xiang Bing's understanding of her brother, how could she not see that this guy was really moved? At this moment, she heard Xiang Chong laughing. This woman is a little difficult to deal with. That gun of hers is even longer than mine. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned, and his face suddenly became distorted. This sentence, roughly speaking, there seemed to be no problem with it. However, thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying that on the other side, Li Chenglong, who also felt the same, also had a distorted face. Then, he saw Xiang Chong give a thumbs up. Obviously, he was full of praise for this sentence. On the way home from school in the afternoon, Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong, and Li Chenglong began to divide the loot with flushed faces. Anyway, you only have 5% of a share. So Xiaoduo didn't give up a single cent. When he took out the 5% share, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of pain, and his heart was full of reluctance. This bastardly Chenglong, he earned 500 yuan from me in one go. The 500 yuan that I worked so hard to earn. This is all for you. I won't share with you. Li Chenglong pretended to be generous and gave all 500 yuan to Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong didn't accept it. Bullshit. You're obviously trying to take advantage of me. The two of them had previously agreed to split the loot 50-50. Then they began to act. Li Chenglong had received a lot of extra bribes before, and that was a huge sum. Finally, that under the threat of Li Chenglong and his sister, they began to split the loot. This guy had received a total of 960 yuan in one day, plus the 500 yuan, then 1,460 yuan. Everyone got 730 yuan. Xiang Chong got 730 yuan and gave his sister 300 yuan. Xiang Bing was furious. Didn't we agree to split it 50-50? I should get 365 yuan. Xiang Chong's face was full of happiness. Your brother is going to have a wife soon, so I have to keep more money for myself. Xiang Bing was speechless. They had only met for the first time today, and he had already mercilessly deducted so much from his sister's share. Could it be that all men were like this? Xiang Bing snorted and rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she asked Li Chenglong, "Swollen, if you find a wife, will you be like this too?" Wife. Li Chenglong trembled in shock. This word is too far away for me. It's out of my reach. I mean if. Xiang Bing stomped her feet in anger. Li Chenglong laughed. Isn't it good to be single? Why do you have to find a wife? Being single, you can flirt with any girl, joke with any girl, flirt with any girl, and not be stained by any of them. This is the highest realm. If you really have a wife, how can you be so casual? No. Before he could finish, Xiang Bing had already walked away. Just like that, she pulled Xiang Chong and left. She didn't even go to Grandma Shi's class. Li Chenglong didn't feel that anything was wrong. He quickly walked to Zhuo Xiaoduo's side and sighed. Look at Xiang Chong today. Sigh, when he saw that John something, his IQ dropped by 3 levels. People always say that a woman becomes stupid after 3 years of pregnancy. When I see a man, at least he's completely stupid now. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twitched. What else? Is this the main point? Of course not. After Grandma Shi's class tonight, we have to keep an eye on the progress of Zhuo Shuai's company. This is the main point, don't forget. Li Chenglong reminded. What else? Let's practice tonight. I want to test the current progress, and you're the ideal benchmark. Li Chenglong said proudly. Leader, Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. I realize that the netizens are really sharp. This nickname is really destined by the heavens. Sure enough, there are wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. Li Chenglong smiled slyly. Indeed, I feel more and more that the nickname Cheap King is really suitable for you. It's just right, and it's only natural. Ha ha ha. Swollen laughed loudly. He really didn't realize the true meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. More importantly, he was definitely not faking it. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was drunk. He didn't even retaliate because Swollen dared to call him Cheap King. Swollen. Sigh. It's nothing. I think you're really happy. It's quite good. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Every single dog is happy. They're foolishly happy every day. Everyone in the world is like a brother. Only after many years do you realize what you missed when you were a single dog, sipping on a glass of wine, lamenting about the foolish youth back then. Li Chenglong snorted. You're talking as if you already have a wife. If you want to act like an experienced person, you should at least stop being single, right? So Xiaoduo said angrily, Of course I have a wife. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Li Chenglong, ha ha ha. So Xiaoduo glared at him fiercely. You don't believe me? My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. Ha ha. Ha ha ha, my ass. I'm telling the truth. I have a wife, and she's the most beautiful woman in the world. So Xiaoduo looked very serious. He. Li Chenglong stopped laughing and changed it to he. He turned his head away. His meaning was obvious. I don't want to talk to a liar like you. Do you really think I'll believe you? If it was someone else, they might still be skeptical. But if it was someone else telling it to me, why don't you take a look at what kind of person I, Li Chenglong, am? Do you think you can compare to my, Li Chenglong's IQ? Do you think you can compare to my, Li Chenglong's EQ? Right now, the person who appears by your side the most is me. Okay? And for the next 4 years, you have to keep me company the whole time. And then you tell me with your white teeth that you have a wife, and that she's the most beautiful woman in the world? Even a dog wouldn't believe a lie. Chapter 517. That night, Grandma Sure mainly talked about one thing. When the sword is close to the body and there is no way to avoid it, then she lets Xiaoduo go up and demonstrate. The sword pierced his shoulder, his throat, his heart, and his joints in a split second. This is the true way to save one's life. You must remember it well. In the future, every once in a while, I will focus on this. Grandma Sure attached great importance to this point, far more serious than any basic theory lesson. She emphasized it several times in a row. Sometimes, the enemy's sword is too fast and has already pierced your throat. At this time, even if you don't have time to do these actions, you can at least clench your teeth or swallow a mouthful of saliva. Grandma Sure taught sincerely, the action of clenching your teeth can cause your windpipe to deviate by 0.5 millimeter in a critical moment. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva can cause your windpipe to move back by 5 millimeters. In a battle between experts, life and death is decided in an instant. A little difference is enough to completely change the situation. This is the difference between life and death. From this night onwards, Grandma Sure began to teach all kinds of life-saving techniques and all kinds of life-saving points. If the opponent's cultivation was higher than yours and suppressed you from the beginning to the end, how could you survive? How could you form a situation of seeking life in the midst of death? If the opponent's cultivation was much higher than yours, it would be a direct suppression. At this time, how could you save your life? How could you create a ray of hope for yourself to escape? If the opponent's strength was already at the level where you couldn't resist at all, then what method could you use to delay your life for even a second? Don't underestimate it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sometimes, if you can't hold on for even a second, you will die. But if you can hold on, there will be a turn for the better. Help will arrive, and your life will be prolonged. At any time, even if you already know that you are powerless and can only wait for death, you must still have a firm belief in your heart, a little bit of hope. That is, I want to live. I want to live. With the same injury, if you have this belief, you can live. Without this belief, if you're even a little bit pessimistic, you will die. Only if you don't give up first, then there is hope, then there is a chance. The most important thing is to remember that night, Granny Sure talked about a lot of things, including with Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, which he had never heard of before. Not only was it about martial arts techniques, but it was also about cultivation and mental state. It was also about thoughts and some things that sounded extremely mysterious. For example, if you believe that you are protected by the gods, then when you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, as long as your belief is strong enough, you can still survive. Grandma Sure said, These refer to some people will bring some so-called protective talismans to the battlefield, and most of the protective talismans are used here. After every great battle, there are far too many who can't hold on and give up and die after cleaning up the battlefield. However, there are also many who can survive and even recover from the same injuries. This is the effect of spiritual belief. Grandma sure said, everything that exists is reasonable. In this world, there are far too many things that can't be explained by scientific principles. Don't casually doubt anything, and don't deny anything. You need to remember one thing. Even if these are fake, it is not up to you to deny the truth. These words made the 10 or so children who came to listen feel that they had benefited greatly. Although they didn't fully understand, they were all thinking and considering. Enchanting and when Xingtian sat across from each other and drank tea in the bamboo forest, separated by more than 20 meters. After hearing Grandma Sher's words, they couldn't help but sigh softly. These words remind me of the battle we fought against the Flood Witch. A casual hammer, just a casual hammer. And Yi Chongqing smiled faintly. That time, I was almost the first to bear the brunt. If it wasn't for the belief that I can live, I can't die in my heart, and I was bitterly holding on. That time, I would have lost my life the moment I closed my eyes. How am I not the same? One Xingtian laughed bitterly. Do you still remember General Fu behind you? His cultivation level was higher than yours at that time, but I still remember the sigh he gave before he died. His last words were, dying under this hammer is not an unjust thing. Then he died. But I didn't want to die at that time. Why is it not an injustice to die under this hammer? It is an injustice to die under anyone's hammer, okay? Why should I die under this hammer? Why should I give up and die wholeheartedly? When Xingtian said faintly, I clenched my teeth and kept myself awake, waiting for rescue. At that time, my foundation was injured, and the injury was really serious. Once I closed my eyes, I was afraid that I would be separated by life and death forever. I knew this, so I held on. In the end, I survived. Actually, General Fu didn't have to die at that time, but because he sighed. Why did he sigh? Because he was convinced, resigned, and gave up, so he died. And we had a strong sense of unwillingness. We didn't want to die, so we bitterly held on, so we lived. Yi Chongqing sighed softly. For those who have not experienced life and death and war, they won't believe this kind of thing. Not only will they not believe it, but they will also cite the classics, use all kinds of human biology and all kinds of medical views to refute you and scold you. They will say that you mislead people. They will say that you are a spiritualist. Ha! Both of them laughed. Right, speaking of hammers. One Xingtian suddenly changed to telepathy. Do you think Swiss Xiaoduo's hammer technique is similar? You've come into contact with it before? Yi Chongqing asked in surprise. I'm not qualified. I haven't either. Yi Chongqing said indifferently. What I know is that Swiss Xiaoduo has inherited the Flaming Sun Manual, which is regarded as a treasure by the Southern Elder, and has not been passed down for many years. Ever since the Lord of the Scorching Sun died in the hands of the Flood Witch, no one has cultivated the Flaming Sun Manual for more than 2,000 years. When Xingtian nodded, yes, that's enough. Yes, that's enough. After this period of brewing, the internet was already in full swing. The popularity of the Hidden Dragon High School was still high, and every teacher's name had turned into a bright star. And now, it was slowly spreading to Vice Principal Sher's side. This game was done very cleverly, and it was progressing in an orderly manner without any chaos. Very few people were able to grasp the context of this situation. The initial topic of conversation started from this romance is ultimately empty and slowly extended to other topics. This was a post, an article. It was a realistic post written in a person's tone. It was a story of a high-level martial artist and an ordinary girl who fell in love with each other, but ended in tragedy. The second half of the story was accompanied by a photo. A person dressed as a martial artist stood in front of a tombstone under the setting sun. In front of him were weeds, and one could feel a sense of desolation at a glance. The beauty of the past has now been buried for 3 years. The grass in front of the tombstone is 3 feet tall, but I am still young and strong. Thinking of the past, it feels like a dream. As long as I don't wake up from this dream, this love will not die. If you have a soul, we will meet again in the next life. But I'm still me. In this boundless secular world, who is you? Back then, we made a solemn vow of love. But who would have thought that this romance is all for naught? This post was written with deep emotions. Countless VIPs reposted it, and when they did, they said, "Sigh, the me in the past was also." It immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Love was an eternal topic, and the tragedy of love was more likely to arouse people's sympathy and empathy. Then, it quickly brought about a trend on the internet. Did you also have such a relationship? How about such an unforgettable person? There were even more people participating in this post. Countless people came forward to give their opinions, that all kinds of opinions proved one thing. It was impossible for martial artists and ordinary people to be together. The topic, based on one example after another, was mixed with yin and yang, structure, mechanics, and many other factors, and argued with each other. Later, an unprincipled martial artist of the inner core realm also joined the discussion. He insisted that it was impossible, but the other side insisted that it was possible and gave a large number of examples. This brother was so angry that he lost his mind because of the scolding. He said that he would live stream his chirp piercing through a steel plate. Didn't you say it was possible? This thing of mine can even pierce through a steel plate in an instant. Moreover, why are you still insisting? Why are you still insisting? Countless people were waiting for this live stream, and this brother was also well prepared. Just as he was about to start, his account was banned by the officials before the live stream. But many people who didn't care about the matter, or many people who were curious, actually left a comment below. Damn, it can really pierce through a steel plate. I did it last night. I also tried it, and it really works, but it can't be too thick. There's a limit to human strength sometimes. You're just bragging. Are you a girl or a guy? If you're a girl, let's meet somewhere, and I'll show you how to pierce through a steel plate. Shameless. The discussions on the internet were getting louder and louder, but this topic was diverted to the problem of martial artists of the innate realm and above being unable to be together with ordinary women. The reason was simple. If one couldn't bear it, one would die. Starting from this somewhat dirty topic, it gradually expanded to include all kinds of topics, covering all kinds of topics. Slowly, the entire nation began to accept and realize that it was impossible for a martial artist and an ordinary person to be together. It was also at this time that someone suddenly raised a question. If it's a martial artist of the innate realm and above, that thing is already so sharp that it's unbearable. Then what happened to the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Shi Yinfeng? Wasn't he wrongly accused? As soon as this post came out, the entire internet fell silent for a moment. That's right. If a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't find an ordinary woman to satisfy his lust, then what was the cultivation level of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School? He was a super expert above the clouds. If a martial artist of the innate realm couldn't do it, then what about Principal Shi? Chapter 518. It had to be said that this topic, under the unscrupulous operation of the major promoters of Shuai's company, quickly became a national topic. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or ordinary people, they were all actively participating in various ways. In fact, even those from the UMNO Alliance and Dao League participated in the discussions. After that, there was no need for further guidance. Everyone began to discuss instinctively. These words made sense. What exactly happened back then? Soon after, Vice Principal Shi's past deeds began to appear on the internet and began to ferment, attracting the attention of netizens. Ever since he was a young man, he had been working hard. Later on, he traveled the pugilistic world and practiced his martial arts. When he was in his prime, He joined the army and killed enemies at the Sun Moon Pass. He had made countless contributions that afterwards, he was seriously injured and retired, returning to the hidden Dragon High School as a teacher. The students he taught numbered that what level had his cultivation reached? What level had he reached? What level had he reached? What level had he reached? In the past, he had single-handedly flattened a small mountain range, lifted a large building, and moved mountains to fill the sea. Countless achievements, countless pasts, suddenly came rolling in like the rising tide of the sea. As for that woman, her name, address, family, experience, past. 8 generations of her ancestors were all dug up. Everything proved that she was just an ordinary person, not a martial artist. The truth was revealed. Finally, someone posted, "We've been used. We've wronged our hero." This conclusion was quickly accepted this time. So much foreshadowing in the beginning was not for nothing. Such a respectable old man, a divine master expert behind him, looking for an ordinary girl for a girlfriend. Are you crazy or am I crazy? During this process, there was also a considerable force that emerged to clean up the mess. They even forcefully made it into the trending searches and wantonly smeared it. Unfortunately, they lost the opportunity and it was already too late. The power of the people had been fully mobilized at this moment. With just the power of some capital operations, they were drowned by a higher tide before they could even cause a small wave or even burn themselves. Back then, the people who wronged the heroes were led by these fellows. Investigate them. Hunt them down. Find every post that slandered the hero back then and settle the old scores. He had to clear the hero's name. To wash away the injustice of the hero, we can't let the hero sacrifice his life and reputation. At this moment, a website suddenly appeared on the internet. Inside, there was only one post that was hanging high up. To clear the name of a hero. Hero's innocence. Settling accounts for the heroes. Help the hero open his eyes. In broad daylight, at this time today. Below, there was a handwritten message. The same words. Then, there was a bold signature. Dongfang Zhenyang. Then the date. Then, there was an eye-catching bright red Grand Marshal seal. Marshal Dongfang had personally posted this post with his real name, signature, and seal. The entire internet was shocked. Immediately, countless people flooded into the website. Fortunately, the website server was abnormally strong. Even with so many people flooding in, it was still not broken, nor did it collapse. Everyone's posts will be managed in a unified manner. Then, list out the chronological order. Everyone will keep the posts from back then and paste them together here. This will make it easier to check and track. A vigorous campaign to settle accounts was suddenly launched. The moment it was launched, it was like a thunderclap, like a tsunami. Those who wronged Hero back then, get out here and apologize. Those who are making a ruckus and scolding others, you will never know what sins you have committed. Such a hero, such a highly respected teacher, was driven to despair by you and went to the Sun Moon Pass to die in battle. Where is his conscience? Where is the justice in this world? We will give Hero justice here. The wave of counterattacks on the internet was getting more and more intense, each wave stronger than the previous one. At the same time, the Department of Investigation Services, the Security Bureau, Star Shield, and other major government organizations were all mobilized. The innumerable people who were involved in the internet companies back then were all seized and interrogated one by one. Even the officials who were in charge of internet surveillance back then, who had been transferred away for a long time, were directly dismissed, arrested, and interrogated. Why did such a thing happen back then? No one would have thought that a storm on the internet would cause such a huge wave in reality. And this wave was just beginning to rise. There was still more to come. More than 50,000 people were arrested. We owe Hero justice. We owe Hero an apology. This topic was quickly trending. Do you have a conscience for what you did back then? The posts you posted back then, don't they still exist? A confession post was pushed up high. Below, someone posted an apology. Then, more and more people posted apologies. More than 10 million people came out to repent. And this number was still increasing. Below were the words, "I'm sorry." At the top of the post was a picture of Vice President Schur, looking at the world with dignity and gentleness. On the other side was Vice President Schur's achievements back then. Achievements. One by one, the student military achievements piled up like a mountain. The entire background was a prosperous city where the country was prosperous and the people were at peace. That was the prosperous city that Vice President Schur had dedicated his life to protect. Finally, there was a blood-stained suicide note of Vice President Schur, written in bold red. I'm willing to sacrifice myself to serve my country. Can I get back my innocence? Many people only felt so heartbroken that they couldn't speak. Such a hero was forced to death by such despicable means. Now, after so many years, was there only one apology? How could they apologize? How could they be comforted? As more and more people came out to apologize, everyone only felt more and more disappointed. Really, it was a disappointment. There were too many people apologizing. So many people were involved in the past. Moreover, most of them didn't know anything at all. Some people didn't even know what a hidden dragon master was or who Shi Yinfeng was. They just saw someone else's post and clicked on it, and they were automatically filled with righteous indignation. Then, they began to curse without restraint. If you're so hot-blooded, why don't you go to the border to kill the enemy? If you're so righteous, why don't you go to the battlefield? You don't know anything, you don't understand anything, and you start cursing after seeing an article. After so many years of education, have you become an idiot who can't distinguish between right and wrong? How can there be so much hostility in this society? With tens of millions of people cursing, who can withstand it? The mastermind behind the scenes is detestable, but how many people are there? Although these people used us to force the hero to death, if there weren't so many people following the trend, the hero wouldn't have ended so miserably. Putting yourself in their shoes and judging things by the facts. If the mastermind wants to harm someone, he only needs to set up a ridiculous trap and then mobilize us, and he will succeed. Such a clumsy scam can make us force our own hero to death. Such cheap capital. It can make us kill our own hero. What a tragedy. What a shame. What a fool. What a fool. We just want to ask, those who participated in the incident back then, can they erase everything in the past just by saying sorry? Do they really not have to pay anything? If there is no prize for doing wrong, then what will society do? This question once again exploded on the internet. That's right. Was there only this one apology? What was the price? A hero who could support the heavens, a teacher who taught and educated people, a highly respected powerhouse. He had been wronged to death, and all he got in return was a simple apology? With a flick of a finger, the internet fee was less than a cent. Were they going to let it go just like that? The mastermind behind the scenes was detestable, but if there weren't so many people rushing forward to be used, what could the mastermind do? In the end, the country finally gave a response. All the people who cursed on the internet back then had their personal credit points deducted and recorded in their personal identity history. Whether it was traveling, looking for a job, or something else, it would definitely be seen by the relevant people, and they would be punished. For example, all kinds of things were not allowed. In the end, they would have to bear the consequences of what they had done. In the end, the internet was full of reminders. The internet is an illegal place. Please think twice before speaking. Golden age is not easy to come by. We hope you and I will cherish it together. Then, this hurricane, with unprecedented speed and momentum, blew to Hidden Dragon High School. Speaking of attention, the students of Hidden Dragon High School were undoubtedly one of the groups that paid the most attention to this matter. Since the beginning of the wave of Hidden Dragon High School on the internet, everyone had been paying attention. Many people had set up alternate accounts and secretly posted a cheer for their school. However, at this stage, everyone was doing things in secret, and it was rarely mentioned in the school. Since the incident with Principal Schur, online discussions had become a forbidden zone for the students of Hidden Dragon High School. However, it was different this time. This time, the online discussions were surging from the outside to the inside. It was not caused by the students of Hidden Dragon High School, nor was it caused by the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Yes, Zwa, and Lee smiled faintly. We are the masterminds behind the scenes. We are the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Come and catch us, come and bite us, we are that strong. The internet? Who doesn't know how to play with the internet? As the voices of all kinds of discussions grew louder and louder, they saw that the direction of the discussion had suddenly changed from praising the school to seeking justice for Principal Schur. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and a feeling of trembling suddenly rushed up from their bodies. Following closely, the entire Hidden Dragon High School suddenly erupted. This group of young students who were usually forbidden from coming into contact with the internet, this group of young people who were usually wholeheartedly focused on practicing martial arts, began to rush onto the internet and fight. Usually, they didn't have the time to go online, and they also didn't want to go online. But now, even if they didn't have the time, they would still have the time. The general direction of the internet at this moment gave everyone endless courage. This time, it's our general direction. Today is a good day for Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School's campus net. A few names are jumping up and down, unusually active. Jingjing Cat. Vice Principal Schur has been vindicated today. This is the justice he deserves, but isn't this justice too shallow? Shouldn't we do something for the hero? Jingjing Cat. As a member of Hidden Dragon High School, are we just going to watch this matter unfold? Post a few posts that don't hurt or itch. Just because of what happened back then, we're afraid of the slightest thing and hesitant to move forward. Li Hualong, we should do something for the hero. Qin Yan Ice, everyone think about it. What can we do? Forward. Vice Principal Schur and his wife were both teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. Vice Principal Schur has been vindicated today, but Teacher Yu is still alive. Should we do something for Teacher Yu? Xiao Yu, Vice Principal Schur died unjustly, and Teacher Yu is disheartened. She said that we can't let the hero's heart be cold. The hero's heart is already cold. Snowflake. Why didn't anyone say anything at Hidden Dragon High School? This is Hidden Dragon High School? I've learned. Jingjing Cat replied to Snowflake. After all, things have changed with the passage of time. It's enough that they've been vindicated online. What can we expect from these overlords? The so-called students are just passers-by of Hidden Dragon High School. It's normal for them to be indifferent. I've learned. Jingjing Cat. I let out a long sigh. There are no hot-blooded people in this huge Hidden Dragon High School. Jingjing Cat. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're all trash. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone is trash. Everyone is trash. Jingjing Cat. Not only are you trash, but you're also a coward. Jingjing Cat. Everyone else has already done their job, but the people of Hidden Dragon High School are actually asleep. A group of people jumped up and down on the school network, mocking and ridiculing. The teachers and students who logged on to the network were all furious. They had just fought on another battlefield, but when they came back, they found that their hometown had been destroyed. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? If the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit. When have we been indifferent? We've been working hard. Who is this Jingjing Cat? Come out and fight. Li Hualong. Everyone, please calm down. I'm Li Chenglong, the assistant class monitor of the first grade. I spoke up just now, so I'll nag a bit more now. I think what Jingjing Cat said is not without reason. He's just speaking the truth. Now that the injustice has been cleared and the matter has been resolved, do you think shouting a few words on the network is enough? Shouldn't the students of Hidden Dragon High School do something more practical? Qin Yan Ice. Yeah, we don't know how to shout a few words, but what's the difference between typing a few words and shouting a few words on the internet? And those people who only care about apologizing. Practical, realistic, and tangible. Those people who are separated by the internet have the intention, but they can't put it into action. But who are we? We're students of Hidden Dragon High School. Can't we do anything to Vice Principal Sher's widow? Teacher you? Regarding this matter, Hidden Dragon High School quickly started a discussion. We, Hidden Dragon High School, can't be looked down on. We could do a lot of things, a lot of things. At the same time, the posts on the internet continued to lead the public in the direction of remembering the hero, honoring the hero, and commemorating the hero. Vice Principal Sher is really a hero. Such a touching hero. Shouldn't everyone know him? We strongly suggest that we use Vice Principal Sher as a model to make a movie or a TV series. We strongly suggest that we erect a monument for Vice Principal Sher. Such a legendary figure should be recorded in history, and his name will go down in history. We strongly suggest. At the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang gave an answer. At the Cemetery of Martyrs, where the martyrs of Hidden Dragon High School rest, erect a 10-jong tall statue for Vice Principal Sher. Build a monument. He asked Vice Principal Sher to watch over his students. An hour later, Shui Film and Television Media released an announcement. J. Blood Loyal Heart, Clear Sky, the biography of Hidden Dragon High School Vice Principal Sher Yunfeng. Other than that, there was also a 60-episode TV series, Sher Yunfeng. The project was already in progress, and they were currently looking for actors. The investors' $1 billion in funds had already arrived. The investor said that if there was insufficient funds, they could increase the funds without limit. Half an hour later, Shui Film and Television Media released another piece of breaking news. A series of 7 major movies were in progress. They were Sher Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Sher Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun Moon Pass, Sher Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Sher Yunfeng's Straight Sword, Sher Yunfeng's Unyielding Dragon, Sher Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, and Sher Yunfeng's Last Battle. After a series of news was released, the entire internet was in an uproar. An hour later, Shui Film and Television Media announced that the funds for Sher Yunfeng's movie series had been raised, totaling $5 billion star dollars. 7 movies would be shot consecutively, sparing no expense, just to remember the hero's loyal soul. The military partner was the Dongfang Army Corps. Moreover, General Dongfang directly requested the Ministry of Finance to take out $1 billion from the military funds to invest in the movies. It was said that General Dongfang only had one request. Heroes must be filmed with the aura of a hero. If you can't film it, I'll kill you. With General Dongfang's words, the netizens all over the world were excited. This sentence basically represented quality assurance. The other partner was Hidden Dragon High School. Principal Yi Chanqing held a meeting overnight and announced that he would allocate $5 billion from the school's resources to invest in the filming of the movies. After being bombarded by a series of explosive news, the entire nation was in an uproar again. All kinds of Sher Yunfeng's biographies on the internet were even more boisterous and endless. A lot of the information was written by colleagues back then, and there was no doubt about its authenticity. After the post-production, only a little artistic processing was needed, and the filming could start immediately. The Age of Heroes had thus begun, and epics and legends were in the ascendant. With Principal Sher Yunfeng's innocence as the turning point, a worldwide online campaign was suddenly launched. The heroes have already bled, and they can't cry anymore. If even the heroes are bitterly disappointed, what hope is there in this world? Over the years, the names of the countless soldiers who had sacrificed themselves once again entered the people's sight. The deeds of the heroes were being publicized and spread everywhere. As for the families of the heroes, their social status suddenly rose. A Hidden Dragon High School, under the appeal of the students, erected a monument of Vice Principal Sher Yunfeng outside the school's history hall. The front was a statue, and the back was written about Vice Principal Sher's life. Then, there was the whole school's memory of the killing, and the whole school's mourning. Many people were petitioning. Shouldn't Vice Principal Sher's widow come out and say something? Or could they invite teacher Yu Jiaren to come back and teach again? Chapter 520. For this reason, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others specially went to the small courtyard. Grandma Sure only said coldly, "This heart is dead. How can a person who has given up teach?" Other than that, there was no other response. Even though that night, there was a tsunami-like counterattack on the internet that washed away all the grievances of that year, Grandma Sure only cooked 2 dishes that night, closed the door, and drank 2 glasses of wine. That was all. However, the difference was that she took out Principal Shi Yunfeng's golden sword and wiped it over and over again. The qi in his body slowly recovered its sharpness from its lifeless state. Although the process was slow, it was done step by step, moving slowly. Old Sure, the grievances are gone. Now the golden sword is ready. As Grandma Sure wiped the golden sword, the sharpness in her eyes became stronger. After I cut off the black hand, I will accompany you. You have waited for me for too long. Under this general trend, many people in the upper echelons were pleasantly surprised to find that the atmosphere on the internet suddenly became better. The cynicism and hostility that could be seen everywhere was inexplicably reduced by a lot. With the help of this atmosphere, under the insistence of Minister Nan and the others in the upper echelons, and with the support of Marshal Dongfang and the others, they began to gradually guide the topic on the internet. They were not in a hurry to preach, nor did they call for patriotism. Instead, they promoted the short stories of the heroes one by one, allowing this heroic spirit to gradually spread. Pervade after the sun-moon pass, the endless graveyard, the young faces one after another. The scenes that were eternally fixed on the tombstones, the determination of the Umno Alliance to exterminate the astral souls never died. After the great battles, the smoke that filled the air after the battles, the hell on earth that was full of corpses, was gradually revealed. Although the images taken by the war reporters were real, they were screened after all. They deliberately chose those that were not very bloody and cruel. They considered the parts that the public could accept and released them bit by bit, that if they directly released the most bloody and cruel purgatory, most people would probably not be able to accept it. However, this cruelty needed to be known. That was the sacrifice of those who carried the heavy burden forward. Thousands of heroic sons and daughters were turned into powder under the enemy's attack. The surviving commander was covered in wounds, but he still used all his remaining strength to jump up and charge at the enemy. The scene of self-destruction was not rare. It happened in almost every battle. Using facts, using the truth, to tell everyone that this world is not safe. His current comfort was not without a price. This kind of comfort was actually very fragile. Although the interior of the Star Spirit continent had gone through thousands of years of peace and prosperity, the border on the other side had been tempered by thousands of years of war and had never stopped. Every once in a while, the soldiers and warriors of the Sun-Moon Pass would become the most lovable people in society and also the most respected people. And now, such an opportunity had appeared. It was an opportunity for the commoners to understand the current situation. The appearance of such an opportunity was a great blessing for the government. However, Zhuo Shuai's company was still moving forward in an orderly manner. Countless influencers used this incident as a starting point and gradually added fuel to the fire all over the country. Every project was progressing at lightning speed. The filming of movies and TV shows was progressing steadily. General Dongfang had specially sent a request. The movies and TV shows that weakened the enemy, which were known as the anti-witch god dramas, were not allowed to appear again. With his own strength, he directly killed his way into the main hall of the Umno Alliance and destroyed the movies and TV shows about the 12 witches. This was simply destroying the worldview. It would only bring misconceptions, distorted perceptions, and absurd reality to the people behind the scenes. In the villa, looking at the big show that they had led to achieve unexpected results in such a short period of time, was Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel emotional. However, the sense of accomplishment in their hearts was still bursting. After so many years of hard work, the two of us easily did what no one else could do, against the natural order. Awesome! Zhuo Xiaoduo, am indeed handsome and can do what others can't. Although Li Chenglong felt that all of this was too easy and that something was wrong, he didn't pursue it further. After all, this process was indeed led by Zhuo Shuai's company. This could be seen from the work reports that were sent every day. The people in the company really worked hard, and this result was exactly what he and Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to achieve, and it was also the result that everyone on their side wanted to see the most. It seems that the situation has come to this point. Li Chenglong could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. This was probably the reason why the heavens and the earth worked together to borrow power. Swollen, how much did our company invest in those movies and TV shows? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at his bank balance and deeply felt that he should have invested more than 1 billion yuan in those movies and TV shows. When the movies were released, the dividends would be more than 10 billion yuan. Even if it soared by hundreds of billions, he wouldn't be too surprised. How could Master Zhuo, who was second to wealth, not calculate this account? Because Qianlong and the military have invested. In addition, Chief Nan's Ministry of Finance and Minister Ding's Department of Martial Arts have also invested. So, our company doesn't have much of a share anymore. Li Chenglong coughed and said, "This is reality. An arm can't win against a leg. However, our company has full authority to allocate these funds. Although our company doesn't have to pay a single cent, we have 10% of the shares, which is 10% of the final profits." This feeling of swelling was already a great victory. He approved of this ratio of profit. The military, the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Martial Arts, Qianlong High Martial Arts, and Zhuo Shuai Company jointly produced the movie. Zhuo Shuai Company coordinated everything. They didn't have to pay a single cent. They only had to put in effort. To be able to get 10% of the shares was simply a pie in the sky. And this was bound to be a huge opportunity for Zhuo Shuai Company to improve themselves. From now on, Zhuo Shuai's company would become one of the biggest companies in the entire continent. 10% of the net profit. It was really a lot. For this share, at least Gu Qi, who managed the company, was so satisfied that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Not to mention such a large share, Gu Qi was even willing to work for free. He couldn't be happier. This kind of opportunity wasn't something that could be owned by any company or enterprise. Putting aside the shares, just the advertisements of Zhuo Shuai Company could be sold at a sky-high price. He even dared to declare that from now on, the investors and the new boss didn't have to pay any more money. Not only did they not have to pay any more money, but the annual dividends would be more than 10 figures. This was the most conservative and the lowest valuation. Zhuo Shuai Company's acquisition capital was 100 million. In just a few months, the company that was on the verge of bankruptcy was not only revived, but it was also about to become the #1 film company. Such an investment couldn't be described with the word profit. The new boss was really too awesome. His methods were ridiculously brilliant. There were no traces of his operation at all. It was too sharp. This was a profit that satisfied everyone, but it made the chairman of the company, Zhuo Xiaoduo, depressed. Why is it only 10%? Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite dissatisfied. 90% of the profits were harvested. Isn't this working for others for free? Li Chenglong stared. They paid for the venue, the school, the army, and the losses. Isn't it enough for us to take 10% for free? Even if you want to accumulate wealth, you can't be so heartless, right? Anyway, I just think it's too little. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Actually, I only planned to give out 10%. At this time, Li Chenglong was completely speechless. If he really dared to do that, Zhuo Shuai Company would probably close down in less than a second. We don't have to pay for the actors, scripts, or anything like that, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. No need. What about the director? Don't worry, all the bills will come from us. But we don't have to pay for all the expenses of the movie and TV series. Is that enough? And now the director and lead actors have been confirmed. They are all super A-listers. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Just barely. He lay on the bed, unhappily. So much money. Swollen. Do you know that the profits from these auctions could reach hundreds of billions or even more? Think about it. So much money is slipping away from our hands. Li Chenglong sighed. He really didn't want to talk to this money grubber anymore. He took out 2 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls Jade and started to practice. I don't want to listen anymore. I've never seen such a stingy person. If this goes on, he would no longer be the first in terms of physical appearance and wealth. He would be the first in terms of wealth, the first in terms of stinginess, and the second in terms of love for money. I'm still unhappy. Swollen. Why don't you pay back the money you owe me first? It's what Xiao Duo said faintly. Pay back the money? Li Chenglong immediately entered a state of oblivion. He didn't hear, didn't know that it was really like a mountain collapsing in front of you, but your expression wouldn't change. About a few days later, the second round of the Hidden Dragon High School training began. Before the start of the training, Xiao Duo quietly found Fong in awe. Old Fong, can you help me set up a company? Zhou Xiaoduo felt that it was too much a loss to sell the prey that he had hunted. After he sold the batch of high-quality snake skins that he had obtained previously, he realized that many boys and girls in the school were wearing those clothes. Most of them were undergarments that, well, Zhou Xiaoduo had only seen male undergarments. He had never seen female undergarments. Undergarments made from snake skins could not be damaged by ordinary weapons. They could also offset a considerable amount of elemental energy damage. It could be said to be an exceptionally precious protective inner armor. So Xiao Duo made a judgment and realized that he had sold a snake. Not to mention the internal organs, internal elixir, blood, and flesh. Just the snake skin alone could be used to make 2 pieces of clothing. That would be enough to recoup all the cost of the snake, and there would still be some left over. According to Zhou Xiaoduo's visual estimation, the size of the inner armor could be used to make at least 10 pieces of snake skin. In other words, the profit of the other party was very high. The gross profit was at least 30 to 50 times more than what Zhou Xiaoduo had earned. After hearing this from Xiang Chong, Zhou Xiaoduo almost went crazy. Chapter 521. So Xiao Duo had tears in his eyes. How much money did I throw away? Fong Yinhua expressed that there was nothing he could do about it. Young master, it's just the venue, machines, manpower, approval channels. We can't even handle it all. After hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's reason for starting a new company, Fong Yinhua wanted to cry. You only see the thief eating meat, but you don't see the thief getting beaten up. How could it be so easy? After all, he was a country bumpkin from a small, remote city. He had no experience at all. Zhou Xiaoduo was very disappointed. So he scolded Fong Yinhua. Trash, what's the use of having you? Fong Yinhua felt extremely wronged. I'm just a member of the Umno Alliance. Strictly speaking, I'm still a spy now. Moreover, I'm just an ancient martial art practitioner. Besides killing people, I'm really not good at anything else. The so-called opening 2 ladies' underwear stores in a cafe is just a gimmick to hide my identity. I'm losing money every month, do you know that? If I didn't go out every day to do business without capital, I would have long been unable to continue and bankrupt. You actually want me to be a business tycoon? Zhou Xiaoduo returned disappointed and gloomily went out of practice. Oh, it was worth mentioning that Zhou Xiaoduo's luck points had increased from 24 points to 88 points in just half a month. This kind of growth rate had already reached an appalling level. It was an unprecedented wealth. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoduo's own cultivation had also advanced rapidly. It had risen to the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm and was about to enter the later stage. However, Zhou Xiaoduo still felt that such an increased speed was too slow. However, when Xingtian and Yi Changqing were very worried about this. The advancement was too fast. Would his foundation be unstable? When Zhou Xiaoduo comes back, you can check the condition of his Dantian again. Yi Changqing looked very worried. When Xingtian's face was also filled with caution. How can his cultivation progress be so fast? Yi Changqing lowered his voice and explained, No matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be like this, right? His meridians have been examined and confirmed by us over and over again. Whether it was flexibility or width, they were much better than ordinary people. The cultivation of the flaming sun scripture was far more difficult than ordinary cultivation techniques. In addition, he had previously stepped onto the thorny path and advanced to the embryonic breathing realm from the Xiantian realm. He had compressed his own vital essence to the extreme. The combination of these factors made his spiritual yuan much purer than his peers, but it also meant that his cultivation progress and the growth of his spiritual yuan should be lagging behind others. Other people only needed to fill a kettle, but he needed to fill an entire vat. How could this be compared? However, this situation would only be better for his future. However, the problem now was that not only was his cultivation level not slower than the others, it was actually much faster. Even if he used all the high-grade Astral Souls jades to support his cultivation, he still wouldn't be able to achieve such a speed. When Xing Tian muttered to himself and said, "I've also been thinking about this problem, but I can't figure it out either. If he used a large amount of medicinal pills to support his cultivation, I could still understand. However, the reality is that he practically doesn't eat any medicinal pills." Yi Changqing frowned. It has long been common knowledge that eating too many medicinal pills is bad for a cultivator's future. However, in the early stages of cultivation, before the cloud transformation realm, everyone still needs to use medicinal pills to support their cultivation. There are also many methods to counter the effects of medicinal pills. However, Zhou Xiaoduo really doesn't eat or touch medicinal pills at all. When Xing Tian nodded, not only him, Li Qinglong also doesn't eat medicinal pills. Regarding this point, I've reminded them before that if their cultivation speed is fast enough, they should avoid eating medicinal pills if they can. This is because the medicinal ingredients of medicinal pills will be squeezed out when breaking through to the God-reigning realm, reverting back to Xiantian Qi. The majority of cultivators will encounter a bottleneck at that time, and the root cause is the effect of medicinal pills. This is the most correct method. Currently, there are still many students who use medicinal pills to support their cultivation. Because their body's aptitude is lacking, they can only use this kind of method. When they reach the final stage, they will think of other ways to make up for the deficit. Yi Changqing said solemnly, compared to Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong's cultivation speed is much more normal. He also works hard enough, and with his special physique, it's not surprising for him to have his current cultivation speed. When Xing Tian coughed and said, "Boss, Li Qinglong's physique, is it the legendary ice-devouring soul?" Hearing this, Yi Changqing's expression became more and more serious. The ice-devouring soul is a legendary special physique, the purest innate physique. However, in these tens of thousands of years, the children who were born with the ice-devouring soul were either mediocre and incompetent, unable to achieve anything in martial arts, or died early. No one has ever discovered and resolved it in advance. Li Qinglong, is it? I just feel that it's a little similar, that's why I asked. When Xing Tian frowned. Obviously, he didn't have much confidence in Li Qinglong's physique. Among the known cultivators, except for the legendary Zhu Wu, there isn't a second person who has the ice-devouring soul physique. Yi Changqing suddenly became interested and said, "Even the Umno Alliance's great ice-devouring soul physique is rumored to not have the complete ice-devouring soul physique. You, how did you come to such an inference? Did you find something special?" When Xing Tian said, "During this period of time, I guided these two lazy guys to practice martial arts. As a result, I found that Li Qinglong had to stick close to Zhou Xiaoduo every time he practiced martial arts. And recently, the two of them had a big quarrel because of this." Oh, Li Qinglong insisted on sticking close to Zhou Xiaoduo to practice martial arts. That is, the two of them had their backs against each other, but Zhou Xiaoduo firmly disagreed, saying that it was gone. "Oh, what's gone?" At first, I didn't know what was gone. Later, I heard Zhou Xiaoduo say angrily the cold air in your body has already disappeared. It used to be cool and comfortable, but now there's only two men's smelly sweat left. Why do you still want to stick close to each other? What did Li Chenglong say? Li Chenglong continued to pester him, saying that maybe he had accumulated some in the past few days. It's better to be safe than sorry. He can't let his efforts go to waste. And then the two of them practiced back to back again. They practiced until their faces and necks were red, and they were as hot as a steamer. Then the two of them started to fight. Well, it was mainly Zhuo Xiaoduo beating Li Chenglong up. When Xingtian was speechless and said, "This kind of situation basically happens once every few days." Every time, Li Chenglong would ask again and again, but Zhuo Xiaoduo would never agree. Occasionally, Li Chenglong would succeed, and occasionally, Zhuo Xiaoduo would succeed. It's hard to say who has the upper hand. You can say that both of them have their wins and losses. Oh, Xingtian. Yi Changqing looked conflicted. What are you saying? You've been single for so many years. Maybe it's time to find a wife. When Xingtian looked at Yi Changqing expressionlessly. Ahem, continue. Yi Changqing coughed twice. Based on the conversation between the two of them, I've roughly analyzed the situation. It's probably because Li Chenglong's body originally contained an inexplicable cold yin energy. At first, it wasn't obvious, but it caused Li Chenglong's cultivation progress to slow down. Then, ever since he met Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong discovered that there was actually such a cold yin energy in his body. It was even evaporated by the flaming Yang Sutra. According to the information I have on hand, before he met Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was a martial arts trash. He basically had no future in cultivation. But after he had sex with Zhuo Xiaoduo, he began to improve by leaps and bounds. When Xingtian said, so from then on, Li Chenglong relied on Zhuo Xiaoduo to cultivate together. And the reason why Li Chenglong came to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was also because he planned to follow Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a grudge against this and wasn't very willing. However, the mysterious cold energy forced out by the flaming Yang Sutra could assist in cultivation. It was also very beneficial to the body, so he tacitly agreed. Until some time ago, it seemed that the last of the cold energy had been forced out. So Xiaoduo, who couldn't get any feedback, naturally became more and more unwilling to cooperate. And Li Chenglong still wanted to try again. He was afraid that there might still be some residual cold energy left. His concerns were reasonable. If the cold energy hadn't been completely removed, once it counterattacked, it would be very dangerous. Based on Li Chenglong's previous cultivation progress, I've repeatedly confirmed that ever since the cold yin energy disappeared, Li Chenglong's cultivation speed has increased by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't even be enough to describe it. Whether it was his dantian, meridians, or astral souls, they all had an unusually significant change. Especially his astral souls, they were almost changing day by day. They were gradually transforming into perfect astral souls. Although the transformation hasn't been completed yet, the progress is very obvious. But in this aspect, even Zhuo Xiaoduo can't compare to him. In a spurt of energy, when Xingtian told him everything. And then, I'm done. When Xingtian said, because of this, I suspect that Li Chenglong has the legendary Ice Dragon Soul Constitution. Yi Changqing rubbed his chin and began to ponder. You don't say, it's really similar. If Li Chenglong has the legendary Ice Dragon Soul Constitution, then our hidden Dragon Master. When Xingtian said this and looked at Yi Changqing coughed, and his face became serious. Cough, this matter, remember. You don't know, I don't know either. Understand? When Xingtian was stunned and said, Allah understands. Although he said that he didn't know, Yi Changqing's face couldn't relax at all. Ice Dragon Soul Constitution. This was the constitution of a peerless expert. That was the Ice Dragon Soul that could reach the level of Zhu Wu. That was an ancestral shaman. The flood which now was awesome, right? She was invincible. Moreover, she was recognized as invincible in the 3 continents. but the flood which hadn't reached the level of Zhu Wu. No, it should be said that she was still very, very far away. If Li Qinglong really had the Ice Dragon Soul Constitution, when he grew up in the future, that Yi Changqing thought about it and felt dizzy. He forced himself not to think about it anymore. The embryo of a peerless expert, the headmaster Yi clutched his chest and gasped with difficulty. My heart is going to explode. Brothers, give me a few recommendation tickets. Subscribe. Monthly tickets will be given at the end of the month. Haha. Double. Chapter 5:22. When Xingtian looked at Yi Changqing's changing expression and couldn't help but say, even if he has the Ice Dragon Soul Constitution, his cultivation speed is not as fast as Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Except for the astral souls, he is not as good as Zhuo Xiaoduo in all other aspects. The difference can even be described as huge. Do you know what this means? When Xingtian curled his lips, boss is somewhat ignorant. How could an ice lion's soul be so happy? Ignorance is really scary. Yes, there is also Zhuo Xiaoduo who has a higher aptitude. Yi Changqing's face suddenly turned red, his eyes shining. Of course, he knew what this meant. What about the two of them? At this moment, Yi Changqing only wanted to hide these two treasures and put them in his pocket. Baby, don't run around anymore. Wait until I secretly train you to be invincible in the world before you go out. They went for the trial. When Xingtian said coldly, no matter how talented they are, they still need to be thrown into the wind and rain to train. I know you also know, the more talented they are, the more they need to experience the wind and rain, the bigger the wind and rain than ordinary people. Yi Changqing sighed and said, who doesn't understand this logic? But such a genius, no matter which sect or which high martial arts school you throw him into, who would be willing to go out and really train in the midst of life and death? Who wouldn't protect him like a treasure and follow him around for thousands of miles? That's the logic, but when Xingtian nodded and stopped talking, this was of course the absolute truth. The kind of genius who had the constitution to suppress the world seemed to complete everything independently. It was very difficult, and after going through untold hardships, it was completed. But the real situation, how could it be so simple? The higher-ups in the sect or training school would have to follow him secretly. Sometimes, if they were too familiar with their own sect, it would be too eye-catching to appear frequently. It might make the geniuses feel that they were always being protected and their state of mind was lacking. As a result, a few sects had to collude with each other and pay a certain price to invite the higher-ups of other sects to pretend to be senior experts that they had met by chance. They would either give pointers to martial arts or save someone's life. There were even some shameless old men who were hundreds of years old who would become sworn brothers with a child. These were all unconventional moves, but in reality, they were all very normal moves. At most, they were just a little bit flashy. Many of the so-called trials for geniuses had the template of a main character and so on. Jumping off a cliff and meeting an expert, finding life in a desperate situation, appearing as a benefactor in times of danger, suddenly becoming a hero and saving a damsel in distress when bored, entering a dense forest and finding a horse king. Furthermore, it was very obedient and very human that he found a cave in the middle of a barren mountain. There were skeletons and secret manuals inside. This was called the main character template. However, don't believe it. Most of these were prearranged. How could there be so many fortuitous encounters in the world? There were so many experts in the world. The entire ground had been plowed many times. Some of these experts could spread their divine senses and even know that there was an ant within a radius of 3,000 miles. How could they not know that there were high-aged elixirs in this mountain? Generally, the things that could not be discovered by spiritual sense were all hidden in the depths of the earth. How could it be so easily discovered by a young man? Kept in his pocket. Bullshit. An elder brother whom you met by chance met a strong enemy and sacrificed his life to cover your retreat, just to let you escape. Do you, a little bastard who just came out of seclusion, really have such great charisma? In summary, there were some things that did not need to be taken too seriously. For example, Zhuo led so many lightning flying tigers the last time. Yes. Otherwise, how could Yi Changqing deduct his credits so blatantly and confidently, as if he was in the wrong? That wasn't the real meaning behind it all, because he was afraid that this kid would slack off? If Zhuo was really short of credits and did not have a way to obtain them for the time being, there would naturally be someone who would offer it to him. Whether it was Yi Changqing, when Xing Tian or Xiang Quangren, the excuse or statement would be ready-made. Repaying a debt of gratitude, or even liking this kid, could be used as an excuse. Trial. Yi Changqing furrowed his brows. Who followed? Why didn't you, the head teacher, follow? Why is her heart so big now? When Xing Tian rolled his eyes. The training this time is still hosted by Xiang Quangren, assisted by Vice Headmaster Zhan, and Vice Headmaster Gao as a spy. Sister-in-law of the Shi clan has already followed them secretly. If I were to go, it would be too crowded. Yi Changqing heaved a sigh of relief. Caution is the parent of safety. We can't be careless. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance. When Xing Tian rolled his eyes. Actually, when Xing Tian's plan was to really throw the geniuses into real danger and let them experience a life and death crisis, then let them stand out, when Xing Tian had such thoughts and plans. However, in front of Yi Changqing, he did not dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, when Xing Tian was sure that he would definitely be beaten up, then he would be removed from his position as head teacher and replaced with a real nanny. Not only would Yi Changqing do this, but he would also take action immediately. He would not care about brotherhood at all. The training this time is in the east of the city, right? Yi Changqing asked. When Xing Tian looked at Yi Changqing, what do you want to do? Cough. I've been feeling better recently. I'm planning to go to the east of the city to relax. Yi Changqing really could not sit still. When Xing Tian only felt a burst of speechlessness. Boss, as the headmaster, are you planning to be the nanny yourself? What nanny? Yi Changqing said seriously. I'm just bored and want to go out for a walk. Why can't I? Do I have to report all my movements to you and get your approval? Who are you? Don't forget that you're ranked 13th, and I'm the boss. When Xing Tian was mentally exhausted. I don't dare. You're a senior official and older, and you're the boss. Of course, you have the final say. Whatever you say is right. Nothing is right. Yi Changqing walked away as if his butt was on fire, completely ignoring the sarcasm in a certain someone's words. When Xing Tian brewed tea for himself and sat at the tea table. With this kind of character, with this kind of temperament, how can he be the headmaster? He's not even as good as me. Drink tea. I'm not going. It's not easy to have a day off. What an idiot. This trial, for Zhuo, was really a simple journey to earn points. It could even be said that it was very boring. There was no difficulty or challenge at all. If you enter the area above Nascent Soul, I'll break your legs. This was what Xing Tian told him before he left. Why? Zhuo was very puzzled. Don't think that no one knows that you made a fortune in the first grade of the firmament. This is already a public information that's not public. When Xing Tian pointed a finger at Zhuo, causing him to stagger. If you dare to do this again, I guarantee that you'll regret it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'll try. Zhuo was eager to try several times in his heart. But when it came to actual action, he didn't dare try. At most, it was just a thought. What if something really went wrong with the test? Teacher Wen's guarantee was quite good. It was better not to try things like regret. I'm a good boy who abides by the rules. Zhuo promised solemnly. After when Xing Tian heard this, he left in a huff. After that, he didn't follow him out for the trial. It was probably because he was disgusted by this sentence that although he couldn't earn any real extra money, the dragon blood-flying dagger could still fill his stomach. This trial had cut off Zhuo's source of income. If he couldn't recharge the dragon blood-flying dagger, he would lose everything. Therefore, in the beginning of the trial, Zhuo directly sucked the target star beast into powder at a place where most people couldn't see. This action lasted for a long time, and he didn't know how many star beasts he had killed. Until Zhuo felt that the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand presented a heavy and sticky feeling. When he stopped to take a look, he saw that the blade was dark red. Zhuo hurriedly wiped it with a white cloth. The white cloth instantly turned red. After wiping it clean with great difficulty, he held the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. At the dragon's head position on the handle of the dragon blood flying dagger, there was a gurgling sound. Damn! Zhuo was shocked. The dragon blood flying dagger had eaten too much, and it was so full that it vomited. Vomited? The dragon blood flying dagger could actually eat too much. While Zhuo felt that it was inconceivable, he hurriedly kept the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand and began to absorb the spiritual energy to practice. This practice lasted for 4 hours. After 4 hours of absorbing, the dragon blood flying dagger no longer vomited. Please don't get indigestion. Zhuo served the dragon blood flying dagger as if he was serving a master and kept it in his life ring. In the next moment, the cat spirit sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As his fingers flicked the body of the sword, bursts of dragon roars sounded. Zhuo stood up with the sword, his clothes fluttering. Against the rumbling meteor shower, he stepped on the trembling ground and walked magnanimously. In this situation, Zhuo suddenly wanted to compose a poem. But after racking his brains, it seemed that he could not come up with anything other than copying from his dreams. In the past, there was a beauty named Gongsun. Damn, this poem won't do. I'm a man. Carriages rustling, horses rustling. It doesn't suit the occasion. Zhuo thought for a long time, but he could not come up with a reason. Originally, it was a good pretentious act, but he acted like a fart. Fuck, I don't care anymore. Suddenly, Zhuo did not know how to think of a poem. He felt that it was most suitable for the occasion, so he flicked his sword and walked, holding it and singing loudly. With the sword in my hand, there are thousands of bastards in the world. Provoking my anger, I'll kill all these bastards. Ayaya, good poem, good poem. Next to him, Zhen Piao, Xiang Bing, and the others who were not far from him all expressionlessly changed directions and ran away. I must not walk with this lunatic. What if others think that I'm close to him? Such a confident posture, such a floating walk, such an elegant voice, such a pretentious aura, and such a poem. Chapter 523. The girls curled their lips and rolled their eyes at him. Why did it seem like Zhuo was here for sightseeing in this trial? They were so focused on acting cool that they didn't even see how he was doing his job. Of course, they didn't know that Master Zhuo had already vomited the dragon blood flying dagger. After Zhuo was done acting cool, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he went, countless star beasts would automatically jump into a space ring that wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. The sky was 9 feet high. From time to time, he would even let out a roar and leap into the air, using the most handsome posture to kick a falling meteor into smithereens. Wow, that's so cool. The girls from Class 3 and Class 4 were stunned when they saw this scene. He was indeed the top student of the grade. He was so cool. I'm going to die. Zhuo was very pleased with himself. I don't chase girls, but the feeling of being watched and exclaimed was so cool. He immediately struck an extremely cool pose again. Floating in the air, his clothes fluttered. Suddenly, he wanted to recite another poem. At this moment, another blazing meteor fell from the sky with a blazing tail. Zhuo's body floated in the air, and he turned around in an extremely cool manner. His kick was as smooth as flowing water. With the starlight effect of the star steps, he kicked out with incomparable brilliance. It was a beautiful attack. It was an epic act of acting cool. The girls didn't even have time to scream. They heard ouch. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The sound was filled with extreme pain. They saw that the meteor was kicked by Xiaoduo. Although the flames dissipated, the meteor's main body didn't break. Following its original trajectory, it fell to the ground. Then, Xiaoduo, who bore the brunt of the attack. Master Zhua, who had been extremely confident just a moment ago, covered his right calf and jumped on the ground. His face was distorted and extremely ferocious. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Holy shit. What kind of rock is this? Holy shit, it hurts. Originally, he looked like an immortal, but in an instant, he became a one-legged ghost. He hugged his feet and howled towards the sky. The scene was unbearable to watch. Ha ha. Xiang Bing and Zhang Piapiao couldn't help but laugh. They were extremely happy. This fella's pretentious act had finally failed. Ha ha. This is so satisfying. It's worth a toast. The two women laughed heartily and hurriedly ran away. This guy was narrow-minded and didn't know how to be tender and protective of the fair sex. Now that he was angry from embarrassment, it was better for him to leave quickly. What happened today could be publicized to the public for half a year. Not bad, not bad. After a long while, Xiaoduo was sucked in cold air and tore open his trousers to check his injury. He found that his calf bone was broken and there was a burn mark. Holy shit, how can it be so hard? Xiaoduo hurriedly drank the living holy water and put the dislocated bone back in place. His head was covered in cold sweat, and he had to pay attention to not let another meteorite fall and cause him to die a second time. Holy shit. That's why people say that they can't be pretentious. Pretentious people will be struck by lightning. Xiaoduo muttered, "Nothing good happens when a man is happy, and a dog is happy when there is a disaster." Holy shit, what a wise saying. Now I'm in trouble. Bah, nothing good happens. Feeling that the pain had slightly subsided, Xiaoduo hopped on one leg to look for the rock. I have to see what the fuck is this. This meteorite is not only hard, but it's also so hot that it can burn me. It's so weird. Since Xiaoduo had successfully cultivated the blazing sun divine skill, he didn't have to avoid fire-based attacks or even raging flames. Although it wasn't to the extent that he was invulnerable to fire, his resistance was absolutely top-notch. Ordinary flames wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. That meteorite not only had an extraordinarily strong impact, but the heat it contained also made Xiaoduo speechless. It could actually hurt him. This wasn't just any ordinary heat. Xiaoduo estimated that if it had been anyone else in the class, they could have easily lost their lives if they had taken that meteorite head-on. Based on Xiaoduo's current strength, this judgment wasn't too overboard. At the other end of the pit, there was a fiery red rock lying quietly at the bottom of the pit. More than half of it was buried deep underground. It had already smashed into the pit. However, the entire meteorite was still in a state of raging flames, causing the surrounding temperature to be abnormally high. Even the soil was burning. Just this heat alone would probably burn an ordinary student. Xiaoduo circulated the blazing sun divine skill for a few rounds before the heat was neutralized. Step by step, he walked to the edge of the pit. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiaoduo circulated his cultivation to the limit and grabbed the rock that was bigger than a watermelon from the pit. Sizzled Xiaoduo's palm, which was covered with the blazing sun divine skill, was confident that his palm could withstand the extremely high temperature. However, the sound of roasting pig trotters could be heard. A burning smell assailed his nostrils. He couldn't help but sniff. It smells so good. Then he screamed, "Fuck! It hurts!" He threw it on the ground with a bang. Master Zhua held his hand and swung it with all his might. He suddenly remembered a joke he had seen in his dream. It was said that a person was walking alone on the road and suddenly had a stomachache. He couldn't help but want to relieve himself. Seeing that there was no one around and that the road was filled with sweet potatoes, he jumped in and began to work. Normal? So Xiaoduo hopped on one leg and quickly entered a forest. He casually swept away a few star beasts that were blind enough to attack him and turned them into school credits. Then he went straight into the space extermination tower. Inside, it was already boiling with heat waves, boiling to the point of overturning the heavens. Fuck. As soon as Xiaoduo went in, his hair and eyelashes were burned. The flaming sun scripture in his body suddenly started to flow. The temperature is really awesome. So Xiaoduo didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately circulated the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra to the extreme and used the technique's characteristics to absorb the abundant heat. After a long time, he stopped. Although the Tower of Annihilation was still hot, it was finally within the range that Xiaoduo could bear. The Flaming Sun scripture was actually much more profound. This discovery made Xiaoduo surprised. That strange meteorite was still constantly emitting heat, but in this unique space, Xiaoduo could already see the real appearance of the stone. He saw that the stone was fiery red. Its outer layer seemed to be wrapped by a layer of material. Inside, it faintly revealed a color that was more dazzling than fiery red. It seemed to be rolling and boiling. Sigh. I remember when I tried to act cool in front of a girl during class and ended up spraining my ankle and losing a tooth. I have to say, life, I don't remember many happy things. Instead, I remember embarrassing things. Even after so many years, I still haven't forgotten them. Please recommend me. Chapter 524. This was Xiaoduo had to describe it. It was like the essence of magma that had been boiling underground for tens of thousands of years was sealed in this small stone. Just this heat alone made the flaming sun scripture in his body come alive. This made Xiaoduo overjoyed. He had reached the peak of the first level of the flaming sun scripture a long time ago and had not broken through. At this moment, this stone seemed to bring about an opportunity for change. This thing is so evil. Let's ignore it for now. I'll finish the trial and return home first. So Xiaoduo no longer hesitated and walked out of the spatial extermination tower. Now is not the time to study this strange object. He would think about it when he returned home. Although the real use of this thing was unknown, the fire aura it revealed was greatly beneficial to his cultivation of the Flaming Sun divine technique. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a loss. 3 days of trial. 90% of Xiaoduo's harvest on the first day was fed to the dragon blood flying dagger. He was injured by a meteorite when he started working in the afternoon. After drinking a few bottles of life spirit liquid, he quickly recovered half of his strength. With his strength, even if he was not at full strength, it was still enough to surpass the others. This was the truth. From the second day, he started working again and quickly gained twice as much as the second place. On the third day, he was even ordered to leave early. That this was an order issued by Xiang Quangren, an order directed at himself. So with Xiaoduo go back. Xiang Quangren was keenly aware that this kid's slow movement seemed to have a goal. If this continued, he was clearly heading towards the south of the city, which was the direction of the forest where the lightning white tigers had gathered during the previous trial. This brat had clearly tasted the sweetness of it and wanted to do it again. You're going blind. Xiang Quangren made a prompt decision and immediately chased him away. What a joke. If this guy was allowed to do it again, the lightning white tigers here would have no choice but to move away. Then what was the point of playing the hidden dragon high martial art? So Xiaoduo made an unhappy expression and was chased away. Actually, I didn't want to catch it. If I tried to catch it again, I would probably be beaten to death. I was just looking for an excuse to go back and study this strange stone in advance. As expected, he had been expelled. His scheme had succeeded. He was so happy. Got back at the villa. Xiaoduo immediately went to look for Grandma Sure. Just as he ran to the entrance of the small courtyard, he saw Granny Sure walking in through the main door of the villa. It turned out that Granny Sure had also gone out earlier, but he didn't know what she was doing. Now that she was back, The two of them bumped into each other at the entrance. Granny Sure. What is it? Grandma Sure lectured him with a straight face. Behave yourself. You're already an 18-year-old child. Why can't you be more serious? Yes, I'm the most serious. Zwishaoduo chuckled and said, I picked up something good. Please take a look at it. What is it? Grandma Sure rolled her eyes imperceptibly. She had followed Zwishaoduo all the way and had already seen this kid making a commotion. However, she didn't sense any dangerous aura, so she was quite far away. She really didn't know what good things Zwishaoduo was talking about. So Zwishaoduo pulled Grandma Sure's sleeves and sneakily dragged her into the courtyard. Sigh, you child. Grandma Sure was helplessly pulled over by him. This is it. It's so hot. It fell from the sky. Please take a look. So Zwishaoduo quickly took the stone out from the space and placed it on a star iron shelf. Immediately, a heat wave rose. In the blink of an eye, the temperature in the small courtyard was several times higher than the hottest time of summer. Grandma Sure's expression suddenly became serious. With a wave of her hand, the entire Zwavilla was covered by a faintly discernible light shield. Even though the heat wave was boiling, it didn't spread to the outside world. It's really something good. Grandma Sure took a deep breath and said, This is a fire elemental supreme quality jade of astral souls. No, this is the heart of the scorching sun. It's been a long time since something like this fell from the sky. This heart of the scorching sun is of a higher grade than the normal supreme quality jade of astral souls. It's much more precious. It's even rarer than the normal jade of astral souls from the Earth's core. It's also priceless. You brat, you're really the son of heaven. You can even get such a good thing so casually. Grandma Sure couldn't help but sigh. This kid's luck was really beyond words. Just as a meteor shower fell from the sky in the training ground, this guy kicked out a piece of the heart of the scorching sun. If the heavens weren't biased, Grandma Sure wouldn't believe it. Someone didn't give this to me, right? Zwishaoduo was very careful. He was worried. Was this a trap? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It fell from the sky and hit him. Don't worry about this. No one would be willing to give it to you. Grandma Sure rolled her eyes. Who do you think you are? Someone gave you this thing? If it doesn't fall and is not collected, it will turn into a volcano in a short time. This thing is very rare. Is it very useful? Zwishaoduo asked carefully. It's not just rare. It's simply too rare. It's especially beneficial to your flaming sun scripture. Grandma Sure felt that this sentence wasn't accurate enough. Hence, she added, it's extremely beneficial. So Zwishaoduo pondered for a moment and said, Since the essence of this thing is still the jade of astral souls, it's not inferior to the normal jade of astral souls from the Earth's core. Will it be of help to Principal Ye's injury? You child, I don't know if I should call you silly or too honest. Grandma Sure sighed. She said, The main reason why Yi Chongqing needs the jade of astral soul from the Earth's core is because of the gentle, neutral, and peaceful energy contained within it. The piece in your hand is even inferior to the normal supreme quality jade of astral souls. If he uses it, Grandma Sure was considering her words. What will happen? Zwishaoduo was a little nervous. He will definitely disappear more cleanly than a normal person who dies and is cremated. Cough, cough, cough. Zwishaoduo was immediately relieved. This heart of the sun is indeed rare. However, it's only useful to those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. Moreover, the cultivation method of the cultivator can't be of a low grade. Those who cultivate it won't have the fortune to enjoy it. At the very least, one must have a heaven-level cultivation method to have a chance of absorbing it. Grandma Sure said, But for your flaming sun scripture, it's a perfect match. That's why I said to the Son of Heaven, This is clearly a gift from the heavens, an excellent tonic specially given to you. Oh, Zwishaoduo beamed with delight. Originally, I was still worried. The first level of the Flaming Sun scripture has been perfected for quite some time, but I couldn't level it up. Now that I have this Heart of the Sun as a supplement, what do I have to be afraid of? So Xiaoduo paused for a while, then asked a more substantial question. Grandma Sure, may I ask, how is the cultivation method linked to the level of cultivation? Grandma Sure was stunned for a while upon hearing that. She asked in surprise, linked? What linked? It's what Xiaoduo thought for a long time, then considered his words for a long time before saying, for example, the cultivation realms are the inner elixir realm, embryonic breathing realm, innate realm, infant transformation realm, etc. You can level it up one level at a time. However, I've been cultivating the Flaming Sun scripture since I was in the martial soldier realm. Until now, I'm still stuck at the first level. There's no way to level it up. I've been puzzled about this for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Zhou Xiaoduo's face revealed a perplexed expression. Shouldn't it be that as the spiritual power increases, the realm increases, and the level of cultivation increases, the cultivation of the unique cultivation method also increases? He had been puzzled about this matter for a long time. Grandma Sure laughed. The reason for this matter is actually very simple. Even if I don't explain it, I believe that you'll be able to figure it out in a few days. The so-called cultivation of star vital qi is the most common saying. However, it's also the most common measurement standard in the whole continent. Even the UMNO Alliance's continent upholds this saying. Grandma Sure said, actually, this cultivation of star vital qi is a set of cultivation method that has been passed down for the longest time. It's suitable for any ancient martial art practitioner to cultivate. No matter if it's metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or any kind of physique you have, it's a cultivation method that can be cultivated. From top to bottom, everyone, all cultivators cultivate like this. Because in this world, there are too few people who have a specialized physique. Most people's physical characteristics are the 5 elements balanced physique, which is the most common type of martial arts physique. They can also be very powerful and can cultivate to a very high level, but they can't cultivate certain exclusive cultivation methods. The simplest reason is that their physique doesn't meet the standard. Let me give you the most simple and straightforward example. For example, when the 12 great shamans of the UMNO Alliance appear, the flood which pours on the ground, even if it's in the desert, it can immediately cause a flood. When the raging fire great shaman appears, even if it's in the sea, it can also cause raging flames to rise and boil the seawater. When the Dan Kong great shaman appears, he can tear the space at will or create a special space. When the deep ice great shaman appears, he can create 1,000 miles of ice and frost in an instant under the hot summer. This is the difference in physique and the sharpness of the unique attribute cultivation method. When the top experts on our side face the other great shamans of the UMNO Alliance, they can compete and even win. Only when facing the few great shamans with different attributes, even if their cultivation is higher, they can still fight fiercely. Even when facing the flood and the raging fire, they are still at a disadvantage. This is because of the suppression of the attribute of the unique cultivation method. Ordinary cultivation methods, which are the so-called popular cultivation methods, pay more attention to strength. The reason why there are different levels is because when the spirit energy in the body has gathered to a certain extent, some kind of qualitative change will occur and the strength will increase by leaps and bounds. So there are different levels. And whether it's your Flaming Sun scripture or other attribute cultivation methods, they all have a unique promotion condition. Only when the strength of the attribute meets the promotion condition of the cultivation method will it be promoted. In life, since ancient times, there is only one word that will never change: fight. No matter if you are a martial artist or an ordinary person, only fight for eternity. But what is the fight for? At the end of the day, it's still just one word, fate. Maybe some people say that I don't believe in fate. I'm just fighting for this breath. But what is this breath? To put it bluntly, it's fate. If there's no breath, how can there be life? What is breath? Is it just because you are angry? No. Luck is breath. This is called going against the heavens and changing fate. Ordinary people can believe in fate, but they can't accept it. Once they accept it, it's over. But since they are sensible, they know their situation and their family situation. They know that if they don't work hard, they will be poor for life. So they work hard and fight. When they succeed, it's going against the heavens and changing fate. Fate. You can believe in it, but you can't accept it. You cannot fight for it. So Xiaoduo listened attentively. The more he listened, the more he felt that the logic was extremely correct. His physiognomy, his aura observation technique, and even his own understanding of martial arts were greatly touched and enlightened because of Grandma Shi's words. Keep this thing, Grandma Shi said. In your next cultivation, you should prioritize absorbing the heat that it emits. When this thing stops emitting heat, you could try to absorb the soul of the scorching sun inside. Remember to do it step by step. Don't be too hasty. You must be patient when it comes to such a rare treasure. This isn't an ordinary jade of astral souls. It's not something that can be used up in 1 or 2 cultivation sessions. As Xiaoduo kept the heart of the scorching sun into the Annihilation Tower, his eyes lit up as he asked, Grandma Shi, is there a lot of heart of the scorching sun in the continent of astral souls? I've heard of it a few times before. Grandma Shi said, I'm not sure how many times our empire of astral souls has had it, but there's no doubt about it. "99 cycles, 999 cycles, 9,000 cycles. Xiaoduo continued to cultivate tirelessly. He was purely following the Flaming Sun Scripture's route, circulating inertia and desperately absorbing. He even forgot about the passage of time. His entire body felt as if it had been immersed in a volcano's magma. The air that entered his nostrils, even his nose hair, had long been burned clean. Finally, Xiaoduo rushed out of the Tower of Annihilation with the heat of a volcano. Oh my God! Someone's entire body was clean and smooth, without a single piece of clothing. Not only were his clothes burned clean, the moment he came out, pieces of ash fell from his scalp. His eyebrows, his hair, all the fine hairs on his body. They were all gone. Even his eyelashes and that hair were the same. It was a completely, thoroughly, and exceptionally smooth shell. Of course, Xiaoduo could still accept this situation. After all, it was an extremely high heat that invaded his body and mind. This result was reasonable. But what he couldn't accept the most was, there were actually 2 people in his room. Both of them were holding teacups and staring at him with their mouths agape. He was completely naked. He was clean and smooth, completely clean. The 4 big eyes that stared at him were completely stunned. Ah! Xiaoduo screamed. His voice was extremely sharp. It was as if 2 big men suddenly rushed in when a young girl came out of the shower. That kind of panic and fear. Hooligans. Ah! Please recommend me. The 2 of you didn't sleep in the middle of the night, but quietly came to my room. Could it be that you wanted to see my pure and clean body? One is the principal, the other is the head of the martial arts department, and the head teacher. What kind of hobbies are these? Xiaoduo muttered. He did not know that when Xing Tian and Yi Changqing came here to check the condition of his energy center and meridians. However, when they saw Xiaoduo cultivating, they could tell that it was an important time. Xiaoduo could not stand the heat and jumped out. They could not interrupt him at this time. They had to let him take a breather before he went in to cultivate. Otherwise, the condition inside would only get worse and worse. It It would be so hot that they could not go in at all. However, if they took out the heart of the sun to dissipate the heat, then the energy that filled the Tower of Annihilation would be wasted. Both of them were experts in cultivation. How could they not know the key to this? They could check his meridians at any time, but now they had to rush him in to cultivate so that he would not miss this opportunity. So Xiaoduo took a few breaths. Then, he put the 100 buckets of water he had prepared into the space ring and wrapped himself up tightly. Once again, he entered the Tower of Empyrean Destruction. At such a time, he could not go in naked. Otherwise, he would be burnt. He could not take a cold shower to dissipate the heat either. That would only make the burn worse. He wrapped himself up like an ordinary person who is naturally afraid of the cold. The moment he entered the Tower of Annihilation, he had a little buffer. After entering, he immediately operated the Flaming Sun technique to the maximum and immersed himself in cultivation. He allowed the clothes on his body to be baked bit by bit. They slowly fell off and turned into ashes. In the end, when all his clothes were gone, it was already half an hour later. During this time, Xiaoduo's skin finally adapted to the temperature in the Tower of Annihilation. He was no longer burned. The heat and spiritual energy he absorbed increased the power of the Flaming Sun technique once again. It increased its ability to resist the heart of the sun. An entire afternoon and a night passed. At around 4:30 in the morning, Xiaoduo had drunk more than 30 buckets of water. As he continued to cultivate, he finally felt a warm and comfortable experience. Although it was still a little hot, it was bearable. Xiaoduo, who had finally adapted to the heat emitted by the heart of the sun, let out a long sigh. However, he did not slack off at all. He worked even harder and desperately absorbed the heat and spiritual energy. He could feel that the second stage of the Flaming Sun technique was about to break through. Damn it, I'll absorb. I'll absorb like crazy. I'll swallow like a whale. Xiaoduo muttered, I've sacrificed too much. My hair, eyebrows, eyelashes, nose hair, body hair, and down there. I've sacrificed all of them. Xiaoduo clenched his teeth and sucked in a frenzy. Moreover, my pure and clean body was actually seen by two big men. It's fine if they saw it, since my body is quite bold and powerful, but what I can't stand the most is that my bald chicken state was seen by them. This is too embarrassing. The greatest shame of my life. Although these two old things did not say anything, who knows what they're thinking? Maybe they're laughing at Master Zhua for being the green dragon. So Xiaoduo secretly made up his mind and swore an oath. In the future, when they all grew out, he would definitely drag Wen Xingtian and Yi Chongqing to the bathhouse, so that everyone could be honest with each other. He would tell them that Master Zhua was not without any. Look, so much. With such a grand ambition, Xiaoduo cultivated with extra vigor. Only when his dantian felt bloated did Xiaoduo stop cultivating. Then he felt a splitting headache. All the meridians in his body felt like they were about to explode. This was because he had been cultivating for too long and the burden on his meridians was too heavy. Xiaoduo stood up shakily and felt the internal environment of the Tower of Annihilation. It was still scorching hot, but such a temperature was no longer unbearable for him. It could be said to be a warm and comfortable temperature. He snorted proudly. I thought you were awesome. It's only been one night, and I've sucked you dry. After saying these words, Xiaoduo flashed out of the tower. Then, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep almost without thinking about anything. This was probably the most focused he had ever been since he started cultivating. Moreover, this kind of state of cultivation had exceeded the limits of his body by a lot. If Wen Xingtian was watching from the side, he would definitely interrupt his cultivation, because this was one of the biggest taboos in cultivation. Nothing can make a person fat in one bite. Tension and relaxation were the principles of civil and martial arts. Cultivation was especially so. If they were to cultivate like Xiaoduo, they would all be able to cultivate themselves to the point of exploding. Although there were strong and weak meridians, no matter how strong or weak they They could not work continuously like a perpetual motion machine. Under normal circumstances, as long as one did not go too far, it might be a breakthrough in one's own limit. But if one did not rest and kept pushing the meridians to the limit, it would only cause irreversible damage. For example, a small river. The usual flow of water was maintained at a water level of 1 meter, and it would continue to flow smoothly. For this river, it would not have any impact. Even if this state lasted longer and longer, the river would still be able to maintain its stability. Chapter 5:27. What's the good stuff? So Xiao Duo was puzzled. That Xiao Long was so happy that he shot up into the sky like a rocket and then came down like Halley's Comet. It's red and hot. That's good stuff. That's mine. So Xiao Duo hurriedly declared his ownership rights. I'll never give it to you. Xiao Long hovered in the air, drooling. I don't want it. I just want to apply for the right of residence. Right of residence? So Xiao Duo instinctively felt that this guy was trying to take advantage of him again. No way. Without another word, he directly rejected him. Xiao Long's bright eyes rolled 8 or 9 times. He smiled and said, Boss, if you don't want to, I don't dare to force you. He. So Xiao Duo frowned. This guy's attitude seemed a little wrong. Why was he so easy to talk to this time? Why did he not want it just because he said no? Shouldn't he roll around, act cute, and act coquettishly as usual? What are you up to? I'm very smart. I can see through your thoughts at a glance. So Xiao Duo was puzzled. Sister, no. Xiao Long blinked his big, innocent eyes. He was super cute. Don't try to act cute with me. So Xiao Duo looked disgusted. It's useless. This is my unique skill. Xiao Long smiled. Boss, you're mighty. Actually, I'm here to give you something good. I moved the remaining 1/3 of the ley line here for you. You've moved it here? So Xiao Duo was surprised. Then hurry up and put it in. I'm eager to see your sincerity. Okay. Xiao Long agreed. He was about to turn around and say, Boss, there's something I need to say first. As long as the ley line is complete, it's impossible for it to be flat. If this ley line is moved in, your space will change. Change? What changes? So Xiao Duo's eyes were filled with suspicion. Tell me the details. That is, to form the shape of a dragon vein. Xiao Long said solemnly, because this is a complete dragon vein to begin with. What do you mean? Can you make it clearer? What I mean is, boss, the amount of powder you brought in is still too little. You'll have to bring in at least 10 times more in order to barely contain the earth vein. Xiao Long was a little sad and said, if I put it in now, it will only form a small ridge like an earthworm. It won't be of much use. So Xiao Duo frowned and squinted at this guy, muttering, I feel like I'm being tricked. Boss, I swear to the dragon god. Xiao Long raised a cute little paw and said, if I lie to you with one word, may I be struck by lightning. Hearing such a solemn oath, so Xiao Duo was relieved. All right, put in first, then I'll hurry up and bring in more powder in the next few days. Since we've mobilized so many people, it has to be of some scale. Zhou Xiao Duo remembered that for the trial, he hadn't gone to Boss Sun's place to collect powder for 5 consecutive days. He should have accumulated a lot, right? Okay, Xiao Long agreed, even more readily. He narrowed his eyes and prepared to work happily. Suddenly, he turned around and said, Boss, what about the DDD you promised? He. Zhou Xiao Duo said angrily. Why do you have such a good memory? I originally wanted to go back on my word. As long as you put the ley line in. Let's see if Master Zhuo, will admit it. In the end, this guy was very smart. He actually asked for benefits at this critical juncture. Zhuo Xiao Duo's heart was filled with unhappiness. I actually failed to successfully scheme against the dragon. He threw out a drop of luck points and said, take it. Now that Master Zhuo was rich, he wouldn't be too stingy. Since night, he had received 10 drops one after another, reaching an unprecedented 98 drops. After giving one to Xiao Long, He still had 97 drops left. When the results of this trial were announced, those fellows who came to him for fortune-telling would each contribute at least half a drop. Right? So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and smiled unexpectedly lewdly. Xiaolong took a bite and eagerly swallowed the luck point. He narrowed his eyes and smiled lewdly and wretchedly. The expressions on the faces of the man and the dragon were exactly the same. Except for Xiaoduo, who didn't moan, everything else was exactly the same. Oh. Xiaolong moaned comfortably. His illusory body returned to its original size. It was more than 20 meters long and slowly hovered in the air. Then, it grew thicker and longer. So Xiaoduo looked over and saw that this guy seemed to have grown more than a meter, and the horns on his head, they were brighter. His whole body was in a red state. He rolled up and down, shuttled back and forth, and moaned long and drawn out. It was really too satisfying. It felt like his entire dragon life had reached an unprecedented climax. Boss's deity was really too delicious. My whole body is limp and my eyes are blurry. I don't have any energy left. Xiaolong continued to moan and move the ley lines into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaolong was almost dragging his butt in. That kind of laziness, that kind of lethargy, it was as if his bones had been sucked out. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Finally, this guy withdrew from his dream. So Xiaoduo continued to sleep soundly. As exhausted as he was, he had long forgotten when Xingtian's words had come to school early tomorrow. He just lay on the bed naked, and his posture was super bold and unrestrained. Sleeping soundly, Li Chenglong called out a few times, but no one answered. He jumped up and looked out of the window, then went to school with a face full of shame. Damn it, I seem to have seen a pillar that goes straight to the sky. This guy's sleeping posture is actually so bold and unrestrained that why didn't I notice it before? Should I hold a party at home later and invite a few of my female classmates to come over? Li Chenglong was eager to give it a try, but after thinking about the possible consequences, he did not dare to take action. It was not until late in the morning that a certain someone finally had enough sleep and woke up. Then, Xiaoduo felt a burning sensation on his buttocks. He opened his sleepy eyes and realized that the windows weren't closed, the curtains weren't drawn, and the sun was shining directly on his buttocks. Warm. Comfortable. Xiaoduo stretched his body and stood up with his spear. He valiantly went to the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. Only then did he walk out shakily, put on his underwear, and put on his clothes one by one. Xiaoduo, who was dressed neatly, gradually came back to his senses. He felt that he had forgotten something, but he could not remember it at the moment. But when he put on his clothes, he suddenly remembered something else. I have to look for Fong Yinua later and ask him to think of a way to find the fire silkworm clothing. When I reach the red sun, golden sun realm, once I use my full power, the sky will be like a miniature sun, and the ardent sun true fire will spurt out directly from my body. My control is limited right now. Once I fight someone, I might expose my duck egg state to them at any time. That would be really embarrassing. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. Actually, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation progress in the Flaming Sun Sutra, there wasn't much risk of him losing control if he simply used it. The chances of him burning himself wasn't high. He wanted the flame silkworm garment purely because he wanted to be more flashy. As everyone knew, the fire silkworm clothing was very special. It was blood red in color, and when worn, it looked like a burning flame, continuously burning and flowing. It was very flashy. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo want to get a few sets of it. Red-clothed Sword King. I feel that this new name is very good. Red-clothed Hammer King? That's not right. What kind of name is that? I have to make my shoes, underwear, shirt, all of them made from the fire silkworm clothing. Only then can they barely match my status. It would be even better if the clothes were made from the silk of the legendary Starry Sky, celestial silkworm. However, it was said that not many people had seen that thing before. It was a thing of the legends and was only limited to legends. After taking a piss, washing his face and brushing his teeth, Zhuo made himself 100 times more energetic. Ball man. Then, Zhuo entered the Tower of Annihilation again. Xiao Long had already left. Obviously, he had finished his work and left. At that time, Zhuo was really too tired. As long as it did not affect his own interests, he did not have the heart to care about anything else and directly went to sleep. Now that he had nothing to do, he could go in and check the situation. What was it like? As soon as he entered, Zhuo immediately felt a burning heat wave hit him in the face. Although it had only been 4 to 5 hours, Zhuo felt as if he had stepped into the mouth of an erupting volcano. He subconsciously held his breath and immediately activated the Flaming Sun Sutra. Only then did he feel that the burning sensation in the air had decreased slightly. However, he still felt a little suffocating. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and focused on absorbing the heat. He cultivated for an hour. As he cultivated, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. But now that he was extremely hot, he did not have the time to think about what was wrong. After an hour, he stood up and felt warm and comfortable again. His body and mind were free from worry. Only then did he have the time to look around. The moment he saw it, he could not help but open his mouth wide. At the end of the line of sight, about 5,000 meters away, there was a winding hill. The overall appearance of the hill was not very good. It was crooked and curved. The highest point was only a few meters high. Moreover, many places were flat ground. The whole hill was coiled there. Its shape was extremely strange. However, Zhuo felt that the shape of the hill was somewhat familiar. He did not know where he had seen it before. Zhuo frowned and touched his chin. He looked up and down for a long time before he was stunned to discover. Damn it, this ley line was actually a dragon. Cough, cough. It was piled up according to the appearance of Xiao Long in his dream. If one looked at it with a determined heart, it was simply a living dragon condensed in front of one's eyes. From beginning to end, it was extremely sneaky. Its tail was twisted to one side, its body was bent a few times, and its 3 claws were clearly visible. Even the dragon head was turned over. The entire dragon head mountain was simply Xiao Long's flattering, smiling face facing Zhuo. What the fuck? Zhuo could not remain calm. I could have written more today, but Almighty Cat kept chatting with me. I couldn't even ignore him. He kept playing videos, so I could only write 2 chapters. You guys can scold him. The traces of Great Witch Dan Kong's space movement in the astral souls have all been eliminated, and the real purpose can't be found. However, every time Great Witch Dan Kong returns from an invasion, it must be accompanied by a big battle. This seems to have become a common practice in war. Now, the 8 major armies at the 4 borders have been fully prepared for war. When Xing Tian said sadly, "I hope the real scale this time is not too big." Chapter 529. The classroom was silent. When Dan Kong Great, which entered the country, everyone knew what these words meant, information. Therefore, there must be a large number of Umno Alliance spies in the Astral Souls. However, there must be some scum in the Astral Souls who cooperated with the Umno Alliance. Otherwise, why would Grand Witch Dan Kong be so sneaky? Compared to the enemies on the surface, the ones that everyone hated the most were these scums. They grew up in the Astral Souls, ate the Astral Souls, drank the Astral Souls, enjoyed the Astral Souls, and cultivated the Astral Souls. They had achieved something, but they betrayed the astral souls and cooperated with the astral souls' biggest enemy, the Umno Alliance. Crazy shameless. Forgetting one's ancestry. How shameless. The information of the war is not the main thing. The most important thing was that the Flood Shaman, who hadn't shown himself for many years, had finally appeared. This is the biggest threat. When Xing Tian sighed, he was not optimistic at all. The Flood, which was recognized as invincible. After so many years of seclusion, how strong would she be when she came out? One could imagine. According to the information from the Sun Moon Pass, the Flood Witch's pressure this time was much stronger than before. It could be seen that her seclusion was effective. However, the two pillars of the astral souls that could rival the Flood, which had not made any moves. This was even more worrying. Not at the same time. The Umno Alliance's main hall. Grand Witch Dan Kong entered the main hall with a pale face. Boss, I'm back. Yes. How was it? It went well. That's good. This time, you don't have to ask. Yes. Grand Witch Dan Kong went out respectfully. Halfway out, he was caught up by Grand Witch Lai Hua. He stared. Did you really give it away? Dan Kong glared at him. Would I dare to keep it? Damn it. He owes me a debt, and he takes my things to make up for it. The Fire Witch was very dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say it in front of the Flood. I only have 3 pieces. The Great Witch of Raging Fire muttered endlessly. It's good that the boss didn't send you all 3 pieces. Great Witch Dan Kong coughed, and his mouth bled again. You Don Tian hit me again. Witch Dan Kong complained. I haven't been well for so many years. Every time I'm about to get better, I'm sent out by you, and then I'm beaten again. Lai was said bullshit. I've never sent you, have I? Bullshit. You're the only one who's stubborn. Dan Kong scolded. You and your wife were forced to stay by someone's words, and in the end, you're really not going out? You always send me to run errands for you. Every time I run errands, I get beaten up. All the beatings I took all these years were for you. These are supposed to hit you. Lai Hua felt guilty. Is there? Dan Kong gasped. The Great Fire Witch immediately became curious and asked in a low voice, Boss's godson, what does he look like? Great Witch Dan Kong couldn't help but look back at the main hall. After thinking for a long time, he also lowered his voice and frowned. He looks good, and his aptitude seems good. But the Great Fire Witch was excited. But what? His personality has some distinctive characteristics. Great Witch Dan Kong said. What distinctive characteristics? Great Witch Dan Kong grinned and looked at the Great Fire Witch. Bitch. Fuck. The Great Fire Witch flew into a rage. You bastard scolded me. Calm down. I'm talking about the personality of the boss's godson. Great Witch Dan Kong recalled and sighed. It's really, bitch. The Great Fire Witch was dumbfounded. Bitch. He likes to show off. He also likes to show off. Great Witch Dan Kong said, I took advantage of the time when he was the most arrogant and made the decision to break one of his legs. The boss still doesn't know. In the main hall. Can you compare with Zhuo Duo? Dare to compare with him? His aptitude is outstanding, but which one of you has a weak aptitude? Which one of you didn't get called by the geniuses? Can you enter the Hidden Dragon High Martial School if your aptitude is not good? Can you enter this class? Which one of the people sitting here right now isn't the cream of the crop among millions of people in their respective regions? Why can you disappear so quickly after entering the Hidden Dragon High Martial School? Why don't you find a reason yourself? When Xing Tian scolded, can you only act cool in your original environment when you go back? Act cool? In the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, you all admit defeat? You're all looking up to the stronger ones? Why can't you act cool in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School? Be domineering? So Xiao Duo can challenge the second-year students. Why can't you? Why don't you think about the reason? Is it just because he has a deep foundation and outstanding talent? Why don't you think about his hard work? Just now, when you scolded Xiao Duo, you all laughed very happily? Yes, you scolded, But do you know how much risks Xiaoduo is taking when he cultivates like this? He kept talking about cultivation matters by his ear. Could it be that's what Xiaoduo really doesn't know? Not only does he know, but he also knows the consequences, but he still resolutely does it. Why? It's because he's worried about wasting energy, so he can only hold on until he can't take it anymore. This is a kind of attitude. And what kind of attitude is this? There's no one who doesn't know, right? Of course there's danger in doing this, but I want to tell you, not advocating it doesn't mean you don't know. A person's own endurance, only he knows best. How many times have you tried this? I didn't write a word today. Fortunately, you have a draft. Chapter 530. There's a huge risk in doing so, but as long as you get through it, as long as you don't die, it's a breakthrough. A breakthrough in your own perseverance, tenacity, and patience. At the same time, it's also a baptism of life and death. It's also a breakthrough in the huge expansion of your meridians. When Xingtian said, "We remind you not to do so because we cherish you and are afraid that you will be in danger. But there's one thing you can't deny, and we can't bear the consequences and responsibility if you die while cultivating." But in our era, well, not only our era, there's a saying that still circulates even now. That is, if you do your best to court death, as long as you don't die, you can't not be strong. This saying is crude, but it's true. But the prerequisite is that you don't court death. I don't advocate, nor do I encourage, and even explicitly forbid it. However, all of this requires you to be aware of it and cultivate on your own. You don't have to cultivate until you're about to explode, but it shouldn't be a big problem to cultivate until you feel bloated every time, right? But the problem is, you haven't even done that many times, right? Field battle. When Xingtian led the class to the field with a biting cold air, everyone in the class was hanging their heads. So Xiaoduo did well, but we're going to be scolded. So Xiaoduo did wrong, but we're still going to be scolded. This bastard. Swollen. Let's join forces and beat him up, shall we? Xiang Chong, Meng Zhongjun, and Li Qinglong discussed. Behind them, a large group of students with shining eyes. Ha! Li Qinglong laughed directly. You guys go. I'll be your referee. TSK. 18 and 19 middle fingers pointed straight at Li Qinglong. Coward. Li Qinglong was calm. You can't even beat me. And you want to fight, Zwa? Do you think I'm on your side? You're crazy. Li Qinglong, Am's loyal follower, the #1 strategist. Xiang Bing rolled her eyes. You guys think too much. When have Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong not been in cahoots? You guys are asking a tiger for its skin. Be careful. Li Qinglong will sell you out in the next second. Speaking of villains colluding with each other, the entire class's eyes lit up. This description was simply too apt. Xiaoduo was a wolf. Li Qinglong was the bay. Li Qinglong, you're just a wretch. The whole class roared. Li Qinglong was not ashamed but proud of it. He raised his head proudly. Do you know what a bay is? Li Qinglong said, Bay, in the human world, is a military advisor. Do you understand? That's someone who is second only to one person and above all. Swollen raised his head and said condescendingly, I'm just a bay, so what? Who wasn't convinced? Stand out. I'll let my boss beat you to death. The whole class was sweating. Damn, you're so arrogant. I'm impressed by your brain. Xiaoduo entered the gravity chamber and practiced according to his original pace. He was surprised to find that he could do any movement easily. In just one day and one night, his strength had increased by several folds. Xiaoduo quickly changed to a weight of 3,000 pounds and continued to consume his strength quickly. When it was close to the end of school, the first class had finished their work and walked out of the nutrition chamber. Today, they were stimulated by Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wen Xingtian. Each of them fought as if their lives were on the line. Therefore, everyone was more seriously injured. As soon as they came out, they saw a young man standing in the middle of the road and looking at all the students politely. I'm Tang Qinsho of the 2nd grade. I'm ranked 11th in the 2nd grade. I'm here to inform you that tomorrow, class monitors will please do me the honor and grab a table for dinner. Tang Xinsho was very polite and always had a smile on his face. After that, he handed over a tactical letter with both hands in a very formal manner. One and a half months after the new students entered the school, the first grade of the Hidden Dragon High School began their journey to dominate the Hidden Dragon High School. Under normal circumstances, according to the usual practice of each batch of students, it would take half a year for the first grade to challenge the seniors to grab a table. But this year, the first grade's class had forcefully brought forward the process by 5 months. That on the other side, Zhuo obediently came to the principal's office. His face was calm, but his heart was panicking. Why did he come to the principal's office? Don't tell me. He wants to beat me up? At this time, there were only 2 people in the principal's office. The 2 of them sat facing each other, Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. The table between the 2 of them was very clean. There wasn't even a pot of tea. Hello, principal. Hello, teacher Wen. Zhuo was even more polite. He looked down, and his heart calmed down. And his face is calm. You shouldn't want to beat me up, when Xingtian and Yi Changqing snorted at the same time. After interacting with this guy so much, how could they not know what kind of person Zhuo was? Compared to a fox, he only lacked a few hairs. And now he was even less hairs. Lie down. When Xingtian pointed at the clean table, Zhuo was chrysanthemum tightened. He said in surprise, "Lie down? What for?" So there was nothing on the table. It was actually prepared for him? When Xingtian saw this, and black lines appeared on his forehead, what was this little bastard thinking about? Could it be that the 2 of us would rape you? If he really had bad intentions, he should have done it alone. Pay. I've been led astray by this kid. What am I thinking about? He immediately grabbed Zhuo and slammed him on the table. He shouted, "Don't move." Zhuo's whole body stiffened. His heart stopped beating in an instant. Then he saw Yi Changqing suddenly stand up and slowly reach out his hand to him. Zhuo turned pale with fright. He covered his crotch with one hand and his butt with the other. He screamed, "No, don't do this. I'm still a virgin." When Xingtian and Yi Changqing were stunned at the same time. This kid really thought that way. Then he grabbed Zhuo and gave him a good beating, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He beat him up and swore at the same time. This little bastard had the ability to ask for a beating. No matter when he saw him, his first thought was always, "I really want to beat him up. Lie down properly." When Xingtian slapped Zhuo's bald head more than 20 times, his bald head turned red from the slaps. Then he said with a dark face, "We need to check your meridians, dantian, and astral souls." Oh. Zhuo immediately lay down obediently. He asked boldly, "Should I lie with my legs closed? Or should I lie down boldly? Don't I need to take off my clothes?" Slap. Another slap came. Then when Xingtian pointed his finger, instantly, Zhuo's ability to speak was sealed. Although no one would come to save Zhuo, even if he screamed himself hoarse, when Xingtian still felt that if he let this bastard say another word, he might lose control on the spot and beat him into a persimmon. The 2 of them carefully checked Zhuo's meridians from head to toe. It's similar to what we expected. It's indeed stronger. However, it's not as fast as his cultivation. In other words, his meridians aren't worthy of such growth, when Xingtian said. Yi Changqing nodded. Then he checked his dantian. Then, hiss, is this an elixir or nascent soul? When Xingtian's hands were trembling, didn't he say that he had just broken through the embryonic breathing realm? How could there be such a mysterious change? Could it be a special change of the fiery sun divine technique? When Yi Changqing saw it, he had the same reaction. His expression changed. Chapter 531. The so-called embryonic breathing was the formation of a chi whirlpool in the Dantian. There seemed to be something in the middle, but in reality, there was nothing. It was just a foggy chi whirlpool. As for the elixir essence, it was a cloud-like chi whirlpool in the Dantian. It drove the chi whirlpool in the Dantian, causing the things in it to become more solid. However, this cloud-like chi whirlpool was still not solid. It only looked solid, and it was far more solid than the foggy state. The next level was the nascent soul transformation realm. That was when one's cultivation level increased. Only at this level could one's cultivation be considered to have a foundation. This situation was like a pregnant woman, and the fetus was gradually forming. At this moment, the situation in Zhuoxiao's Dantian was very different from what was described above. It was also very different from the basic knowledge of cultivators. It looked like a pearl, but in reality, it wasn't. It wasn't even a cloud-like chi whirlpool, but a chi whirlpool that belonged to the foggy chi whirlpool. Its essence was still at the level of the embryonic breathing realm. However, how did this chi whirlpool become so solid? It obviously looked so real, and there was no way it could be fake. Read. It must be because of the flaming sun scripture, but this feeling wasn't a little too strong? It far exceeded the ordinary embryonic breathing realm ancient martial art practitioners by 100 times. Yi Changqing thought for a long time, then turned to look at Wen Xingtian. Didn't you say that he had just advanced to the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm? This is basically the later stage of the embryonic breathing realm, and is about to reach the pinnacle. When Xingtian looked confused, I took a look the day before yesterday, and he had indeed just reached the intermediate stage. A month ago, he broke through the innate bottleneck, and I reported to you. Yi Changqing frowned and said, "Forget it. Let's connect to the astral souls testing line and confirm the current state of his astral souls." When Xingtian said, "Should we cut off the line with the higher-ups and keep his current information for the time being?" Yi Changqing said, "Yes, cut it off for a while and connect again after the test. This brat's current situation is only known to us for the time being. Don't let more people know. After the test, we will decide whether to report or not. Otherwise, there will be trouble." Then, a string connected to a jade plate was placed on Zhuoxiao's right hand. "Open your palm, split your fingers, and place your palm on it," when Xingtian instructed in a deep voice. Zhuoxiao did as he was told. Although the restriction on his mouth had been lifted, Zhuoxiao didn't dare to say a word. He could clearly feel that if he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would really have to endure a miserable mixed doubles beating. Zhuoxiao's most basic life-saving skills were to be used by Zhuoxiao. How could he not use them now? The Astral Souls testing device, Yi Changqing, could be said to be the most advanced device in the whole of Fenghai. One side of the device was connected to a large transparent cover made entirely out of starry sky crystals. It was a large sphere with a radius of at least 1 meter. Inside, there was a small black object called the Light of Astral Souls. As long as it came into contact with the power of astral souls, it would shine brightly. Then, it was connected to a thin pillar made out of an unknown material. There were markings on it all the way to the top. As long as the power of astral souls of the tester was lit up, it would continue to rise as its intensity increased. The highest level was 99 astral souls, which was also known as the 99 astral souls. If an ordinary person with no aptitude, put a hand on it, the light of astral souls wouldn't react at all. As Zhuoxiao's palm touched it, the small black object, which was the light of astral souls, suddenly shone brightly. Moreover, it emitted an unprecedentedly dazzling light. Purple light. The corner of Yi Changqing's mouth twitched. Purple light. I've never seen it before. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Maybe it's because of the attribute. There are red, green, black, etc. But where did the purple light come from? Then, the dazzling light seemed to explode for the second time, shining brighter and brighter. As the light shone brightly, purple gas burst out, illuminating the entire office purple. The markings on the thin pillar inside shot up like a rocket. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing didn't even have time to react. The markings made out of flowing mercury had already reached the top, breaking through the limit of 99, and continued to rise to bang. A stream of mercury broke through the crystal ball. Boom! The crystal ball exploded. This so-called most advanced machine for testing astral souls exploded on the spot. Off the charts. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing, who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, were dumbstruck. They were stunned on the spot, speechless for a long time. It was as if a normal person had seen a ghost. The machine exploded? This was the most advanced machine. After coming into contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo's astral souls, the markings instantly shot up to the top. Then it broke through the limit and rushed out, destroying the machine. What kind of power source was this? The two of them turned their heads at the same time. Two pairs of eyes stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who also had a confused look on his face. They almost instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also puzzled. What's going on? I don't know. This thing, if it breaks, it won't. Make me pay for it, right? The office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a long time, Yi Changqing coughed and said dryly, "Not bad, 96 astral souls." When Xingtian also coughed and said, "Well, 96 astral souls is really not bad." So Xiaoduo was stunned and said, "That can't be right. I clearly saw it go up just now. It went up to the top. Why is it only 96? It's more than that." When Xingtian pressed both hands on his shoulders and said word by word, "You better remember this. From now on, no matter who asks you, you rascal, are 96 astral souls. Do you understand? Do you need me to repeat it again?" In the face of Wen Xingtian's stern voice and expression, Xiaoduo nodded in confusion. "In the future, you are not to accept any form of astral souls test, regardless of the occasion or the request of anyone. Do you understand?" Yi Changqing reminded him in a low voice. "Yes, I understand." "Okay." When Xingtian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Geniuses can be outstanding, and they can also be outstanding. It's natural for them to be better than others. But if they are better than others by too much, they are no longer geniuses, but monsters. If you are better than others, but not by too much, others will only see you as a goal and hope to surpass you through hard work and opportunities. But if you are better than others by too much, and they don't even have the confidence to catch up to you, their mentality will change. Maybe they want to study you and find out why you are so outstanding, or maybe they want to kill you directly. No matter how outstanding you are, once you die, you will at most become a legend, nothing more. It's fine if you're dead. Once you die, everything will come to an end. However, if the person who wants to study you is much more powerful than you can only lie on a table like you are now. Whether it's your heart, your blood, your bones, or your bone marrow, they'll all be extracted and studied bit by bit. They could do whatever they want with you. You can only do whatever they want with you." So Xiaoduo shuddered. He didn't dare to imagine that scene and said in a trembling voice, "I will definitely not show off. This matter, he definitely couldn't brag about it. It was really too dangerous. If he was really controlled, it would be difficult to die even if he wanted to." So Xiaoduo had been gone for a long time. The light in the office had dimmed. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing didn't move for a long time. They just sat in their original positions, thinking about something. After a long time, they both exhaled softly. That night, the two of them discussed in the office until very late. At the same time, they argued for a long time. Early the next morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo received a secret notice from Wen Xingtian. From today onwards, Zhuo Xiaoduo could accept missions. He would enjoy the same treatment as the second, third, and fourth year students, but there would be no preferential treatment. However, this privilege was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo. For Zhuo Xiaoduo now, not being able to leave the school and not being able to move freely was the biggest shackle. Being able to do missions independently could be said to be the biggest freedom for Zhuo Xiaoduo, the goal that he desired the most. He didn't know that when Xingtian and Yi Chongqing argued for the whole night because of this. In the end, although Yi Chongqing agreed, he kept sighing. It's too risky. There's no other way. Zhou Xiaoduo is now fighting for a table and winning against the second year's champion. There's no pressure at all. With the second year's strength, they aren't even qualified to force him to use his trump card. Based on Zhou Xiaoduo's real combat strength, everyone can only sit and watch as he fights his way up. Can the third-year students resist? No. Looking at the third-year students, only Zhang Xuejuan might be able to stop Zhou Xiaoduo. If even she can't stop him, won't Zhou Xiaoduo directly fight all the way to the fourth year? A first-year student fighting all the way to the fourth year. Boss, think about it. Isn't this directly on the headlines? Don't forget that he's also the Sword King. Yi Chongqing was also speechless. Can't we just tell him not to fight? The current momentum is no longer something that Zhou Xiaoduo can stop just because he wants to. There are many second-year students with outstanding strength. It's not surprising that they have the strength to challenge some third-year students. But the reality now is that Zhou Xiaoduo is bound to crush these outstanding people all the way to the second year. When the time comes, even if Zhou Xiaoduo doesn't automatically challenge them, the second-year students will intentionally or unintentionally start a war and spread the disaster to the third year. The situation will only snowball and become more and more intense. There's no way to stop it at all. One Xingtian said, in this way, because of Zhou Xiaoduo's existence, his halo will overshadow the others. Their confidence will be greatly damaged, their mentality will be imbalanced, and their state of mind will be damaged. It will be difficult for them to get the opportunity to train. It's not just with Xiaoduo. I'll also release Li Chenglong in 2 months. Although his strength is not as strong as Zhou Xiaoduo's, it's similar. He's also much stronger than his peers, Cruel Wolf, and more than a little stronger than Vicious. Plus, he's fearless. When Xingtian said, the king of all beasts, only by growing up in the law of the jungle can it possess the aura and majesty that can make all beasts submit to it with a roar. Only the so-called ferocious beasts that are raised in the garden until they mature. You know the consequences better than I do. So far, I've written 9,000 a day, and I'm still writing. I've written 6,000. When the time comes, I'll release as many as I want. No matter which division the mission was given, it was inseparable from these. As for the missions of hiring assassins, and so on, they were definitely not in the school system. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo directly hacked into the Hall of Hell. Hall of Hell. The so-called Hall of Hell was a specialized underground website. Nethernet. This was the real thing. As the name implied, it was a private network that connected directly to the underground world. It was also known as the Black Web, but it was more popularly known as the Life Web. However, in the eyes of most people, it was a chaotic world. Every single piece of news here was filled with hostility. This kind of underground world was naturally not encouraged by the authorities in the Astrosouls continent, but they didn't explicitly forbid it either. It was a borderline existence that turned a blind eye to it. As long as you don't cause any big trouble, they won't arrest you. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't plan to accept missions in the underground world for the time being, but he had to familiarize himself with the situation. All he had to do to contact the underworld net was to spend $100 to register a username and leave a personal email address. That was all. If others were to trace the email address of this nickname, Mao Zhenxiang, they would only trace it all the way to the Hall of Three Pure Ones. Yes, he even left a post. Mao Zhenxiang. From now on, please call me the king of the underground world. Unfortunately, this kind of new post would appear 3 to 5 times a day on the Nethernet. Therefore, it didn't even make a splash and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about this. If a group of people came up to flatter him now, he would start to doubt his life and become suspicious. The school's missions are really varied. So with Xiao Duo side, from the mission requirements, all the missions marked in red were urgent to be completed, and the rewards were also relatively high. If someone's stronger than you lost, then you naturally lost as well. If you don't want to be punished, then you have to walk to the front. Let yourself represent others and not be represented by others. The strong should stand in front. In school, the strong were the representatives. On the battlefield, the strong were the vanguard. In school, protect your classmates. On the battlefield, protect your comrades. This was a tradition that had been passed down in Hidden Dragon for countless years. Seeing the crab steps coming from afar, everyone's spirits were lifted. He was here, but following that, they were puzzled that his crab steps seemed to be no different from the past. But what was with the sparkling top of his head? The person who came was actually a bald head. But in school, other than Zhuo Duo, there was no one else who could use crab steps that was asking for a beating, right? But what the hell was a bald head? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his shiny bald head reflected the sun as he walked over, radiating light in all directions. From afar, it was dazzling. From afar, there was a burst of laughter. Haha, you guys are so early. It was really Zhuo Duo. Everyone subconsciously stared with their eyes wide open. Following that, they felt that their eyes were blinded. Zhuo Duo actually had a bald head. This style was really... Chapter 533. Everyone was baffled. Wasn't Zhuo Duo good-looking? Then why did he shave his head? No matter how outstanding a person's looks were, with a bald head, his looks would drop by at least 5 points. It was as if a bald head ruined everything to... That's not right. Zhuo Duo didn't just shave his head. It seemed like even his eyebrows, eyelashes, beard, hair were all gone. At this moment, he looked like a boiled egg that had just been peeled. White with a hint of red, it was very different. It was white and tender like cream, making people want to touch it uncontrollably. The students of the first grade class one followed behind Zhuo Duo, trying their best to hold back their laughter. Along the way, seeing Zhuo Duo's dazzling appearance, they couldn't help but laugh even though they knew they shouldn't. They didn't feel anything when they were in the classroom, but now, under the sunlight, it was very eye-catching, brilliant and colorful. Upstairs and downstairs, the students who saw this scene cheered in unison. Good head. This head is really bright. Haha. This hairstyle is too awesome. Class monitor Zhuo is leading the fashion trend again. With this head, we can save a lot of money on the electricity bill at night. He really knows how to spend his money. I admire him. However, Zhuo Duo didn't know how bright his head was right now. He still thought that he was very confident and elegant. After all, his outstanding appearance was already deeply ingrained in his heart. Everything he did was natural. A hidden dragon is a martial artist. I am the most beautiful cub. So Zhuo Duo walked out swaying his shoulders and cupped his fists. He shouted, "Everyone, big brothers and big sisters, this is the first time I've come to your precious land." Just as he said this, hundreds of people shouted in unison, "Those who are rich, show your support. Those who are rich, show your support." Ha ha. Zhuo Duo stared at them. Why are you all so familiar with each other? Are you all in the same industry? Another round of laughter. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly warm. On the other side, the second-year students also couldn't help but laugh, many of them muttering under their breath, "That slut, you're still as cheap as ever." Tang Qinsho stepped forward with a smile and called out, "Class monitor Zhuo." He was indeed very courteous. His body was ramrod straight, and he even performed a martial arts etiquette first. Upon seeing this, Zhuo Duo was given a fright. He hurriedly retracted his crab steps and returned the greeting with a straight back. He grumbled, "Aya, can you not make it so formal? You caught me off guard." The etiquette of martial arts was the highest form of courtesy in martial arts. It was the highest form of respect for the opponent. No matter who it was, they had to return the greeting when encountering a martial arts greeting. Moreover, Tang Qinshu was still a senior in the end. If Zhou Xiaoduo's response was slightly delayed, then regardless of the final result, Zhou Xiaoduo would still lose this battle. When Zhou Xiaoduo said that, the crowd burst into laughter again. Tang Qinshu was also amused by him. After a while, he said loudly, "Class monitor Zhou, I heard that you're also famous for using hidden weapons. I was trained in hidden weapons since I was young. Today, I was ordered to snatch a table. I hope Class Monitor Zhou will not be stingy with your guidance." So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. Hidden weapons? Does Senior Tang intend to use hidden weapons to determine the winner and loser this round? Tang Qinshu said, yes. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded solemnly. All right. Everyone was very clear about the rules of the battle. With Zhou Xiaoduo's words, the tone of this battle was basically set. Hidden weapons. Nothing else could be used. If any other means were used during the battle, even victory would be a loss. Why don't you not agree? Since you agreed, you have to follow the rules. If you violate the rules, you will be judged to have lost. Tang Qinshu took 5 steps forward. Class Monitor Zhou, can I take a look at your hands? Zhou Xiaoduo said, oh. He paused for a moment before saying, sure. As he spoke, he showed his 2 hands in a dignified manner. Tang Qinshu looked down and saw Zhou Xiaoduo's hands. They were slender and delicate. The back of his hands was broad and thick. There were faint calluses at the front of his fingers. Compared to an ordinary person's fingers, they were almost half a centimeter longer. Tang Qinshu carefully observed the 5 fingers on Zhou Xiaoduo's 2 hands. From the root to the tip of each finger, there was a subtle evolution from thick to thin. However, when the 5 fingers of the 2 hands were clasped together, there was not the slightest gap from the base of the fingers to the tip of the fingers. What a pair of heavenly, skillful hands. Tang Qinshu was shocked. Class Monitor Zhou is indeed a person blessed by the heavens. He lives up to his reputation. Oh, what do you mean? What is heavenly, skillful hands? Zhou Xiaoduo obviously did not understand the meaning of Tang Qinshu's words. Tang Qinshu stretched out his hand and explained, look at my hand. You will know how suitable your hand is for using hidden weapons. Everyone looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. They saw that Tang Qinshu's hand was similar to Zhou Xiaoduo's. The shape of his hand was almost the same. His palm was slightly larger than an ordinary person's and was also slender and delicate. But when Tang Qinshu's 5 fingers were put together, the first and second knuckles of his index finger, middle finger, and ring finger were tightly joined. But when it came to the 3rd knuckle, there was a slight gap. Especially the middle finger and ring finger, there was an obvious gap at the 2nd knuckle. When it came to the thumb and index finger, the gap between the 2nd knuckle was even larger. Both hands were like this. But Zhou Xiaoduo's 10 fingers did not have any gap at all. My opponent, in the eyes of a hidden weapon expert, can only be considered as ordinary. At most, he can only be considered as an intermediate. Even if he has the family's secret technique, he can only rely on hard work to make up for his lack of talent. But squad leaders with fingers are innately flexible and flexible. They are naturally suited for using hidden weapons. Tang Qinshu explained. In the eyes of our Tang family, squad leaders with fingers are like a gift from the heavens. But this kind of talent may not be seen in several generations. Our family divides the hand shape into 10 grades. Squad leaders with hand is superior grade, but my fingers are only 3rd grade. There's a difference of 4 grades. Tang Qinshu looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. His face was full of envy and jealousy. He did not hide it at all. He wished that Zhou Xiaoduo's fingers were on his hand, because he also knew that Zhou Xiaoduo, in addition to practicing hidden weapons, also practiced fist, palm, and sword techniques. But in Tang Qinshu's eyes, this kind of training method was a waste of God's gift. It was a waste of absolute talent in hidden weapons. Everyone listened to Tang Qianshou's explanation and sighed in amazement. He had never thought that just a few fingers would be such a big deal in the eyes of the hidden weapon aristocratic family. Looking at Tang Qianshou holding his hand like a pervert holding a beautiful woman's hand, Zhou Xiaoduo was almost intoxicated by the gentle caress. Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered. He laughed dryly and pulled his hand back. He said, "Can you stop touching?" Everyone was stunned. Then their laughter shook the sky. Only then did they remember that Tang Qianshou was holding Zhou Xiaoduo's hand. It was like a pervert molesting a young girl in a movie. Tang Qianshou was still full of envy. He sighed and said, "Squad leaders, your ring finger the ring finger of both your hands can be freely raised, bent, and extended when it is pressed together. And the other fingers don't have the slightest movement, right?" So Xiaoduo was stunned. He stretched out his hand and said, "Like this." Both of his hands were pressed together at the same time. Then the only ring finger suddenly stood up, bent, swayed left and right, nodded, made the shape of a fish hook and leaned back. That during this time, the other fingers didn't move. Tang Qianshou was stunned. How could it be so easy? Obviously, although he had expected it, he didn't expect Zhou Xiaoduo's fingers to be so flexible. On the side, the onlookers all opened their mouths. Two fingers were pressed together. Straightening the fingers and pressing them together, only the middle finger could move. The other fingers were not affected at all. They couldn't help but stretch out their hands and press them together. Then they tried to lift the ring finger. Then everyone was stunned. The ring finger couldn't be lifted at all. It couldn't move. In a situation where his other fingers were motionless, not a single one of his ring fingers could be lifted. Among them, the best thing he could do was to move his ring finger slightly, and it had to be accompanied by the movements of his other fingers. It was simply impossible to move his ring finger by itself. Everyone shouted, "What the hell? The so-called ghost hand is just SOSO." Tang Qianshou was more and more frustrated. How could the gap between people be so big? I'm the best hidden weapon family in the world, but my fingers are really not born well. God, why don't you give me a bite to eat? He said loudly, "Squad leaders, today's competition between you and me is just a competition between individuals. It has nothing to do with the name of the hidden weapon family." This was to leave some leeway. Otherwise, if he lost later, the family's name would be ruined. So Xiaoduo laughed. Of course. Chapter 534. Glass-type Imperial Green. There was no such thing in this world. In this world, jade was worthless. It was just green jade. That was all. In Tang Qianshou's eyes, there was surprise. A jade gourd made of jade? What kind of lethality could this thing have? Could it be that Xiaoduo was going to be merciful? Or was he too confident in himself? Be careful, Xiaoduo shouted and warned. Then, his body suddenly became illusory. A green light, as if cutting open the space, brought out a thin black crack and disappeared in a flash. Tang Qianshou did not dare to be negligent. His body circled and pulled out no less than 17 or 18 afterimages. Then he jumped up and soared into the sky. He changed his position in the air again, and then fell down like a meteorite. The moment he fell to the ground, his originally relaxed face suddenly showed an indescribable frustration. I couldn't dodge it. Tang Qianshou was depressed like a defeated chicken. He said, "There were too many changes, too complicated. I have never seen such a wonderful technique in my life." As he said, he lifted his right foot. A jade green gourd was embedded in the bottom of his shoe. Tang Qianshou's face was full of bitterness. If he was defeated by other techniques, he would not feel so bad. But why did it have to be this move? Before this battle, he had deduced the battle situation countless times. Countless times, he looked back at the battle between Zhou Xiaoduo and Xiangqiu. It could be said that he was already very familiar with Zhou Xiaoduo's attacks, and it was impossible for him to fall for it. However, he did not expect that he would still be defeated by this move, even though he had tried so hard to defend against it. As for all the spectators present, over 90% of them knew very little about the beginning and end of the battle. Their faces were filled with confusion as they were completely unable to understand what was happening. Upstairs, two teachers were sitting in front of the window. They turned their heads and looked. One of them sighed. What an exquisite technique. Not bad. First, it displayed an astonishing attack speed that surpassed the speed of light. It tore through the space and attacked with a strong momentum. Tang Qianshou had no choice but to dodge. The hidden weapon seemed to have brushed past him, but the moment it brushed past him, its trajectory suddenly changed, and it chased after Tang Qianshou. It even changed directions 7 times in a row, forcing Tang Qianshou to leap into the air. However, the hidden weapon's momentum did not change, and it continued to chase after Tang Qianshou. At this point, Tang Qianshou's momentum of leaping into the air came to an end. He had no choice but to use the method of Qi Ji to pull the hidden weapon and quickly land on the ground, hoping to regain his Qi. Tang Qianshou mistakenly thought that the hidden weapon had lost its momentum, so he relaxed and continued to fall. However, he did not expect that the seemingly harmless green gourd would bounce up from the ground again and hit the sole of his shoe at the moment when he was about to land on the ground and had no way to react. The teacher sighed. This move is similar to the move that Zhou Xiaoduo used to defeat Xiang Chong in the arena. The result is exactly the same as the one he used to defeat Xiang Chong. I think Tang Qianshou had already prepared for this, but he still could not escape defeat. Otherwise, his expression would not be so bitter. Below, Tang Qianshou's face was full of urgency. Class monitors, how did you do it? So Xiaoduo said, after millions of practice, I can control the hidden weapon as if it were my own arm and finger. I can control the hidden weapon completely according to my expectations. Of course, I also need to predict the opponent's escape route. That's right, this small gourd is not completely harmless. Once the spiritual yuan inside it explodes, it can cause an explosive killing effect. However, since we are classmates, there is no need to let it explode and injure your foot. I can feel the spiritual yuan inside the small gourd. Tang Qianshou said, that was a power mixed with a spiral force. Once it detonated, I wouldn't be able to keep one of my legs. But what I'm more curious about is, how did it bounce back up after it landed? You said that predicting the opponent's escape route is a compulsory course for those who practice the hidden weapon attack. Although it is brilliant, it is still reasonable. However, to be able to change the direction of the attack in the air is exactly the same as my Tang family's technique. This technique is passed down to my Tang family and has always been passed down to the sons and not the daughters. I do not mean to criticize Class Monitor Zhou, but I hope that Class Monitor Zhou can clear up my doubts. Tang Qianshou's face was full of shock. Senior Tang is right. The technique I used is indeed from the Tang family. It is called the bone maggot. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. How can it be? Tang Qianshou was even more surprised. This technique was taught to me by my teacher. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, the changes in the pursuit of the enemy are actually driven by your own strength. This is called completely predicting the opponent's escape route. There are too many variables, and the momentum is difficult to achieve. But if you hide a considerable amount of spiritual yuan inside the hidden weapon and use the opponent's qi to change. Cough, 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 cough. Tang Qianshou kept coughing. My God, this is our family's secret technique. You actually want to say it in front of so many people that I will be beaten to death when I go back. Zhou Xiaoduo understood. He smiled and said, haha. My technique was able to exceed everyone's expectations, especially Senior Tang's. Only by concentrating on the dagger can it be used. With my current cultivation, I can only use one dagger. After using this dagger, the whole body will be powerless. Therefore, this move has always been our family's taboo. Tang Qinshu said, if you can't dodge this dagger, you might see blood. So, I will aim for the shoulder and leg. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. You're telling me the target first. Aren't you making me take precautions? Of course not. Tang Qinshu said with a smile. This dagger pursues the extreme speed. Whether you are on guard or not, there is no difference. Please. Tang Qinshu took a deep breath. He raised his right hand, and a Xiao-sized flying dagger appeared in his palm. This flying dagger's shape was very delicate. It was streamlined and pleasing to the eye. It was only the length of a finger and was sparkling. He spun his body, and a whirlwind covered his figure. Then he heard a voice hit. At this moment, Xiaoduo only felt a chill down his spine. It was an extreme sense of crisis that locked onto him. He couldn't see where the flying dagger was. He just followed his instinct and suddenly leaned to the side. His left shoulder hurt. A flying dagger directly penetrated his left shoulder. It didn't hurt the bone and only took away a piece of flesh. Blood dripped. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.